Oh, buddy!
What?
Yeah. Didn't help.
What is the major problem, do you think?
Too much hormones.
Who the fuck okayed that? You believe in hell and stuff?
Yeah.
Who do you think's down there?
Who's down there? Martin Luther?
You can't handle Big Diesel anyway. My meat would have you in the hospital.
I'm white, you know? I'm white.
Okay, faggot, what's next?
8 weeks from me, you're going to be ready for a commission in the Waffen SS.
You should just fucking smile and blow me! You're a dishonest cunt!
Hold a sausage. Hold a sausage. Hold a sausage. Hold a sausage.
Oh, no! Oh, jeez!
Oh, you sound racist. Good. Yes. Yes, I am.
Enough. I will hear no more of this Hebrew nonsense.
Nobody's saying you can't own a gun. Nobody's even saying you can't carry a gun. All we're saying is you can't carry a gun in town.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme. We're too wild. We're too out of control. We're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
I always hated it when they made you wait longer for the wrestler's music before the wrestler went through the curtain. I wanted to see what that was like for everybody else. All right, truth be told, I was having a coughing fit. Good morning, boys and girls. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. You are all so pretty today. You look so nice. You look so gay. You are so gay. You are my toe boys. You are my toe cells. You are my gay boys. Welcome to a great program. We're not going to talk about the Jews until at least 7 o'clock. I think I can stick to that. I think I can stick to it. I think I can go no Jews, a no Jew hour. It's hard, though, because, like, we're a news talk morning show. Like, if you're in news, it's like saying, like, we're going to talk about golf today. We're not going to talk about putting. It's impossible. It's a big part of the game. Like, we're going to talk about the news today, but we're not going to talk about Jews. Jews are part of the game. Some would argue they're the game. Buckle Brush Jones. Oh, fuck you. You dick. Oh, that was good. Oh, that's a start to the show. Bucklebrush Jones says, it's 7 o'clock somewhere. Oh, my God. Oh, that was funny. Oh, that got me. That's a way to start the day. Oh, welcome to Steel Toe. Bucklebrush Jones, who I think is a relatively new toe boy, coming in hot off the bench. Darkness Rising says, let's get Aaron a ticket to Jerusalem and do a show at the Wall. I would fucking love that. I would love. Can you get arrested for being a cunt out there? Like if I go to the Western Wall and I go, ooh, I put hillbilly teeth and a kippah on with the tendrils coming down, and I go, no, this is important. It means something. Duh. And I don't actually kiss the wall, but I like stick my tongue out and I go, I love it so much. I'm sorry, Jews. Will they arrest me if I'm an obnoxious twat at the Western Wall? I would love to. You guys want to, should we set a goal? No, I'm just kidding. By the way, speaking of the goal, the evening show banged out your miss last night, so you guys get to hit the old reset button. You missed two. Well, you didn't miss two. The one, I used some other stuff, but like you missed two. Can you hit two? Let's do that. Let's have a 50% hit rate this week, and we'll still have a perfect week. Thanks, guys. And if I may, like, let's have it. We haven't had like a team exercise where everybody gives them. We go on a big, long, gifted membership train. We're 57 away from 600. This shit is hittable today. We can hit 600 today. I think we can. Thank you very much. Nova starting us off today with $5. Says, thanks for admitting my clip was a true and honest account of history. Dude, 100%. Absolutely. In fact, I'm going to make another Steel Toe Boys Papal Bull. Everything Nova says is true. If Nova has been blessed with papal infallibility, hamana, hamana, hamana. If Nova says something, it's totally true. Here's why I'm saying that. I know how important that is to Nova. I can smile, I can laugh, I can say this is all shitty. I know that deep down, that just meant a lot to Nova, and that's what I'm here for. Thank you for the $5, buddy. Great start for a golden shower. So yes, we are back to perfect. We are back to good. Now, here's the other thing. Johnny will not be here today. So today is officially a referendum day, meaning if we do well, if things go, if the numbers are up, if the money is up, we get to blame the whole damn thing this week on Johnny. If we fail, everyone has to shut up about Johnny. That's the deal. We're putting all the chips to the middle of the table on today's show. So hit like, hit thumbs up, hit subscribe, hit follow. And if you're feeling generous today, throw a membership at the toe, throw a few bucks at the toe. The links are in the chat for Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, and gifted memberships. Nova says that did mean something today. I value honesty highly, and I donated because no Johnny Downer. Oh. You know, I will say this, like I've been watching a lot of Karmic lately. Karmic and Johnny are very similar, but like Johnny has a reason to be a miserable mope sometimes. He has multiple sclerosis. Now, that doesn't mean you have to be. That doesn't mean there's lots of people with multiple sclerosis who wake up and they're as happy as people with Down syndrome. But there's some people who, like, it gets to them. It's a tough thing to deal with every day. But Karmic has this poor, pitiful me attitude, and he doesn't have MS. He's just a dipshit ginge from up by the border. So I don't know. It's just like I see a lot of similarities in them, but only one of them has an excuse. Am I right or am I wrong, boys and girls? Let's talk today. Mikey Two Milk says, I've already donated my yearly $1. Don't get greedy. Well, I gave to your thing. So if you give, it doesn't make sense for you to donate to the toe, Mikey, because if you do, you're just giving me back the money that I gave to your thing, the thing that you're doing, your charity deal. So that would be stupid. I mean, that would be, I'm paying you with your money. Zen Man says, Big Sophie's choice. Don't donate to Tank the Toe or donate to show Johnny hatred. Have fun, everyone. That's kind of what I was banking on today. I was kind of banking on everyone having this Sophie's choice moment on the toe today. I got to do something to pump you guys up. The evening show, they just get fucking psychotic. They just start throwing in, you know? They make me wait a little bit, but they just start throwing in. You guys, I gotta have gimmicks for you guys. You're a skeptical bunch. Veldrain with $1 says, I tried to joke about lab-made viruses to a bunch of Jews. They didn't get it. Well, yeah, that's like joking about ground beef to people who run McDonald's meat plants. They're just like, yeah, right, exactly. Ground beef, yes. You go to a bunch of Jews and you go, hey, labs that make viruses, that's fucking crazy. And they'll be like, why is that crazy? It seems like a thing we do. Hey, no Jews until 7. I told you this. All right, let's get down to business. Thank you guys very much. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. SP and I finished a series last night. It's really good. I recommend it. I don't know when it came out. I think it might be a 2026 show because it's only got 1 season and 6 episodes. But it's a documentary kind of series. It's called Squatters Get the Fuck Out of My House. That's the name of the show. Squatters, squatting, colon. It's my Native American name. Squatters, Get the Fuck Out of My House. It's on Hulu. We've been watching it the last couple of nights. It's very, very good. It's about squatters, and it's about like how insanely behind our laws are when it comes to squatting. It's frustrating as all hell. You get these people who have no business being in these houses, but they just get in, they move some shit in, and the owner goes, hey, I have this house. And the cops go, sorry, they've been living here a while. This is a civil matter. We can't get involved. And it's like, what do you mean? You're here to enforce my rights. You're here to enforce property rights. This is my property. They're not supposed to be here. Out they go. Like, we went way too far on the tenants' rights side of things. And I have no problem with tenants' rights, but they should have to prove that they rented it from the person who owns the house before we can even establish tenants' rights. What's wild is a lot of these people, they'll make like fake receipts with some guy that a friend of theirs who claims to be a property manager. And then they'll go, oh, me, oh my, they said they were a property manager. I've been swindled. You can't kick me out. When in reality, it's a sophisticated squatting scam that they're running with friends of theirs. Or they'll just be lying and they'll sit there. And in some states, if you get a piece of mail delivered to the residence, you've now established residency. You're a tenant and tenant laws apply to you. It's fucking insane. There should be one federal statute. There should be one law. And it says, unless you've rented directly from the owner, unless the owner's name is on the lease, you cannot rent it. And if you're in there without a piece of paper with the owner's name on it showing that they rented to you and they consent to this, you got to go right now. That should be one law. We don't have to have 50 state laws on property rights, 50 state laws on squatting. Like this should be a one-size-fits-all kind of a deal. But these people, they end up, here's the thing, either you have to go to civil court and it costs you tens of thousands of dollars of money you'll never see again, and all you get when you win is your house back. Your house will be fucking destroyed, and you'll have to spend tens of thousands of dollars fixing it back up again to sell it or rent it or do whatever you were going to do with it. So these people end up paying like $100,000 just to get their property back to where it was before these scumbags came in. It's one of the most unfair things in society. I mean, honestly, that and, Down syndrome are two of the greatest criminalities visited upon man. Those two things, Down syndrome and squatting, are the two most unfair things in the world. And only one of the people afflicted are happy. So no, I don't, the squatting show, I would check it out unless you have direct experience with a squatting disaster. Then it might trigger the living shit out of you. Nova says Johnny is going to squat in your basement in the next 9 months. Nobody's living in my house, thank you, but me and SP if she wants to. Nova says get your GoFundMe money back from Johnny and donate it to the goal. I feel kind of scammed. I'm starting to feel a little scammed. I gave him money to get a place. And he hasn't gotten a place yet. And I think it's dealing with the government and dealing with the benefits he needs. to be able to live there. I think the Somalis have kind of fucked that up for him, but still. I feel like I think Nova's right. I should get my money back and I should donate it to the goal. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to clear out the nasal cavities from all the crack I've been inhaling, and we'll get down to business. We got a lot of good stuff today. Hold on. Oh, what? Wrong mute. You almost heard me blow my nose all over the place. All right. Someone says liquid ass fixes squatters for $5. Not really. Have you seen some of the filth and garbage and shit some of these squatters live in? Those guys could take liquid ass standing. I mean, you could spray liquid ass in there and they would go, we're good. Dinner's in 20. You can stick around if you want to. Hostile Soldier says you have to have no assets to get some benefits. It's complicated. Right, Johnny? Well, Johnny's not going to be here today, so I don't know the intricacies of benefits and whatnot. I do know this. I heard a story from someone recently. Their father died, and they had a sister. And so the two of them had to handle all the estate stuff, assets he had, things like that. Well, in there was a trust, and they each now were part of this trust. And the sister, the guy I know's sister, is like on government benefits, kind of a deadbeat, whatever, and kind of like the old Reagan welfare queen thing. And they needed to get rid of the assets they inherited from their father. So the other guy I know, he was like, oh, okay, I'll buy you out. We'll get the assets in this trust valued, and I'll buy out your share of the trust. Certain trusts, when you leave them, it's like leaving a business. The other members of it have to buy you out. So he goes to buy her out, and she goes, no, I'm just giving it to you. You can just have my half of the trust. And he was really confused. He's like, what the fuck? Why would they just give me? Why would they just not? Why wouldn't they take the property and the assets that are in this trust and use it to build a better life? Or at the very least, if they're going to bail from the trust, why won't they let me gather up the resources to pay them off from the trust and get them their money? Does anyone want to take this on? Because I was confused when they started telling me the story. And when they finally explained it to me, I finally understood it. Does anyone know why? It wasn't, to let you know, it was not generosity. It was not, oh my God, they're being so nice. They're being so kind. Bucklebrush Jones says the trust held debt. Nope, the trust didn't hold any debt. The trust held 2 properties and I think some cash. And they said, nope, I don't want it. Take my half. Don't give me any money. No, Jesus, Skousko. Skousko says sexual assault. No, it's nothing that dark. It goes back to what we were talking about with welfare queens. It goes back to some people who are so dependent on just taking from others. By the way, goal at 285. That they'll do anything. Yeah, Smoke Me Minnesota gets it. Loose benefits. Backer says too much income would lose welfare. Give me tips says benefits gone. Yeah, and that's exactly it. I didn't know that. I didn't know that if a parent of yours died and you inherited a bunch of stuff from them, they'll cut you off from your benefits because getting welfare isn't just based on income. It's also based on assets. Like if you're holding a lot of assets that you can liquidate, they'll cut you off from your benefits because they'll say you're self-sufficient. You'll be good. That's really gross to me. That's a really gross deal. I hate that you can do that you can like, I don't want anything. I don't want to inherit anything. I don't want any value. I don't want any money because I want to keep taking everyone else's money. Like you talk about learned dependence. You talk about the people who make the argument on welfare that like, hey, all you're doing is feeding the zoo animal or you're feeding the wild animals. They'll become docile. They won't hunt for their own food. And you're like, wow, that's kind of weird. You're just comparing welfare people to animals. That's kind of sick. That's kind of fucked up. But you look at cases like this, it's totally true. I mean, Johnny got to that point with us. I overpaid everyone by a fuckload of money when we first started this. I was really, really dumb when I first started. Like, I had a bunch of guys who nobody was paying to do podcasts. I did not have to pay these guys a fortune. But I did because I was like, I'm going to stick it to Gary. And, we got so much coming. Like, it was a really retarded way to run a business. Everybody would have told me, you're fucking stupid. But I wanted to take care of my guys, and I wanted to stick it to Gary. It was retarded. But, like, Johnny at one point would be like, hey, can we not make my pay any higher? He would he would turn down DJing gigs. He would turn down certain gigs. He would because he was like, I don't want to lose my bet. Like, if I make more, he wanted one of two things. Johnny wanted to either become fully self-sufficient and be completely off the benefits, or he wanted to be in a place where he could combine the two and have enough money to live. But he was starting to get into this weird no man's land where they were going to cut his benefits to a point, and he was going to have this income, but it wasn't going to be enough to live, I guess. I don't know. I don't know the specifics. But it does create this weird, welfare creates this weird no man's land for people where they're like, I need my benefits to live. I've become accustomed to them, but I also want to make this money and I want to become self-sufficient. But that last jumping off point is like scary to them. It is. Like, you think about welfare, it really does create that don't feed the wild animals problem. That this learned dependency scares the shit out of it. Like, instead of like creating a buffer so that people can get to self-sufficiency, we end up creating a thing that they're afraid to get off of because, the guaranteed check in the mail every month is better than, going out in the world and trying to make it. Stephen Bravo says, Johnny worked you, Aaron. Dude, I wouldn't say anybody worked me. I would say I played myself. Like, think about it. Nobody was hiring Corey Adam for anything. Nobody was hiring Oz. And this isn't disrespect for those guys. This is just, we're talking markets. This is just true. I like working with all these guys. But nobody was paying, Jesus, the amount I paid April was fucking ridiculous. If I could have a time machine and go back, I would just go to Raleigh's that night and I would go, trust no bish. The amount of money I paid all these people, they would have never made a dime in podcasting. They would have never made a dime in broadcasting. But I paid them way too fucking much. Like, technically speaking, if you were a show and you were like, I want Oz, I want Johnny, and let's say I didn't exist, I wasn't paying them, and you went, all right, market value means you have to pay them $1 more than what everyone else is willing to pay them, they would all make $1. And that's just, look, it's a fact. I believe you should pay people who give you their time. But yeah, when you look back at the early days of the toe, you're like, boy, we'd be fucking sitting on a gold mine if we would have done this the right way. Probably still no goals if we had done it the right way. All right, let's talk, because we started in the era of the COVID checks, and people were just throwing streamer donor. Anybody who was streaming during the COVID checks knows that it was a good time to be a streamer. And then when the Biden inflation hit after the COVID checks, that's when we started having a goal. That was the worst time to be a streamer. $1 from Joey Caravello says, Oz gets hired to fart into balloons at kids' birthday parties. What did I tell you guys? What did I tell you guys about the word allegedly? What did I tell you? Styx Mattis says, the assistance ends the first time you make $1 over an imaginary economic line. These systems weren't designed for you to be able to stand on your own 2 feet. They were designed to make you dependent. I think you're right. I love people like this. Smoke Out Prod's like, he's still talking about April. Well, we're talking about employees of the show, and seeing as she was one. Yeah, she's like Corey Adams going to get mentioned from time to time. I mean, I'm sorry. We're a show that's been around for a mighty long time with a lot of fans and a lot of history. I'm sorry to trigger you. You know what? We got to give Smoke Out Prods a trigger warning the next time we're going to talk about old Steel Toe co-hosts. It really shakes him up. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, throw a couple of bucks in. Let's get ourselves a big win for the toe today, please, and thank you. All right, let's do this James Franco thing. So I don't know how many of you guys have followed the James Franco arc the last 10 years. James Franco was one of the biggest comedic actors in Hollywood. I mean, name it. He was in everything. The Interview, The Room. Oh, no, what was the Disaster Artist was The Room movie. And he was guest starring in everything. He was in Judd Apatow movies. James Franco was a big deal. He got caught up in the Me Too thing. Not like caught up in the Me Too thing like there were false allegations like Aziz Ansari. James Franco was a fucking creep. He ran an acting school and he would use it to get pussy, which it's not legally a crime. But like if it gets, like there's a lot of shit that's not a crime, but if it came out to the public, it would be remarkably embarrassing and make you look like a piece of shit. So like James Franco, like let's say you were a trillionaire and then you found out that the workers at your auto plant who want to unionize aren't allowed to. And that would kind of make it look like you were stealing your $1 trillion from the labor of your workers. I mean, that would be really shitty, right? Good thing nobody does that. And we just celebrate a guy who's taken so much government welfare and stolen so much from his workers that he's a trillionaire. Yay! The death of capitalism. People are buying groceries with credit cards, but let's cheer on one of our owners. I mean, it really is. You know, like Michael Vick's dogs cheering for number 7. But James Franco was one of the biggest guys out there. He gets canceled in 2018 because texts and DMs come out of him talking to his different acting class proteges, students, of him trying to get his dick sucked and trying to fuck these girls in exchange for auditions, in exchange for movie roles, and just, you know, kind of slimy backroom deal Hollywood shit. Well, he reappeared recently, and he posted a video to social media, and some people are saying it's cause for concern. Some people are saying that this video of James Franco is, you know, they're like, oh, what's going on? Oh, is he losing it? And blah, blah, blah. Here's my opinion on the whole deal. If you're one of the people who thought, oh, he's a piece of shit, let's write off James Franco, he's a Me Too cocksucker, whatever, then you don't get to play concerned when he posts a video going, oh, God, I'm a fucking crazy guy. I'm losing my shit. You're part of the reason he lost his shit. And if he really is this big, bad, mean rapist guy, then fuck him. The big, bad, mean rapist guy is sad. Big, bad, mean rapist guys should be sad. There's this duality of femininity. Talking like karmic now. There's this duality of feminism where it's like, let's punish all the bad guys. It's this torture porn that they enjoy. It's this humiliation ritual. It's like drowning someone and picking their head up out of the water long enough to let them draw a breath and then shove their head back down in the water. So like James Franco, he's evil. He's a rapist. He's a Me Too guy. He's this terrible, toxic dude. All right, cool. Punish him, fuck him, put him in the bell tower, never let him out again. They're like, okay, cool. Then he comes out and makes some video. And all those same people go, oh, I'm concerned about James Franco. James Franco seems like he's in a really bad place. Yeah, you took his job away and he can't make money. He's going to be fucking depressed. But do you think it was worth it? Was he a monster? Oh, yeah, he was completely predatory. Well, then fuck him. It's good to see him like this. But no, women have this weird thing where they'll destroy a guy, see that the guy's sad and go, oh, it makes me a better person if I feel really, really bad that this guy's sad. Yeah, but he's sad because of what you did to him. So you should be like, well, those are the consequences of your actions. Or you should go, I was a little too hard on this guy. Maybe Me Too was a big piece of shit and it's actually swung the pendulum too far in the other direction, which it totally has. I'm going to feel bad for this guy and denounce everything I ever did to him. This is James Franco yesterday. I don't know what all the fuss is about. I think it's a weirdo, psycho, artsy theater. You got to remember, these people aren't football players. They're not jocks. They're not Josh Hokett. Michelle Obama's a man. Ha, ha, ha. I'm so brave. Like, they're not dumb retard jocks who just do shit on impulse. These are gay, fucked up, weirdo, cunty theater kids. That's all these actors are. Like, you look up to Will Smith because you're like, oh, he played Hancock. But he's not a superhero. Will Smith isn't a tough guy. Will Smith's a gay, black, closeted, down low theater kid fag. He's not like a tough guy. You like Kevin Costner, right? Because you've seen him be a tough guy in so many movies. Kevin Costner's a theater fag. All right? They all are. So this is just, so when you see these guys and they're, oh my God, they're being dramatic. Are they okay? Yes, they're in their natural habitat. That's what these guys do.
Hey guys, this is James Franco. Me, really James Franco. I'm here at my house. I'm not promoting anything, okay? I'm making this account because some serious shit's going on, okay?
Okay, we're 20 seconds in. You don't see that this is a work? This is a guy whose favorite movie is The Room. He loves Tommy Wiseau. He loves this, again, gay theater kid, guys. He loves this avant-garde, oh my God, what's going on? Andy Kaufman bullshit. Andy Kaufman and Bill Hicks are two of the worst things to happen to comedy because they were very rare guys who could pull off the thing they were doing. The problem is they influence other retards who think they could do the same thing. Like, I like Alex Stein, and I think Alex can be funny. But when I hear Alex go like, yeah, I just love Andy Kaufman. I'm like Andy Kaufman. Dude, Andy Kaufman wouldn't cross the street to spit on. You are not an Andy Kaufman guy. A lot of these guys see one thing that these guys do and then go, oh, that's just like me. No. Andy Kaufman would work a guy like Alex. He would work him. Bill Hicks, same thing. Like all these comedians who do open mics, they want to just do Bill Hicks-esque shit right away. Bill Hicks started doing comedy when he was like 14, and he did all the basic hacky shit and worked up to where he was. So like James Franco is just, he's an Andy Kaufman guy. He wants to be avant-garde and different. And again, he's a gay theater cuck. So he wants people to watch this and go, oh my God, is James okay? It's like, I've been watching way too much Karmic. These guys mope and act depressed so that women will go, oh, a wounded animal. I want to fix him. Go ahead and fall for it again.
Look, here. This is real, okay?
People are like, I'm concerned about James. This is very strange. It's, guys.
I'm real. Me, not AI, not anything, okay? Could AI James do this? No, could not write that. This is me. Hey, no. Okay. Some serious stuff going on. That's why I'm contacting you.
He's one of the most animated attempted rapists in Hollywood history. I'll give him that.
That's why I'm doing this, okay? I know I'm maybe seem crazy. Like, what's going on? What's the gimmick? No, this is real. Real.
It is real.
I can't say too much right now. I just need you to follow me. Then I'll know who's down. And I'm going to show you some crazy stuff. Okay?
Don't do that. The last time any women fell for that, he tried to show him his dick. Don't do it. This is a trick. This is a dick pic trick. This is a classic dick pic trick. Don't do it. This is like, I'm serious. Look at this tweet from RT. Canceled Hollywood star James Franco sparks concern with bizarre TikTok comeback. You're concerned? First of all, you're concerned about a guy you never met, you don't know, and for all you know, just fingers people against their will. So don't be concerned for a guy like that. Second of all, he's an actor, avant-garde, gay, retarded theater kid. He's doing this for attention, so you'll be a retard and go, oh, is he okay? Plus, like in terms of like weird, fucked up theater kid videos made in your kitchen, this is no Let Me Be Frank. Everybody knows that the best this guy's losing his fucking mind kitchen video of any actor is Kevin Spacey after he was accused of fucking kids making a video as Frank Underwood in his kitchen cooking. If you can't top Let Me Be Frank, as far as I'm concerned, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. There's only Let Me Be Frank. That's it. $1 from Joey Caravello. He says, I have met James Franco. I'm personal friends with his brother Dave and Dave's wife, Allison Brie. Now I know those two are married. They donated to the theater where I do acting classes. Did they try to fuck you? That's actually pretty cool, though, that you know those guys. $1 from Veldrain says, I'm not a monster. I'm just a guy who's trying to do the right thing. $1 from Joey Caravello says, admit it. He's been in some funny movies. Dude, I have no problem with that. Like I said, I don't really care about James Franco one way or the other. I'm not shitting on James Franco for making that video. I'm shitting on the people who are like, oh my God, is he okay? Oh, what's the deal? Oh, what's going on? And second of all, a lot of the people are going to be like, is he okay? I'm concerned, are going to be the same people who hyped up his DMs and got him canceled. So fuck those people. I don't like it. I don't like that Hollywood culture where you get concerned for someone else because you think other people will see you and it'll make you look good. I hate that. Stephen Bravo says justice for Franco. You know, that's another thing we need to talk about. All right, He had an acting class, he had an acting school, and the girls that were in it, he tried to fuck some of them in exchange for roles and everything else. Okay, shitty thing to do. Okay, misuse of your power. We got to decide this. Does that mean you lose your career forever? I think we gotta, it's been 8 years since Me Too crashed and burned. I think we gotta start determining a timeline for bringing these guys back, because back during Me Too, sending a dirty text to a bitch was treated the same way as raping them. And it's like, you gotta go. Like, I think the most unfair punishment during that whole Me Too thing was Louis C.K. Louis C.K. did some uncomfortable shit. He jacked off in front of much younger women. You know, people always say, well, he asked him for permission. But, like, that's a weird thing to see. That's a fucked up, goofy thing to see. He had an Emmy Award-winning TV show. He had the most popular comedy show on television and the most critically heralded. He was doing movies. He was doing stand-up specials every single year. They took that all away. They shut down everything, and they never gave it back. Louis still just touring around doing stand-up, self-releasing specials once in a while. You just don't see Louis C.K. anymore. He still makes good money. He's still famous, but you don't really see Louis anymore. He should get all his stuff back. That's enough. He jacked off in front of some people, all right? He did some weird, creepy old man shit. He gets to go be funny again for money. He gets to have TV shows. They just take everything away from these guys like they're Mike Tyson holding a bitch down and fucking her bloody. Like, it's not the same thing. Who's another person? I'll throw Franco in there. Franco was a creep. But creeps should still get to do movies. Creeps should still get to exercise their talent and make money. We got to start coming up with probationary time periods for everyone who got Me Too'd. And that's not even talking about the guys who faced fake allegations or exaggerated allegations and lost money. I mean, 8 years, you can cast him again. Ryobi says acting school. Wow, chicks are dumb. That's the other thing. Any acting school run by a man is a guy trying to see your tits. Any acting school, right? You ever tried, like, this was when I was younger, but like, you ever educate your girl about like guys? Like, they'll be like, oh, this guy was really nice. And you're like, he doesn't care about you, respect. He just wants to fuck you. And they'll be like, no, he's just a nice guy. I'm like, no. And then let's say you're not dating the woman. You're just telling her this. You're like, that guy wants to fuck you. Like, guys and girls aren't friends. We don't want to be friends with you. We don't think you're interesting. We don't think you're we'd rather hang out with our guy friends if we're going to hang out with friends. Now, if we're going to fuck, we'll blow off our friends maybe. But they'll be like, oh, no, he's just a friend and he's a nice guy. And you'll tell them, like, he wants to fuck you. Don't be retarded. You're not, like, it's so arrogant of women to think that a guy would find them interesting enough to be friends with. It's fucking gross. And then that same woman will come back to you crying and she'll be like, he tried to fuck me. And he'll be like, first of all, quit crying. You know you were flattered. Second of all, you just didn't want to fuck the guy. So don't fuck him and don't talk to him again. But you were right about you don't need to tell me I was right. I know I was right. Men and women are not friends. That's childish logic. That's childish thinking. Men get attention from a woman. They want to fuck them. That's just, or you just don't take the attention. You go, get out of here, bitch. I'm taken. Fuck off. Get out of here. I mean, look, it took me 40 years to learn that lesson, but I learned the lesson is what I'm saying. So like, you know, Ryobi's got a good point. Acting school. Wow, chicks are dumb. If a guy's got an acting school, you think he just and most of his students are female, you think that guy's like, I just want to help the next generation of actors. No, he wants to see your pussy. He wants to get tit pics late at night. Wants to jack off to you. I'm sorry. Aaron, you're just so sexist. You're just so, no, I'm not. I'm just telling you the straight dope. That's how it is. Dead Game says that's right. Thank you. I mean, again, everybody should know this shit. Everybody should know this. This shouldn't be breaking news to anybody. I want one woman in the chat to say, oh, no, I'm friends with a guy. He wants to, let me tell you something. If you really think you're friends with a guy, really be serious. Don't be joking about it. Be like, I want to fuck you tonight. Like, I want to go out and then I want to come home and I just want to, we should do it. It's just the tension has been there, whatever. You're not going to get a no. They're going to say yes. Because that's what they want. Miss Tay says, that's toe cell talk. Hey, I am not part of the toe cell wing of the toe boys, okay? That is, Mersh is the bishop of the toe cells. I anoint him. Today on the show, I anoint Mersh, the holy bishop of the toe cells. That's they're the SSPX of the toe boys. But it's just being aware. It's being aware of your surroundings. That's all it is. Joey Caravello says, I'm friends with a chick, but she does blow me. There you go. There you go. Nova says, so Aaron admits he wanted to fuck Keanu. Oh, that's a dirty little thing you just walked me into there. No, because we were also we did business. Like every time they were here, we were doing shows together. And it's different when it's your friend's girl. Because you're not really friends with her. You're friends with your friend, and she comes with. It's more of a mutual acquaintance kind of a thing. Dead Game says, Aaron, is James Franco really an actor, or is he just expressing his true self and calling it acting? Little a column A, little a column B. Hulkamasha Baby says, don't worry, you'll fuck up again. I have faith in you. You know, I really feel bad. I feel like I'm letting a lot of people down. Because a lot of people are like, oh, people on the internet, they never learn their lessons. Internet personalities, they never learn their lessons and get better. And like I legitimately have. And a lot of people denied that early on. And now as time goes on, they're like, oh, Toe really is just a boring old Menard's dad now. He's kind of right. And some people are still hanging on and they're mad at me. And they're like, come on, do something. Come on, you'll fuck it up eventually. And the more I don't fuck it up, I really do. I'm a little conflicted. I do feel like I'm letting people down. I feel like there's a lot of people who are like, yeah, just, you know what? Clock's ticking. It's been a few years. He'll fuck something up. And I'm not, because I'm boring now. And I really do. I feel like I'm letting a lot of people down. I feel like I've upset them. Papa Shab says, no, you still act like a faggot. No, that's a different thing. Acting like a faggot is a totally different thing. I've never denied that. That you're starting a different subject. Stay with me. Veldrain with $1 says, Googling men's lives ruined by the Me Too movement just results in seeing the word allegedly. Their lives were ruined, allegedly. Oh, no, their lives were ruined for real over allegedly things. Here, men canceled during Me Too. Probably got a little list here. Harvey Weinstein deserved it. Now, Kevin Spacey's an interesting one because I think Kevin Spacey's guilty, but Kevin Spacey's never been proven guilty of anything he's done. Now, a lot of the people who accuse him drop dead. That's fucked up. But he has won court cases. And also, it really cost him a shitload of money. I think he's broke. Here's another one. Al Franken. Look, if Al Franken had not been a politician and he had still been an actor, he never would have been canceled. But you had Republicans already hated Al Franken. So you had half the country was going to pile on him no matter what happened. Meanwhile, if he was a Republican, the people who were attacking him would be defending him and the people defending him would be attacking him. Al Franken, there was a picture of him when he was on a USO tour. And there was a female soldier in a flak jacket. And he was holding his hands next to her boobs and smiling at the camera. Now, to me, at worst, that's a conversation. That's like, hey, Al, you can't do that shit. Like your manager calls you up and he's like, Al, you can't fucking do that shit. People are kind of pissed. Get your shit together, buddy. Don't do that shit when you're out in public. Okay, and we're done. You lost everything. Al Franken's done. There's no Al Franken political career. There's no Al Franken comedy writing career. Franken's done. He's finished. But there were, I'm seeing another couple of names. Matt Lauer. Matt Lauer was a creep. He would sexually harass women and lock them in his office. Matt Lauer did some shit to get fired from his job. No doubt. Spacey guilty like Muhammad and Lutnick. Right? That's just it. The thing about Kevin Spacey is that we all kind of know. But when everybody drops dead and then you win in a court of law, it's like, all right, I guess we just have our gut on that one. And that's the other thing. Is your gut enough to cancel a guy? Papa Shab's mad that I stuck up for Al Franken. He goes, why are you defending him? He's a Jew. I forgot about that. But that's the thing. They're all Jews, Papa Shab. What am I supposed? If we're not allowed to say anything uncritical about the Jews canceled during Me Too, we really can't have a conversation about Me Too. Those Jews get handsy. Wally Word with $5 says, do you think Al Franken was legitimately elected? Al Franken, I get the Franken-Coleman election confused with the Dayton-Emmer election. The Dayton-Emmer election was the one where they found ballots in the trunk, right? And like Dayton won by 300 votes. And a lot of people think if you would have done recounts properly and done this and that maybe Emmer beat him to be governor. Is that what you're, because I'm thinking about that one. The Franken election, I don't remember. Here, let's see. Franken Senate election results. 2009, the 3-judge panel issued a unanimous ruling stating that candidate Al Franken received the most votes in the 2008 U.S. Senate general election. Oh, no, he was, okay, so he was the 312 votes. They did have to take that one to court. Okay, so see what I mean? I told you I get those mixed up all the time. So Al Franken, yeah, that one was shady as fuck. Did Al Franken win legitimately? I don't know. Did Al Franken win without protest? No. There were a lot of questions about the Al Franken one. That's for sure. All right, so hey, you know what? I liked that. That was fun. I didn't know we were going to go full-blown Me Too and really go over all that shit with just the James Franco thing. Thank you guys very much. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. We're already over 500 people this morning. Let's get over 600 by 7. Not going to get it that way. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I'd like a big run. We have been really flailing monetarily in the morning, so I'd really like you to set my mind at ease. Everybody throw in a $5. Everybody throw in a membership. And let's notch a win for the toe today. And by the way, no Jew talk, no news talk, none of the heavy stuff until after the first hour. So for those of you who go, Jews, I don't want you to talk about you. Fuck you. If I don't make money doing it this way today, I can go right back to doing it how I want to. I like to do that from time to time. I like to kind of spite fuck my own audience. And they'll go, Now, a lot of the times as the host, this is where chats are terrible. As the host, you know what's best for the audience. You know what's most entertaining. You know what's better. You just do. So a lot of times you got to shut off the chat and just do a show. But sometimes, because you know the people complaining are the vocal minority, but sometimes you just want to spite fuck them and make them sit down and shut up. So you go, I'm going to do it your way. And you can watch the majority of the audience, which is silent, the silent majority, you can watch them hate this show. But then so it's kind of like cutting off your nose to spite your face. I like to do that from time to time, or prove me wrong. Let's go ahead and check out this story. Speaking of squatters, this isn't exactly a squatter story, but what it is it is a neighborhood full of homeowners, and one of the houses got rented out, not just to renters, to short-term renters. Now, renters are a step below homeowners in the neighborhood. I don't mean like the people. I just mean the status, because it makes people worry that they're going to trash the place. They're not going to take care of it as much. Pride of ownership, all that. Short-term renters are even worse. Short-term renters, because they know they're leaving. They know they're going to be done, and they know they're not going to be responsible for cleanup, so they will trash the fucking place. So a bunch of hood rats got together in this quiet little neighborhood. They had a friend who had a short-term rental, so it became a whole lot of aping was going on. I mean, just first of all, look at all the cars just lined up and down the block. Women just sticking their ass out and twerking in the middle of the street. Great for when your kids go outside to play. Let's take a look.
I know. It's insane. Total chaos. That's how neighbors in Birmingham are describing this pool party over the weekend. People who live on and near Westchester Way say someone rented out their pool, but then it got out of control. The noise, and they say cars were parked in driveways, women twerking on top of cars.
See, like this, I feel like this is bait. I feel like this is the news baiting white people to say fucked up shit. But like, I don't know this culture. I don't understand this culture. And I know it's worse than mine. I know the culture I was raised in is better than this. I know it seems more human than this. I know it seems more mature and professional. It's just like, first of all, the lack of consideration for anyone else, for anyone else's existence, the complete and total selfishness of blocking driveways, blocking the street, blocking the cul-de-sac, and then just loud noise, no consideration whatsoever, just blaring music. Way too many people at the pool. Standing on top of cars and shaking your ass in what looks like a chimpanzee mating ritual. And meanwhile, there's people out. There's people around. There's families about. It's not that they do it. It's that there's not even a second thought. It's that this would never occur to most people I know, to do something this retarded.
People driving.
But yet, if you call it out, this is where the media is manipulative. If you go, oh, you're showing this to us? Oh, then we get to comment, right? Yes, we want your opinions here on Channel 4, Local 4 News. And you're like, well, in my opinion, this is animalistic behavior and it's disgusting and it has no place in a civilized society. Oh, neighbors are racist. They're saying that black people are uncivilized. And it's like, oh, you dirty fuckers.
On lawns, property damage, people openly intoxicated, and one neighbor says they even witnessed 2 women engaging in a sexual act. Several neighbors.
It's animalistic behavior. It really is.
Are upset with the police response, but we're told the homeowner and the host were ticketed, and at least 1 arrest was made. There's going to be.
That's problem solved, right? Somebody got written a ticket. All right.
A sitting meeting tonight. These short-term rentals are on the agenda, and this incident is going to be spoken about. We've got a lot more details at clickondetroit.com and on the.
This was a short-term rental. This was an Airbnb. There should be certain neighborhoods where you're not allowed to have Airbnbs. I agree with that. There should be like if it's a certain density in a neighborhood, no Airbnb. And again, it's people like this who are fucking it up for people, no doubt. But that, we are like, again, not to be racist, but like we are just different. Like you look at those 2 cultures, they don't look like they come from the same country. And that's one of the biggest problems I have with America right now is like we don't have a commonality of culture. Our country doesn't have something we can all get behind and we can all be a part of. It's just completely balkanized. It's just you don't recognize one thing to another as you go to different regions. Even more says that reporter was fine as fuck. She wasn't hard on the eyes. Wasn't hard. Jolly Lagger says Trump is coming back. When he was in Israel's war, he was at minus 24%, the lowest ever. Now he's at minus 8%, 18% and rising. MAGA. He's got to do a lot more than just end this bullshit war and stop cucking to Israel. And by the way, he's still cucking to Israel. I wasn't going to talk about Jews till 7. He's still cucking to Israel in that, like, just because he ends one war that he never should have started and is paying $300 billion to open a strait that was open before he bombed the place, that doesn't make him all of a sudden free from Israel and free from Miriam Adelson. That just means he said no to them one time after saying yes to them 500 times in a row. Like if you spoil your kid and you give him ice cream 99 times you drive by the ice cream shop for no reason, and then the 100th time you say no one time, that doesn't mean you've stopped spoiling your kid. That just means you grew a backbone one time. 5 gifted memberships from Wallyword. Hot shit in the city, boys and girls. Big support.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck, buddy.
There we go. Thank you, pal. Appreciate it. We need more of you doing shit like that, or just one at a time, Just one at a time. Keep it going. Let's keep firing. How many memberships? 52 away from 600. 52 memberships away from 600. Thank you, guys. Start a little rally, start a little run. It doesn't need to be 5 memberships. It can be 1. We'll do this thing. Veldrain with $1 says they were bred to get strong, Aaron. If they were smart, it lowered their value. We're going, are we going full Jimmy the Greek on this deal? Is that what we're doing? We're going full on. The black athlete was bred to be that way. They used to take the big black and breed them with their big woman in the slave days. Is that where we're going with this? Mountain Jews says whose plane will be going down in the next couple of days that are going to Geneva, Switzerland? Oh, to sign the thing on Friday? You think JD Vance? It is weird, right, that they're just kind of throwing this all on JD Vance's lap. It feels like a setup. If I were JD Vance, I would feel like Joe Pesci walking into the Moosehead room filled with plastic in Goodfellas. It is weird, right? And like our planes are falling out of the sky. We had 2 plane crashes. Did you see an Apache helicopter got shot down in the Middle East yesterday? And they had to, they used a drone boat to go rescue it, to go rescue the crew? Dude, it's fucking weird. Iran's not shooting down our shit. Iran's not firing at our helicopters. We have a ceasefire. I don't think it's paranoid to say I'm worried about us getting USS Liberty and having Mossad blame it on Iran. Dude, Israel does not, we're not talking about it yet. We got 10 more minutes, you you dirty fucks. But like, JD Vance going to Geneva to sign this thing, and even Trump said, he's like, I don't think I'm going to make it. I might be there if I can get away. Like, this just seems like a weird setup. And JD Vance, of all people, is the one going to sign the deal. Who's the one guy in Trump's administration who's been kind of a thorn in the side and been the guy who doesn't want to start wars? He was against the Yemen thing. He's against this. He doesn't want to fight wars for Israel. It's Vance, dude. He ain't sending Rubio. So I agree. I'm worried about. I've thought about it. Who's getting set up? Mountain Jews says this Iranian ceasefire deal is far from over. Yeah, I don't remember who I was listening to on Piers Morgan yesterday, but he was kind of laying it out, and he's like, "Hey, look, guys, you're putting the cart before the horse. Not only this ceasefire doesn't get signed till Friday, it can get fucked up by then. They open up the Straits of Hormuz. It's going to take a long time to get everything rolling again. Plus, the people who run the shipping have to feel confident that nothing's going to happen. They have to feel confident going in and out. It's not just a matter of opening it up right away and everything starts coming down again. And then also, there's 60 days after they sign the deal Friday for them to negotiate a permanent deal, and all kinds of shit can get fucked up in 60 days. Puck says Atlantic Records took out Oliver Tree. I'm kind of leaning that way too. Did you know he also didn't own a home and didn't have a permanent residence, and he did it so that he wouldn't have to pay the IRS taxes? So he was like constantly running from the IRS, which is fucking based. Yeah, the more I look into that Oliver Tree guy, I mean, yeah, he was a weirdo, but one helicopter completely full of people, the other one just one guy in it, and they crash into each other in a big old sky like that? I don't know. Smoke Me Minnesota says, plus they have a 30-day window where they cannot bomb. You know they will. I think the best thing to do is tell the Iranians, Israel's on their own. We don't speak for them. This deal is between you and me. And then, then at least it's in our control. Sam Show says, Oliver Tree didn't matter. There's a reason you never heard of him. I don't know. I think the music industry kills people. I think they do. I think they have people set up. You guys are going to love this. This next one we've got is too good. Some of you are going to get mad. I'm going to encourage you to have a sense of humor about this next story we're going to do. This is Elliot Page, formerly Ellen Page. I don't think you can cut off your pussy, but I don't know if they got rid of their pussy, if they added a dick. I don't know if they did clit elongation surgery. I'm not sure, but Elliot Page is such a sad story. Like, Ellen Page was this really good actress, and she was very talented. She wasn't like a Sydney Sweeney or an Amanda Seyfried where she was seen as a bombshell. Like, she got by on acting chops, and she was really, really good. But she was depressed, and she had mental health issues. And that made her think that if she cut her tits off and started taking hormones, that would all of a sudden make her happy. Now, it won't, and it doesn't, and the suicide rate for trans people is out of this fucking world. Half of them attempt to kill themselves. And they keep saying, well, it's because we don't have access to healthcare. We don't have access to this. No. You've been getting access to healthcare. We've been bending over backwards for you. You're mentally ill, and that can be a cause to try to commit suicide. So Elliot Page probably could have undergone therapy. I mean, honestly, people, don't worry, I'm not going to dwell on it. But honestly, turning things over to Jesus Christ changed me more than therapy did. And I'm not saying therapy was bad, but faith, what was the Al-Anon and therapy? I put it in that order. Fucking, that's what is fixing my shit. But like the trans community, like you go away from God and you go away from all this other stuff. you still have that hole in your soul. Like, you still need to fill it with something. And these people fill it with political, mentally ill bullshit. So Elliot Page, they don't seem well. Elliot Page doesn't seem fixed or over shit. I mean, it seems like when I watch Elliot Page, I get the vibe of a chihuahua really nervous on the 4th of July while fireworks are going off. Just kind of a shaky, nervous hump of thing. Whereas Ellen Page, yeah, probably had some serious mental health issues, probably wasn't happy. But you look at someone who mutilates themselves, like she showed off those topless photos. You show someone who's had the double mastectomy and transitions, and you're like, that, like, I honestly look like I'm looking at like a Holocaust survivor, or I'm looking at someone who's gone through something really deeply traumatic, and I don't even think they understand it yet. So not only is Elliot Page in this weird spot now, but now Elliot Page is being interviewed and actually giving thoughts on healthy masculinity as if they know anything about it and as if they have anything to teach us. This is fucking insane. I'm serious. You should not let your kids watch this kind of stuff. You shouldn't let them see these kind of things. It's gonna fuck them up. This is Elliot Page doing an interview talking about what healthy masculinity is. And this, I mean, this blew my mind when I watched it.
Healthy masculinity to me is, or even just something I've felt as transitioning is like leaning away from whenever there is some sort of impulse or expectation you've put on yourself to like shut down or conform in a way that usually feels like this, like I am closing off.
Are you thinking the same thing I'm thinking? This is how women think. Like, this is what I mean about transgender. You can say you feel more comfortable as a man, but ultimately you're never going to be doing anything more than cosplaying. And you're like, oh, how come all these cisgender men tell us what it's like to be a man? Because we're a man. That's like you're sitting there trying to snake your toilet, and you're like, why is that plumber telling me how to do it? What does he know? Because he's a fucking plumber. You're just pretending to be one. And it's just like, let me tell you what healthy masculinity is. And it's like, the fucking gall of you. And they're like, what healthy masculinity is, you have this urge to shut things down and shut things off, but then you go, no, I'm not going to. I'm going to spread my wings, and I'm just going to be myself, and I'm not going to conform. And First of all, if a cisgender man said that, you would say he's toxic. Second of all this thinking you're doing, these are very feminine qualities.
I remember kind of being like, oh, Elliot, maybe you should, talk with your hands a little less, or maybe in pictures, because ever since transitioning, now I'm like, Johnny, I am smiling. I am smiling in those photos.
By the way, that's overcompensation. Like, if you notice how much you're smiling, you're still fucked up. Smiling is just a natural reaction to something funny or something that makes you happy. I mean, if you're tracking your smiles, you're still fucked up in the head.
Whereas I used to be I could barely look at a photo of myself. I was always like, and now, and I'll be say a dude's like, hey, are you Victor from Umbrella Academy? And we're doing a photo together. He's very
Stop it. Nobody's watched Umbrella Academy.
I'm great.
That's the most offensive thing about this whole deal.
Yeah. And like having that moment where I'm like, oh, should I also not? Like, should I also be
close
and
off?
It's just like, what the fuck, Elliot? What are you talking about? Like, oh, honey, you're the part of the problem.
See, this is just like, you're just a lesbian. That's all this is. Men don't, this isn't that emotion you're feeling, that feeling you're having. That's not a masculine thing. This is very, what do they call it? Female coded. It's like, it's so weird to watch this. It's like the trans movement will say, hey men, back off. We're real men too. And you go, oh, it's like when you deal with a kid and they get fights, and you're like, all right, fine, let's see. Go ahead, be masculine. And then you show this Elliot Page clip and you're like, are you fucking serious? You're saying I can't say anything about this? You're saying I can't point out the obvious, which that this is just a lesbian overthinking shit? Sorry. Well, what gives you the right to comment? I've been a dude my whole life. I know what dudes are. I know what men are. I know what masculinity is. And I'm sorry, but you became a man 3 minutes ago. You don't know anything about it. And again, you all talk like Dylan Mulvaney. You look at Dylan Mulvaney, he's like, I'm a woman. Dude, you are such a twink. Like it is apparent to everybody. If you just got butt slammed by dudes the rest of your life, you would be pleased as punch. You're just a gay guy. You're not a chick. But we get permissive attitudes about this, and people who speak common sense about it are told to shut up. And you're like, you know how damaging it is for this person to trick themselves for this long, right? She's keeping track of how much she smiles, bro. That's fucked up. That's like, people don't do that when they're normal. Baba Shab says you would fuck it. I wouldn't. You know what? Even Ellen Page, I never really found. She wasn't ugly. I didn't think Ellen Page was ugly, but she was very, plain Jane. And I think that was kind of the appeal. She had like a very Janine Garofalo kind of thing going on, where it was like, I think hot girls are fucking gay, and that was her whole thing. Mountain Jew says, I don't understand transvestites. I mean, they get all dressed up. Only the same gender they were going to fuck before they got dressed up. Right, exactly. Ryobi says men don't say, oh, honey. Like, dude, gay guys barely even say, oh, honey. And another thing, being masculine also means that people who are gay or transitioning are kind of fucked up and need help. That's another part of, so it's kind of a catch-22. I understand masculinity. Oh, so you're fucked up. Well, no, I'm fine. Well, then you don't understand masculinity. Deb Z. Bennett says, hey, Aaron, there are 8 genders in the Talmud. Yeah, they also think my savior's burning in shit. So I'm going to go ahead and press X to doubt on the old Talmud. Thank you. Elliot, my name's not Elliot Imholt. Please don't call me that. That's mean-spirited. Dead Game says, holy shit, that's the future androgynous phenotype. Yeah. I think so. Elliot Page lecturing us on masculinity. That is, you know what? That is, I'll say this. It's peak 2026. That's for sure. It's peak 2026. 2026 is Elliot Page telling us what real masculinity is. 52 memberships away from 600 of them. Go nuts, guys. Let's have a few donos drop in today. Obviously a great show. Obviously we're all having a great time. I appreciate you being here. Let's go ahead and hit those numbers, huh? For the first time this week. The morning show has not had an unassisted W all week, and it's, I'll be honest, it's fucking with me. So let's not ruin a great show by me having to talk about it. Everybody throw in their little bit, chip in their little tithing for the toe, and let's have a win. This is going to be my favorite part of today. JD Vance was on The View yesterday, and look, I know that some of you are so fucking black-pilled that, like, if you say anything nice about anyone in the Trump administration, like, you're like, hey, piece of shit, what are you turning on everything? I got to be honest, you guys are gay too. Like, you guys are just as gay as the people who, like, everything Trump does is great and he's amazing. Like, if you're Mark Levin pre-peace deal, you suck. But if you're also like, oh, what are you, cucks? You think the thing they did was good? You're fucking gay too. You're overcompensating for something. JD Vance on The View, sometimes people look better based on their surroundings. So if you're going to be one of these fucking tryhards who goes, you can't like JD Vance on The View because Peter Thiel, and he's the same Peter Thiel. I know. That's why I'm not going to vote for him for president. But if JD Vance goes on The View, I'm here to watch because these women are going to set their hair on fire. And JD went on The View and he talked about a bunch of different stuff. And I got to say, like, this is this dude in his element. This is where JD Vance belongs. Like, a lot of these guys in the Trump administration, not Howard Lutnick, he belongs in a prison cell forever, but like the Tower of London. But people like JD Vance, people like Bongino and Patel and all these guys, they've ruined themselves by becoming part of this administration and holding water for the Epstein class. It's really harmed them politically. When what they should have been this whole time is like commentators going on these shows, arguing with retards. JD Vance would have been so much more liked if he was that. He went on The View, and again, I just feel like this is JD in his element. The first clip we have here, and I hate when people do this shit. Anna Navarro she's like, oh, JD, you're a Catholic, huh? He's like, yeah. It's like, here we go. Hey, watch. A retarded atheist who doesn't get Catholicism is going to tell JD Vance about his faith. This will be great. They're trying to tell JD Vance that if he's a real Catholic, you have to let a bunch of brown people come into your country illegally and rape your traditions and cultures. Otherwise, apparently you're not a good Catholic. When even the Pope himself has said immigration can be good, immigrants should follow the laws and customs of the countries they go to. You know? So even the Pope tells us, like, hey, if you're going to do immigration, follow the immigration laws. You know, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, essentially. But these women from The View, I hate it when atheists and liberals do this. They don't believe in religion. They think it's all bullshit. But when they feel like they can do a gotcha, all of a sudden they're going to throw religion at you. It's like, I thought you thought this was bullshit. Oh, well, I do. Oh, so your whole argument is disingenuous then. You're just full of shit and you're just trying to catch somebody doing some shit. That's low IQ stuff. But then again, this is Ana Navarro. This is The View.
Lack of clean water, the lack of medical attention, the lack of education. I would urge you as a Christian and as a father to visit those detention centers where the children are being held and make sure that the conditions are up to the values that we hold in this country.
So you guys have thrown a lot at me, and I see we got 30 seconds left here. But let me say, number one,
President, you can go long.
I'd like to pick up on this theme because I think it's really important. We do have to strike a balance, of course, between enforcing our laws. We don't want to dehumanize people. That is the balance that, look, law enforcement, what I'd say about this, law enforcement is always inherently not a very pretty process, especially when you're dealing sometimes with violent people, with people who are resisting arrest. Some of the people that I've been told by the media were completely peaceful, had never violated any laws. You actually look into the record and you find out that those people were actually being violent, or they did have a criminal record. They had a sex trafficking conviction.
Don't have criminal records.
So one thing that I wish you would have went a little further on there is, and Sunny Hostin's about to talk, so I need a minute to prepare because she's fucking retarded. When he says law enforcement can be ugly, I wish Republicans could just be comfortable saying that. Like, there's so many things stopping me from being a Republican, just like there's so many things stopping me from being a Democrat. Mostly the, Kabbalah worship. But I wish Republicans could just come out and say, the police are inherently fascist. And that's something that we have to reconcile, is the police are there to be the jackbooted, smack you up, put you in chains, take you in part of law enforcement. That the police, I don't like that Republicans try to do this protect and serve. The police are your buddies. The police are there. They're not. Behave yourself. The most fascist element of our system is going to be encountering the police. All right? They're former high school jocks on a power trip. They're not going to be nice to you. They're not going to treat you fairly, and they're not going to respect your rights. That if Republicans could be honest about that part, I could swallow a little bit more of their bullshit, but they just won't do it. They act like the cops are like these benevolent protectors. They're not.
Majority of people that ICE is rounding up and taking out of their homes from their families, they're separating families.
Time out. She's doing a bullshit thing here when she says most of the people in detention centers by ICE don't have criminal records. The thing is, you're kind of doing a statistical fuck up there, because a lot of the people taken with the criminals are their wives and children. Their families go with them. So when they say, oh, most of them aren't criminals, yeah, but only because for every one criminal they take in, they take a wife and 3 kids. So yes, what are we up to? 80% of the people you just took in are not criminals. That's true. But they're being taken in because the person they were with are criminals, and they too are here illegally.
They're using children as bait. But the majority are not criminals.
But can I respond to that, guys? Let me just say this.
And by the way, the children may be citizens. That's fine. They can stay. But they'll have to go into the foster system, and they'll have to get adopted. A lot of the parents choose to bring their children with them. They may be United States citizens, but the parents want to bring them with. They can go back to the country they came from, raise their kids, and when the kids are old enough to live on their own, they can come back to America. They're citizens. So this bullshit about like, we're deporting citizens in the... What would you rather do? Do you want to leave 5-year-olds here without their parents, you retard?
Okay. So you talk about the children. Here's what I'd say. Do we know that during the last administration, we had tens of thousands of children who were sex trafficked by the cartels, who were brought into our country in profoundly dangerous and predatory conditions.
Let's talk about this administration.
But here's the point. Unless you enforce the border, you invite that kind of conduct. You think that our immigration policies are inhumane based on the reporting of one person with a political bias. What I'm telling you is that it's inhumane to allow cartels to sex traffic people across our border. And by the way,
please hold on.
I appreciate that. We're going to get you back, Anna.
We're coming back with more with the vice president.
And he shut that down well, because what the argument there is that, hey, if we enforce our fucking laws at the borders, we don't have to deal with this shit. Don't let people in illegally. Put a massive human enforcement on the border and stop people from coming in. Oh, we're kicking out so many children. We're kicking out all this. That's because we let them in the first place. Stop the shit where it comes in, and we don't have to worry about it here. And then you're precious. They're putting children in cages. They're doing this, all these detention centers. We won't need them. Stop letting them in, and we won't need this stuff. But it's almost like none of this is about solving problems. It's all about bitching at other people and using children as collateral, using them as a shield or using them as a weapon. The answer is enforce the laws at the border, and we don't have to put people in cages. We don't have to. But if you try to nail down lefties on this, you go, you really just want to let everybody in without laws, don't you? Oh, no, I don't. Okay, well, then here's what we're going to do. We're going to put Border Patrol on the border. We're going to shut down the border, and you're going to file for asylum, or you're going to file for a visa and legal residence, and we're going to do all this stuff online. We're going to do it all via Zoom. Nobody comes to the border. You get a visa, you get on a flight, you come to the United States. Nobody's just walking across the border like a fucking donkey, okay? We're not doing that anymore. We don't have to. It's not allowed. If you're just walking across the border with a fucking thermos, chances are you're not doing it legally. But you say that to Democrats or far lefties, and they're like, no, that's inhumane. That's terrible. Well, then what are we supposed to do? Because I can enforce the rules, and then we'll get all these kids out of cages. I can enforce the rules, and then we won't have these issues you're talking about. Well, no, that's mean, and that's not nice, and that's not good. It's almost like you just have to stop talking to them because they're just there to argue. The next clip we have of J.D. Vance is about J.D. Vance. They wanted to kind of corner him about Trump. By the way, the clip we have coming up about Epstein, I think, is really telling. This is J.D. Vance. They're trying to confront him about how he was anti-Trump in 2015, 2016, and then now he's in Trump's administration as his vice president. To me, this is very clear. Peter Thiel and the tech industry was against Donald Trump in 2016. They were for Donald Trump in 2024 because they could get their big thing, tech's big thing. And they're kind of taking your eye off the ball on this. Tech's big thing was they wanted Trump to sell them federal land so they could build these big data centers. All this war, all the immigration stuff, all the stuff we're making noise about, voter ID. The big thing that these tech billionaires wanted out of Trump, the reason that they turned in his favor, is because he's like, oh, I'm a free market guy, so I'm going to sell off federal land to the private sector. The problem is the private sector he's selling it to are these people who want to build these giant AI data centers.
First of all, it's been well covered.
So that's I'm sorry. So my point was that's why J.D. Vance flipped and now he's a Trump guy. His owners are pro-Trump now.
First of all, it's been well covered that I was a critic of Donald Trump back in 2015 and 2016. Now, obviously, I'm sitting here as the Vice President of the United States in the Trump administration.
First of all, let's be adults. We'll tell you what happened. If you're a politician, most of them want to become president someday. So if you get offered to be the guy that's a breath away from replacing an 80-year-old man as president, you're going to take that job whether you think the guy's great or you think the guy's a piece of shit. You're going to take the VP job.
Well, Joy, a little humility, actually. I think that when you make predictions and those predictions turn out to be false, you got to ask yourself, well, what made me wrong about that? What did I not understand or not appreciate?
You know what's great about this is he's speaking right at them. I mean, this is a lesson they need to learn. It's a lesson we all need to learn, but they don't know this one. So he's telling them, hey, when you fuck shit up and you make predictions and you sound like a hysterical harpy on menopause, you should admit you were wrong and kind of change shit up. And the View's just staring at him blankly going, you guys understand what the fuck this guy's talking about? Me neither. He might as well be speaking Albanian.
For example, I said that Donald Trump's economic policies would not lead to wage growth. They did in the first term. That was actually a major thing.
It's very interesting that he goes, in the first term. Now,
said that we couldn't bring back any of those factory jobs because I kind of had given into this idea that those jobs were disappearing. But actually, Donald Trump, you saw a manufacturing boom during that administration.
You know what fucking kills me? I was thinking about this yesterday when I was watching this clip about manufacturing, this idea, manufacturing will never come back to America. Manufacturing could come back to America with one solution. If these billionaires would be okay with being 100 millionaires. You could have manufacturing. All of these companies could do manufacturing in America, pay people very good wages. They would just have to take a smaller percent of the cut. They would still make money. They would still turn a profit. This is where publicly traded companies in the stock market is a really terrible fucking idea for working people. Because they go, working people invest in the stock market. Not great when it has to be profits in perpetuity because eventually that will lead to AI and replacing workers. So but your money can grow in the stock market. Not so great if you don't have a job and no fucking money to put in the thing. Eventually, it's called end stage capitalism. This all falls in on itself. It's a house of cards. But if you had responsible growth and it wasn't fueled by market speculation, all of these manufacturers could have patriotism and pride in their country, employ everybody, pay them well, give them health insurance, still turn a profit. But because you have to make more in Q1 of this year than you did in Q1 of last year, you can't just turn 2% like clockwork every quarter. If it was 2% last quarter, it's got to be 2.8% next quarter. So you got to cut more corners because you can't just keep growing. That's not how things work. You can't just keep growing in perpetuity. So you got to cut costs. You got to cut corners. Manufacturing could come back to America and the government doesn't have to do a thing. All the manufacturers would have to do is go, we're just going to responsibly have a 2% profit margin. We're going to pay all of our workers really, really well. Basically, Henry Ford needs to come back. But because the Dodge brothers won against Henry Ford, now if you have a publicly traded company, you're literally legally not allowed to treat your workers well. You have to look out for the shareholders first. And then the workers can have whatever's left over. And guess what? The way the courts have ruled, it's usually never anything left over for the people actually producing the product. So the myth that manufacturing could never come back to America, it absolutely could come back to America, and it would be more convenient for these companies, but they couldn't turn as big of a profit. It's shitty corporate greed.
There's a certain point. Let me just this question. So there's a certain point where you say, I made predictions about this. I ended up being wrong. Yeah. And in politics and anything, I think it's important to just say, you know what? I got some things wrong, and I was wrong about him.
Yeah, but then you ended up being right about him. I was wrong about him in the first term. Yeah, but then I feel bad for J.D. Vance in a way because he's like, I was wrong about Trump's first term. Yeah, but your criticism of his first term was correct about his second term. So it's like you get JD on your side and he's like, yeah, I love you, man. You're doing great. And then you fuck it all up and burn it down. He's like, shit. What happened here? I fucked this up. Dead Game says shareholders are parasitic. Yes, absolutely. $5 from, oh my God, the chat's going nuts during the JD thing. This is fun. $5 from Veldrain says the trans movement created the term gender normative behavior, used to make masculine or feminine behavior gender neutral. I agree. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, keep hitting follow, gift memberships, throw in a couple of bucks. Like I said, I'm doing the show I like today. If we don't make money doing it, I'm used to taking L's in the morning so far. It's been ugly. We're putting on a banger for you today. Hit like, hit subscribe, and gift some memberships. Let's go right back into it. This is another one where they tried to, and they tried this before. They circled back. Oh, sorry, we want to do it this way. They circled back to the Catholic thing. And they go, JD, you're a They tried to go after him on immigration again over the Catholic thing. And it's just like, girls, it's so disingenuous to watch atheists try to use religion against people. It's like, just tell me you're out of an argument and you just want to try and tie somebody up.
How hard it has been for people. Two things. You talk a lot about your Catholic faith, but the Catholic faith says we take in immigrants. We
Incorrect.
take in people who don't have or who are having a hard time. How do you justify?
This fucking pisses me off so much when these people act so smug about this. Individual people. As Catholics, as disciples of Jesus Christ, we are supposed to look out for and help the weaker amongst us, the more disadvantaged, the impoverished. If we can help them, we help them. That does not mean governments. That does not mean an overarching government forces its people to do certain things. When people, these same people who will be like, I believe separation of church and state is the most important thing. But then when you disagree with them politically, they're like, well, you're a Christian. Shouldn't the government do this? It's like, you're not even making an argument that you support. You're just trying to trip someone else up.
Both things.
So let me say first a couple things, Whoopi. So number one, the book is actually way less political than you might think if you were just watching this. Because obviously we're getting into...
JD, I got bad news, buddy. They didn't read your book. They didn't bring you on to talk about your book. They want to argue with you.
The issues of the day.
Right.
95% of the book is really not about politics. I kind of have to write about politics because I'm the vice president, but I want to answer your question.
Right.
So fundamentally, if you think about what is immigration enforcement, immigration is law enforcement. It's somebody who has broken a law. A law enforcement officer has to show up and enforce that law. Now, inherently, sometimes that process is not always going to be pretty if you capture a video clip of it, in the same way that if you arrest somebody for committing a violent or a nonviolent crime, sometimes it's not always pretty. What I'm saying is...
This is where Republicans would do well to just go, the police are fascist. It's the fascist wing of our law enforcement. Fucking behave yourself.
The Catholic faith is actually very... I think it strikes the right balance here. It says, the Christian faith, I think this is true of Protestants and Catholics, that you can have borders.
Yeah.
You're allowed to enforce your borders. That means the law enforcement piece of it. But you also have to take certain precautions and certain care, okay? And again, your argument is fundamentally, Whoopi, you're saying that we don't strike the right balance. I disagree with you about how we apply that, but nobody hopefully is saying we're not allowed to have a border.
No,
what I'm saying is that in order for us to actually enforce the law, you can't set a standard that says you're not allowed to deport anyone unless they've committed a violent crime. You've got to...
That's what I don't like. It's the fact that these atheists use Catholicism to hold you hostage. Like they don't care about the argument they're making. It's very bad faith. It's very disingenuous. They just want to hold you hostage to something to accomplish their political ends. You should never concede a point to someone who's being disingenuous. If someone's being genuine and they've tied you up, nothing wrong with giving them the office and tapping out. But if people are trying to make an argument just to trip you up, that's very bad faith. Never give those people an inch. And also, whoever does this nigga's eyeliner, fire him. All right? We got too much eyeliner. Every time JD Vance is on TV, I feel like I'm watching Elliot Page. I mean, stop doing the guy like that. What's the deal with it? Is it a running gimmick? Because it's been years now with JD Vance and the guy liner. Enough is enough. Let's go to, we got another clip. We got a bunch of clips. We got an Epstein clip coming up. Oh, that Eric Doherty is such a douche on Twitter. He's like the Baghdad Bob of the Trump administration.
In the book, Mr. Vice President, you make a mea culpa of sorts for calling Democrats childless cat ladies.
Oh, man. My most boneheaded comment.
You say that in the book.
I don't know, was it? A lot of Democratic women are childless cat ladies? I mean, the only reason I would walk that back if I were him was because I don't have the actual data. We haven't done actual research on it, but I'd feel pretty confident about it as a prediction. Like if I were to say, hey, I think the Rams have a good shot at winning the Super Bowl this year. I don't think I have to issue an apology if the Rams don't win the Super Bowl. It was a pretty good educated guess. Most chiding liberal Democratic women are childless cat ladies. I mean, if it turns out not to be the case, all right, that's fine. I got no problem with that, but I don't feel like I have to apologize. I think it was a pretty good prediction based on the information we had at the time.
And it was boneheaded, which it was.
Thank you.
What were you thinking when you said that?
So Joy said when we were off air that I'm fine, which I think is about the best endorsement that I'm going to get out of Joy Behar for a Republican. Thank you. I appreciate that. Graded on a curve here at The View. But, you know, I guess one of the things that
So he doesn't, they wanted to touch on the cat lady thing. And, you know, honestly, the cat lady thing, it's one of those who gives a shit small brain deals that trips up dumb people. And it's like, guys, we got so many bigger problems. Who gives a fuck if he thinks they're all homeless cat ladies? Like genuinely, who gives a shit? The next thing is kind of this was more of like, and I hate when they do this, but like he is Trump's vice president, so I guess it is fair to make him answer for Trump type shit. They're trying to be like, hey, man, you defend this about Trump. Because, like, this is as close as the ladies of The View are going to get to having Trump on their show. So they got to make Vance kind of their Trump punching bag a little bit. Let's see how he handles it. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We are a listener-supported show, so please consider donating. All the links are in the chat, please.
To explain that good policy was maybe one of your justifications, but the quote and when you tweeted that or X'd it was not about policy. It was what Christians were willing to excuse. And that's the part I can't get past. What are you willing to excuse in the name of power?
This is like the most religious I've ever seen The View, and they're only doing it because they want to find a way to attack this guy. It's gross.
Well, I would say fundamentally that one of the things I underappreciated about Donald Trump is that so many of the things that people said about him weren't actually true. Again, you talk about humility. Okay, so I see Donald Trump, I see a clip of him, or I see not even a clip of him, but reporting about something that he said, and I take it at face value. For example, let's just go back to one of the most controversial things Donald Trump said during the first term that I was wrong during the first.
Israel is our greatest ally. Let's go back to one of the most controversial things Donald Trump ever said. I won't kill Benjamin Netanyahu. That's controversial to me.
First campaign is that I was led to believe by the stories. I read stories that said Donald Trump said that all Mexicans were rapists. He never said that.
Again, I mean, fucking say it, you know? Make them prove you're wrong. Make them prove you're wrong. By the way, a lot of people coming across the border illegally do rape. A large percentage of the women brought here illegally are raped on their way to the United States. So, yes, a lot of the people that come across the border illegally are rapists. That was an uncomfortable truth. You weren't allowed to say it because you needed Latino votes. I don't need Latino votes. A lot of illegals that come across the border rape.
What he said is that the certain South American countries, Central American countries were releasing criminals into our country.
That's
including
true.
Mexico. By the way, that was objectively true.
They've been doing that since the Muriel boat lift in the 80s. Cuba emptied their prisons and threw a bunch of people on inner tubes and let them wash up here. That's a common thing.
So it's not so much Christians.
Yes, there is.
Mexico did that in 1980 with the Mariel boat lift.
Right.
There have been many journalists, including CNN, where you used to work and be my colleague, that have tried to find evidence of that. There is no evidence that.
So I love that she goes, there's no evidence that that's happening, and she does it by citing evidence that it's happened in the past. I'm sorry, but yes, Nicaragua is emptying their jails and sending like Tren de Agua and these other gang members to the United States because they don't want to pay to feed them. They don't want to pay to house them. They don't want to pay to incarcerate them. They don't want to pay to prosecute them. Fuck off, go to America.
Maduro was releasing people from insane asylums or jails like Fidel Castro did do. This was made up, and we just can't, accept it without pushing back.
Anna, we know that there were people who were released from prisons who were encouraged to come into the United States.
They were giving them pamphlets. They were giving them brochures on how to get to the border. This is it's documented. It's proven. Come on, Anna.
Mariel, Mr. Vice President, it wasn't where it was like a purposeful release, open up the jails, open up the insane asylums, and let people flood Florida. I lived through that.
It's not like they're going to go out with a megaphone on the border and go, hey, rapist, hey, did you rape? Come here, come to America. We want to get fucking rid of you. No, but when they get out of jail, the suggestion is, hey, you gone to the border? It's pretty wide open. Get the fuck out of here, please. We don't want to be the rape country.
Miami.
If you go, it may not have been like Mariel, but if you go back to the caravans that were happening in 22, 23, we know that those.
Oh, that just cut out right there. Whoever's clipping this is doing a shitty job. Yeah, that's like, it's so weird to watch them argue points that are like settled science. You know? It's so strange to watch them like argue a point where you're like, it's almost hard to argue them back because you're like, guys, we've already settled this. This is already taken care of. This is one of my favorite clips. We got this one and the Epstein one, and then we're done with this. DP Granny's upset in the chat because I'm not giving him all the attention and I'm actually talking about stuff. I'm actually doing a real show instead of camping out in the chat. Give me a reason to camp out in the chat. Be better than the show. You're not right now. Be better than the show, and I'll be more than happy to come back to you. Earlier in the show, we were in the chat because you guys were being very funny. DP Granny, now you're just bitching. You're being kind of a baby. This is where Whoopi tried to confront J.D. Vance on the racism of the Trump administration, that Trump's trying to disappear black people. He's trying to make blackness disappear in this country. And J.D. Vance answered this by asking one simple question. Do you have any examples? This was fun to watch Whoopi get tripped up on this. Here we go. J.D. Vance on The View.
Yes, I do.
Because you were talking about people. What did black people do to crime?
Oh, sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean to. She wasn't asking me. I thought this was a out to the audience kind of a question.
What did black people do?
Commit murders at a higher rate than their representation in the population. I'm sorry. I apologize. Let's try this again. I can be professional.
People. What did black people do?
Abandon all their children and ruin their culture. Sorry, I can do this.
People. What did black people do?
They let Jews subvert them and make hip hop music about violence and degradation. Sorry, I can do this. I can.
People. What did black people do?
The Bloods and the Crips. I got this.
People. What did black people do?
Exactly nothing. That's our problem. No. Okay. All right, I'm done now. I'm done. I swear. We'll go back in the chat and you guys can have your input, but I'm done personally.
What did black people do to this administration that has allowed it to really stigmatize folks of color? And you know how...
Can I be honest? Like, I know this is going to come off wrong to a lot of people who disagree with me, but like, we really don't care about black people. I don't mean it in the way Whoopi thinks I mean it. Like, we don't care about them. Let's take away shit from them. No, like, we just expect you to be adults and like live a life and be self-sufficient and everything else. So like, when we don't like check in on you all the time, it's not because we don't care about you. We just don't care about you the way we don't care about everybody. All of us are fucking busy. All right? Handle your shit. Behave yourself.
Hard it is. You have folks of color in your family.
Sure.
So when you see,
that's a really nice way. See, like, that's where Democrats are nicer than Republicans, because the way you guys would say that sentence is, hey, JD, you have a Jeet wife. See how they say you have people of color in your family? Don't get me wrong. It's funnier the way you guys say it.
You see, things, the Emmett Till stuff coming down, or them doing all kinds of removal of information.
What, did Emmett Till come back to life and we strangled him with barbed wire again? Did that happen? I missed that. The Emmett Till thing. Check me if I'm wrong, Sandy. Emmett Till was like in the 50s or the 60s, right? Did we that would be fucked up. I will give you that. I will say that we need to bring back the Black Panthers. If they're reanimating lynched black people and doing it again. If they're not, I have to accuse you of histrionic postmenopausal bullshit.
Of black heroes. How does that sit with you?
Well, what exactly are you talking about, Whoopi? Because you just, I know Emmett Till.
What a great, you think that you've got him cornered and he just kind of looks at you with that dog head tilt and he goes, Whoopi, if you don't mind me asking, what the fuck are you babbling about?
I can tell you all this. Yeah.
No, I want to know what she's.
You don't know what I'm talking about.
Actual point.
So in a lot of the
museums,
there's so many.
We've kicked black people out of museums. That's usually because they're talking too loud. Like in fairness, He asked her for examples, and she starts going, the museums, and what, the museum? Did we tear down a museum that I didn't hear about?
Respond to your actual point.
So in a lot of the
museums,
there's so many.
Hey, don't hurt yourself. Start with one. I hate that when people use that argument when they're, there's just so many. Well, then if there's so many, I could. Like if someone goes, give me an example of the Patriots ever winning the Super Bowl, I could be like, well, the one against the Seahawks where they had the Malcolm Butler with the interception at the goal line. So, or the other one where they beat the Seahawks where Adam Vinatieri knocked down a big field goal at the end. That was a big one. Or when they beat the Rams for their first Super Bowl. Like I could give you examples of what I'm talking about. I'm very passionate about the way you've been treating black people and the way you've been canceling things for black people. And I think you should answer for that because there's so many of them. All right. Could you give me one? Well, at the museum one night at the museum with Robin Williams, and we miss him very much. It's like, come on, if you've got a lot, you can give it. Don't give me many. Don't hurt yourself. Just give me one.
They're taking down the actual history that happened in this country.
Where? When? Slavery? Hey, trust me, my kids, when I talk to them about what they learned in school today, you know what the two big ones are? You know what the two longest, units they had in their history class that I heard about all the time this year was? There were two. Bappa, Sam Show, you want to name? I know you know one of them. That there was one day where I'd pick them up and I go, hey kids, what did you learn today? What are you talking about in school? And they told me what they were learning. And I was like, yeah, but you were learning about that 2 weeks ago. Like the unit is usually a week long and then you take a test and you're good. And my kids were like, no, we're still learning about it. I'm like, oh my. The two things that are the biggest things they still teach are slavery, which is fine. Obviously, slavery, a big part of American history. But the other one is the Holocaust. The Holocaust is the other one. And I would ask my daughter, I was like, what were you learning about today? She's like, the Holocaust. And I'm like, it's still I feel like they pretty much nailed it by now. It was like a 3-week fucking unit on the Holocaust. And I'm like, God, I mean, how long did you guys spend on the Civil War? And they were like, a couple of days. Like, what? Really? That was okay. Even slavery, I think it has a bigger impact on America than the Holocaust by far. And even slavery, when I would talk to them about school, that was maybe a week. I don't even know if that was even a week-long course that they had on slavery. But the Holocaust went on for almost a whole month. It was wild. Wild, I tell you. All right, this is the last one we have. This is this isn't the last one we have. This is just the last one we're going to play because we've made exactly $5 during the JD Vance thing. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Throw us a couple memberships. Throw us some money. Let's hit one morning goal this week. I would like one morning goal knocked out. Please be generous. I know times are tough. I'm really sorry, guys. But you're not new to this show. You know how it works. Let's all go on a rally. We can't, guys, the harder things get, whales aren't going to be able to carry this thing. We got to all pitch in a little bit. We got to be a bunch of little commies. Let's go to JD Vance on The View talking about Epstein. I like this one because JD Vance is one of these guys who I think has a lot to answer for, and liberals aren't going to make you answer for this. This is where the Republican Civil War, this is where the right-wing Civil War is a good thing. Because it's righties that are going to hold your feet to the fire on the Epstein stuff. Because the righties don't have a problem going, hey, why are these Jews getting away with fucking kids? Liberals won't say that. I watch Sam Cedar. I watch shit from all over the spectrum, right? I'll watch Mark Levin because he makes me laugh. I'll watch Tucker. I'll watch Candace. But I like watching Sam Cedar. I like getting the perspective from that side. The Young Turks, Breaking Points is really good. I'll watch all that stuff because you got to kind of get everyone's perspective. One thing I've learned from watching Sam Cedar is that the left knows what the issues are. They don't want to say it. The left is scared shitless. This is why the left is going to fail. Because they have an open lane to attack Trump on Epstein, but they don't. because whenever I watch Sam Cedar, he's like, well, the Epstein stuff is bad, but, people like Tucker and people like Candace, they're all anti-Semitic. This is all very anti-Semitic coded. It's like, it's not anti-Semitic if I can't help it that it's Jews, dude. I can't help that. All right? You got to talk to your boys, Sam, because they're fucking up and they're doing fucked up shit, and me calling it out isn't anti-Semitism. It's just, if I can't be what you're calling anti-Semitic, then we can't talk about Epstein. And that, by the way, that's the point. So, like, going on a liberal show, you don't have to worry about it if you're a Trump guy who's been helping cover up Epstein, because J.D. Vance was one of those guys where all the Epstein files should be released. He doesn't think Epstein killed himself, but he's got to carry water for the administration. Now, if he went on Stu Peters' show, he'd get grilled about this. But if you go on a liberal show, they're still terrified of being called anti-Semitic. So they're not going to push it too hard.
But, one of the things you see in the Epstein emails is that Jeffrey Epstein hated Donald Trump. And that Donald Trump literally reported Jeffrey Epstein to the police. That's one of the things.
That's a great talking point. But Epstein also recruited from Mar-a-Lago. There are rumors that Trump got set up with Melania because she was working through Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, remember when Melania came out and made that random declaration one day that we got to see what was in those Epstein files? He's a fucked up guy. A lot of powerful people are connected to him. And it seemed really personal. And you're like, whoa, are we just going to let this go? It seems like Melania is really trying to tell us something here. And then nothing else came of it. So I don't like when the Trump administration sucks Trump's dick and covers for him on Epstein by going, well, by golly, gee gosh, he kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, and the guy recruited from Mar-a-Lago's wait staff. Like, what are we talking about here?
They were best friends for about a decade. And remember, he signed that Transparency Act under duress. Some Republican women, congresswomen like Lauren Boebert, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, did not give in to his pressure of not signing.
What about Thomas? Bring up fucking Thomas Massey. But they don't want to bring up Thomas Massey. Why? Because he got Jude out of his seat. And they don't. This is, again, liberals are not going to be your friend on the Epstein issue because they're terrified of being called a name.
Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room to pressure her into caving on not voting for that bill.
So let me respond to that. So
that's all true.
Let me
is
respond
theater.
to that. So number one,
they're not talking about what's
Donald
really
Trump,
up.
But he said this. He knew Jeffrey Epstein back in the 1980s. He also threw Jeffrey Epstein out of his club when he found out it was a creep and reported him to the police. That's something that the media often misses when it reports.
He reported him to the police, but he's like, he's stealing all my staff, all my hot young ass. He's taking them away. Like Trump was a creep too.
Story. They tell the fact that they knew each other in the 80s, which the president himself admits. They ignore the fact that he narked on him to the police and led ultimately to Jeffrey Epstein's
fucking
downfall.
rat.
To that point, Anna, the Republican Party. Well, it's one of the things that led to law enforcement investigation. But on the point that you made,
it was allegedly over a real estate deal that they got into a fight over.
But the email says actually
they didn't just know each other. Let's just be truthful and transparent here. They didn't just know each other. They were incredibly close friends.
He reported him to the police. That's what I'm saying. That is objective. That is objectively true. But Anna made another point that I think Whoopi, if I may, because Anna made a very important point. This question about did Donald Trump release these files only under duress from Republicans? And Anna, you know the Republican Party probably better than I do. The idea that Donald Trump runs around afraid of Republican congressmen as opposed to the other way around is kind of crazy.
Why are we at war with Iran? He's not afraid of Lindsey Graham. He seems pretty afraid of Thomas Massey. I mean, he and his Jewish buddies spent tens of millions of dollars to primary him with a puppet. I mean, that doesn't sound that crazy to me. Maybe I'm the fucked up one. But yeah, I just, like, when you watch an establishment guy like J.D. Vance talk to an establishment show like The View, that's all theater when it comes to Epstein. Because notice we didn't get to any of the real shit on Epstein. They didn't want to talk about Massey. They didn't want to talk about Melania or any of that stuff. It was all very much on the surface. Coltrane with $1 says, the "he stole all my hot ass" comment made me choke on my drink, you fucker. I'm the funniest guy there is, effortlessly. I just wish I could somehow convert my talent and skill into money. That would be aces on this program. Well, we just did a fucking banger 1 hour segment. We did an incredible job on that one. Thank you guys very much. Let's turn it into something hitting the goal here. 660 people checking out the show. Hit thumbs up, hit subscribe, hit follow. Coltrane says that was legitimately funny. Yeah, Chevy fan says, holy fuck, The View made $1. Morning show, like, numbers are great, but money, like, it's rotting. Like, numbers are a very hollow victory. They don't mean as much. We need to hit goals here in the morning. I'm not, again, blah, 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 I don't want to get bummed out. This is why you all pitching in helps a lot, because then I don't have to look fucking pathetic like this. Please and thank you. I would appreciate it. I'm going to keep doing the show. Give me a reason to come back. I'll be back for you. Otherwise, I'm just going to do a great show for you today. I'm a broken record, and I don't want to be. All right, done. We're not going to spend a minute talking about this. Let's go to the Elk River story here in Minnesota. Elk River's fighting back against data centers. We got to keep an eye on this one because, usually when people fight back against these data centers, they eventually, the county or the city ends up telling you to go fuck yourself, and they just do it anyway and cash their checks. Elk River is pushing back against this data center that they want to build out there. This is probably about a half hour away from we are. Elk River's kind of the halfway point between here and the Twin Cities. And they're pushing back. Here's the thing, universally, Democrat, Republican, nobody wants these things, yet they keep getting built, showing that democracy, freedom, all this stuff, it's a lie, it's a sham, it's something they use to keep you fighting with your neighbor. If they want to do shit, they will break any law and violate any code they need to build their shit. They own us. They own the government. Let's take a look at what's going on in Elk River.
Big data backlash. Tonight, dozens of people fought against another new data center in their city. Uba Ali was in Elk River earlier. She's here now. It sounds like people were fired up there.
My kids used to go to her daycare.
We've reported, Frank, several times.
Just on paper, though.
About dozens of cities dealing with the heated debates surrounding
Look at that.
proposed data centers.
Look at how many data centers they want to build in just Minnesota alone. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They want to build 10 data centers just in Minnesota. One of the smaller states in the country. I bet you if you go by population, Minnesota's probably in the bottom half. And they want to build 10 data centers here.
River's now the latest. They proposed data
there's
center
11.
is estimated to bring hundreds of thousands of dollars to the city, but neighbors say no amount of money is worth it.
Hey, we're going to bring hundreds of thousands of dollars to the city. Cool. You're also going to cost a fortune in infrastructure costs. We're good. We don't need it. We'll make that hundreds of thousands of dollars some other way, not by something that's going to end up taking people's jobs. Maybe a bakery will come in here, or a bar, or a Walmart or something. It's weird that we're looking at Walmart as like the good guy example in this one.
You have the charge to protect us.
There's so much that's unknown.
Residents filled the room and lined up at the microphone, sending a clear message. They don't want another data center in their community.
What's it going to do to the overall noise? What's it going to do to my beautiful Great Northern path that I get to walk on?
The proposal would...
Can I answer that for you? Fuck you and your path. That's their answer. They're going to be diplomatic about it, but their answer is fuck your path. We don't give a shit. They've already lined our pockets.
Convert this existing building into a 33 megawatt data center that would operate 24 hours a day and is estimated to bring the city up to $800,000 a year. Developers say it would also employ 40 people, but much of the concern centered around noise, water...
40 people. Think about that. Some of them part-time, I'm sure. Think about other companies that bring hundreds of thousands of dollars in local city tax revenue. I guarantee they hire way more than 40 people.
Usage and electricity demand, utility leaders say they have the capacity for it.
If for some reason we are not able to provide full power to all of our customers, they could go on generation.
The concerns stretch across the state.
They can go on What? You mean like generators? Is that what they can go on? Repeat that. I'm not an infrastructure, electrical grid expert.
Capacity for it.
If for some reason we are not able to provide full power to all of our customers, they could go on generation.
That sounds stupid. And by the way, didn't this lady just say the electrical grid says they can handle it. And then in the very next sentence, he goes, hey, if for some reason they can't, it's, oh, what do you mean? If I thought you said it's not a possibility, like they can handle it. They can't handle it, dude. They're lying to get this thing done.
The concerns stretch across the state. The Minnesota Center for Environmental Advocacy says it's tracking roughly 24 potential data centers.
I think we have a couple problems with the city-by-city approach that's happening now.
Catherine Hoffman is the executive director and wanted a 2-year moratorium on data centers across the state. She believes developers are moving too fast and there just isn't enough information on the risks.
So we really do need a state role.
Well, that's why they're moving fast. They're moving fast because deep down they know what the risks are. It's going to fuck up the water. It's going to fuck up the electricity. It's going to fuck up the wildlife. It's going to cost jobs. They want to get these things built before people find that out. So she's like, wait a minute, but we're going too fast. By design, they want to go too fast. They want to filibuster this quick, get it through, and be done. Because you're about to find out just how bad for us it is.
Here, it's really just not fair to expect cities to be able to do that level of environment analysis.
Make sure you know what somebody is selling you.
Tomorrow, that data center debate moves to Minneapolis. The city passed a 6-month moratorium that runs through November. Now they're asking the public to share their thoughts before putting any permanent rules in place, Frank.
6 months is like, they can wait that out. I don't. This just feels like another one of those battles that I'm pretty sure we're going to lose. But like, I guess I'll hold out hope until we do. But Five of Hearts says, you guys are fucked. Yeah, I think so. I want to make the people of Elk River feel good because I'm sure we have a lot of listeners that are kind of in and around that area, but they're going to build those data centers. M. Pitt says it's just what they're telling you to be mad at. People are stupid. U.S. golf courses use 100 times more water than Amazon data centers. I don't hear people bitching about golf courses. I can't go have a really good time at a data center, though. I can't bring 3 of my buddies to a data center and spend a whole afternoon there and have a great fucking time. All right? And also, that golf course employs a shitload of people. Groundskeepers, cart girls, bartenders, pro shop workers. There's people who have jobs at those golf courses. So no, it's not the same. Golf courses fucking rule. Data centers are gay. Quote the Raven. Nevermore. Yeah, and Glenn Dean brings up the point. Data centers are surveillance centers. That's a great point. You know what golf courses don't do? They don't track my every movement, log my emails, log my search history. They don't give a shit. They just want me to play 18. Data centers are surveillance centers. And I bet you if you called them surveillance centers, I bet you people wouldn't be so passive about it. Slingblade says, data centers don't kill people. Bill Gates kills people. Yeah, I'm going with that. Hostile Soldier says the next hoax is drone bombings of data centers. I mean, I would love that if it wasn't a hoax, you know? I that was just the thing. Mumbo Jumbo says towns without people are far more lucrative to politicians. That actually, read that back. That makes a lot of sense. Dorkness Rising with $2. Thank you, Dorkness Rising. Thank you to all of you who contribute to this show. We need you. Says all the data centers will make total thermal energy of roughly 23 nuclear bombs daily. Climate change is good. It's liberal. That's the other thing. All these Democratic politicians who aren't standing up to these data centers, yet these data centers are producing, like he said, 23 nuclear bombs daily worth of energy. But fuck it. I guess it's okay now because corporations are doing it. Toad Climbs Mountains with $5. I mean, it would be great if we could get more of those. Thank you so much. But, you know, I don't want to sound like a broken record. It's not, the problem isn't me not saying it enough. It's just, I'll get what I deserve. $5 from Toad Climbs Mountains says, I live in Virginia. We have 95 counties and 38 independent cities. They want to build a data center in every single county in Virginia. I mean, you could bury Loudoun County in them. I mean, that's one of the few places where, you know, those people won't be missed. Thank you very much for that, Toad Climbs Mountains. That's huge. 245 to stay perfect. 52 memberships away from 600. I sure would appreciate it if you want to show your appreciation of the show and throw in a couple bucks, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time saying it today. I'll just keep reminding you, and hopefully something happens. It would mean a lot. Thank you. Oh, TDR Shit Show. There we go. Let's rally. Let's go. TDR Shit Show with $5. Says, what negatives do golf courses have on the environment compared to data centers? Basically none. Yeah, I mean, to try and compare a golf course to the impact that a data center has is insane. I mean, the water is about it. Data centers, it's like you said, it's just these constant whirring, humming machines that are using up nuclear energy's worth of power. Papa Shab says a golf course doesn't require a power company to raise prices times 100 because of the power that it consumes. What that guy said. Let's do golden shower numbers, boys and girls. Thank you very much. Thank you, TDR Shit Show. And thank you, Toad Climbs Mountains, for your generosity. We appreciate it, and we need more of it. You guys are the best. It's guys like you that keep this show going, and we appreciate it. We have had bad mornings so far. Let's fix that. All right, let's open up our 7 o'clock hour stories, and while we do, let's talk about our friends at All Care Towing. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. If you need to get picked up because you went in the ditch, your car shut off, you got in an accident, then our friends at All Care Towing are there to help you. Put their number in your phone so you have them when you need them. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, they got Foley Days in full swing. They're in downtown Foley, so Midland Armory is open by appointment. Talk to Greg and Stacy today at Midland Armory at gmail.com. That's Midland Armory at gmail.com. And talk to our friends at Midland Armory, whether it's for pistols, rifles, shotguns, whatever. It's Midland Armory in downtown Foley. They handle the suppressor process from start to finish. At Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Oh, God, I just saw a scary guy on my screen. I apologize. And then also Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Tomorrow is bike night at Stoney's. And remember, they cancel WPW if we don't hit the goal. So let's risk not falling behind at 8:30, huh? Let's make these little checkpoints. The Stoney's in downtown Rockville, 250 cans. They've also got live music on the weekends. And I got to tell you, those pizzas are delicious. The Ultimate Bloody Marys are great. And that patio, Stoney's Garage with the outdoor bar, the acoustic acts that are out there on weekends, you're going to love it. Go enjoy the nice day at Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota, Central Minnesota's premier biker bar right there on Broadway. It's Stoney's. All right, are you guys ready for it? Hey, we got Smoke Me Minnesota throwing us a $5. All right. Those are our people, man. Those are our people. $5 at a time. If we wake up those donos, that'll get it done. We have a huge audience. We can do that. Thank you guys so much. I can't tell you how much I appreciate even the smallest donations, the way things have been going in the morning. So thank you. You're the MVPs. Those of you doing that, you are the absolute best. Holy shit, 689 checking out the toe right now. We are having ourselves a day. Guys, we got to make our money today, so let's do a big one. Let's talk about Rumble Wallet. We hear a lot about crypto, but here's the part that most people miss. Crypto was created so you could actually own and control your money. After the 2008 financial crisis, Bitcoin was designed as an alternative to banks. So instead of a bank holding your money, delaying transfers, or limiting access, you are in control. And if you've ever had to wait for a transfer to clear, you've felt that problem. Now fast forward to today. Everyone's heard of crypto, but getting started feels so complicated. So you want to be in control. That's exactly why I use Rumble Wallet, and I have crypto in my Rumble Wallet. It takes all that complexity and makes it simple. Choose what you want: Bitcoin, dollar-backed stable coins, or even digital gold backed by real gold, and move at your speed. No complicated setup. It connects with MoonPay, so you can use your credit card, debit card, or bank and be up and running in just minutes. Once you're set up, you can even support your favorite Rumble creators like me directly. So do this now. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description and download Rumble Wallet. From there, you can set up your wallet, tap buy, and you're in the game. In just a few minutes, you can go from hearing about crypto to actually owning some with our friends at Rumble Wallet. Thank you. Rumble wallet. All right, let's continue on here. Oh my God, we got more people. Joey Caravello with $5 says, play the Gino clip. I don't know what the Gino clip is. Send me the Gino clip and I'll play the Gino clip. Thank you for the 5, Joey Caravello. Youngling Slayer with $2. Thank you so much. Says, people that are pro-AI data center are some of the most retarded and deserved to be shunned from society. I can't understand. It really is like being a house Negro. You know what I mean? Like supporting AI data centers really is. It's like rooting for Massa. I don't understand it. My God with $5 says golf courses aren't actively trying to replace people. Bingo. Thank you very much for the $5 on PayPal, buddy. Holy shit, we're moving. Let's go. Let's go. You guys are fucking doing it. Keep it up. Gray Duckling with $5 says, I want to see a shower dance. 3 more $5 drops in the next couple of minutes, and we've got ourselves a golden shower. Gray Duckling wants to see a golden shower. Let's see if we can get him one. 3 more gifted memberships or 3 more $5 drops. Let's go. Joey Caravello says, check your Instagram DMs. Oh, is that where the Gino clip is? All right. All right. I'll play that for you in a little bit here. We got this Mike Huckabee clip to go through. Have you seen this guy yet? Oh, this is going to scare the shit out of you. Trigger warning, a goblin's about to appear on your screen. You know that Cornell student we were talking about, how he said he doesn't want to work for an Israeli-backed company. He doesn't want to work for a Jewish Zionist company. And now Fox News, who was anti-cancel culture for speaking your mind a couple years ago, they are actively out to destroy this kid's life. They are still doing multiple segments a day on this kid. It's fucking evil. Look at the guy they brought on to bitch about this guy. Ah! Ah! I see that face in my dreams, and it's just before Ragnarok. Ah! We've got that guy coming up in a little bit today. Oh, by the way, he's also going to compare you all to dogs. So that'll be fun. That'll be fun. We got that one coming up. Unfortunately, Gray Duckling, I don't think we're going to get that golden shower you wanted. But thank you guys very much for your generosity. That's very, very nice. That was a nice little rally. We do a few more of those. And we're on it, man. We're on it. Let me grab this thing from Joey Caravello sent it to me. It's something about Gino. Gino violates Dave. Oh God, what happened?
What woman? Shut up, Kevin. What woman? Hold on.
Okay. I just want to make sure I can't get... You guys sometimes don't fucking think before you send this shit, and I just want to scan it. I just want to take a look at it. So, Gino, if you don't know the story behind this, Gino is doing comedy out in California this week, and he's staying at a fan's house. He's staying at some fan's house who's like a big Dabbleverse fan. And I guess what I read was this guy lives with his parents. So Gino's like crashing at a guy's parents' house to save money during his shows in California. And he's doing his this is so awkward. Like, I would feel so uncomfortable. I'd have to be like, no, thanks. I'm good, man. First of all, I don't really want to do the parasocial mingle thing. I'll get a hotel while I'm out there, and I don't want to inconvenience your parents. But Gino thought he'd have some fun with it, and he'd do shows. So you got this guy doing shows in your house. And I guess this was a big clip from his show yesterday.
What woman? Shut up, Kevin. What woman? Hold on.
What's he doing? What is he? Get off the bed, Gino. No. What the fuck? Okay. That's all right. You're 60.
You like that?
No.
Like that, Kev?
Gino, you're 60.
Hold on.
Don't fuck the Kevin doll again.
Kev, what do you think? Well, you were right, Gene. You were right. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You want to see... Fuck you, Kev. You want to see a clip?
That's what you wanted to show me with your $5 was Gino raping a Kevin Brennan doll? Because that's what that was. I just want you to know that was Gino Bisconti raping an inanimate object. Oh my God, they want the golden shower. Red Fox Mad with $1 says, Aaron, what's in the $250 cans at Stoney's? Are they collectible cans? They're like pounders. They're like cans. M. Tate with $5 says, I'm so glad I found you. I'm guessing you sent that before I played that clip. $5 from Toolman says, just trying to help. And holy shit, do I appreciate that help. You guys have just about got us on track for the day. Thank you so much. 2 more $5 drops or 2 more gifted memberships in the next 30 seconds. And we have Gray Duckling's golden shower that he wanted so bad. Let's see if we can get it. I'll wait until Gray Duckling's thing disappears from the chat here, and we'll see. People are saying in the chat, come on, golden shower. We got another PayPal coming in here. $10 from, hold on, got to make sure I don't say names if they don't want names said. Come on. $10 from Travis. He says, for the grift. I love a good grift, Dono. Thank you.
How are y'all? Oh, bless you, brother, man. Can I love on you? Can I love on you, baby? Can I love on you?
Thank you very much for the 10. All right, it looks like we're not going to hit the golden shower yet. We can still do it today. But thank you guys very much. Now we're on track. In an hour and a half, we make $100. We're fucking killing it. And we're ready for the rally segment. So let's go. Toad Climbs Mountains gifting a membership. Thank you very much. 51 memberships away from 600. We'll do overtime if we get to 600 today. And now, now it's 2 more gifts until the golden shower. I really do want to move on to the next thing, but I always say if you guys are gifting a lot of memberships and throwing a lot of stuff in, then the show's in the chat and I'll stick with you guys. Oh boy. They really, dead games, people really get fucking, like, a lot of people get really uncomfortable at the jelly roll thing. One person says that clip is so uncomfortable. A lot of people don't like it. Scouse Ghost with $5 says, drink the bottle, bish. 1 more gifted membership or 1 more $5 drop. And we've got, oh, they're saying get rid of the pinned message for God's. Oh, it makes it harder for you to donate. I understand. There you go. I got rid of the pinned message. All right. 1 more gifted membership or 1 more $5 drop, and we have a golden shower. Let's see. Yeah, people in the chat are saying 1 more. Come on. Hostile Soldier with a gifted membership. You know what that means. Let's go.
Lana
Cheers.
Rhodes, Mike's porn star girlfriend, who you can see chugging. Lana made many
Let's go.
Real P videos.
Everybody gift a membership. Keep the shower going.
Yes.
Let's go. We hit the golden shower today.
Golden shower. Golden shower. Facts. Drink from the bowl. Drink from the bowl.
The spillage.
Golden shower. Chug. Drink from the bowl. Drink from the golden shower.
Oh, great job, boys and girls. Great job. Another golden shower for the toe. Oh, and they're still coming in. Toad Climbs Mountains with $5 says, you can just call me Toad, by the way. All right. So you're Toad now. Another gifted membership, another $5. Holy shit. Keep it moving. Look at all that yellow in the chat. Thank you, guys. Very, very much. All right. 50 memberships even away from 600. Who wants to do something fucking insane, right? All right. Let's get into this. Let's get into our Iran coverage for the day. Lots of people checking out the 698. Guys, like. We're almost at 700 people. This is fantastic. Look at how happy I get when we go on a little rally. Isn't this is fun. I love this shit. All right, guys, we need 7 more people in here watching this show so we can crack the 700 number for the 3rd straight day. In fact, I think we hit 800 on Monday. So thank you guys very much for that. Let's start this Iran coverage. Before we do, very important question in the chat. Saint Caesar says, Aaron, are you back at the sauna tonight? I am going to go to the sauna after the show. I'm going back to the gym. I feel better. I'm healthy again. We're good. We're good. I'm going to be back. Oh, 696. Hit like. Thumbs up. Share. 697. Here we go. Celebration time for the toe. Get that 700 number. 702. Where my girls at? From the front to back. Oh. 702 checking out the toe right. 704. Oh, yeah. Keep fucking going. Why not? Just keep going. By the way, I have to announce another victory for the toe. Another win for the toe. We knocked Hambly out of mornings. We beat the quartering. The quartering has abandoned they've abandoned mornings to the toe. Here's what happened to the quartering. They may not have gotten they didn't get big number. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, fuck him. Now he's going live at 8:20. Oh, shit. I spoke too soon. The quartering hasn't done a morning show for a while. He's doing one this morning. Son of an asshole. He hadn't done a morning show all week, and I thought we had another win for the toe. I was wrong. Shit. Someone says, is this another golden shower? No, it starts at Toad Climbs Mountains. That's the last one. So we would need 3 more. Thank you, M-Pit, for gifting a membership. Thank you very much. 49 members away from 600. Well, that sucks. So we didn't get the quartering W yet, but we will. We will get the quartering dub. I promise. All right, on to the Iran thing. So the coolest thing ever is happening right now, and don't be like Bappa and be so black-pilled that you can't enjoy this. Fucking enjoy this, because these victories come along so rarely. Trump is talking mad shit about Israel. Now, there is cover for this, because we're going to play a clip later where Mike Huckabee is going to suck Israeli dick so much his throat got circumcised. But Donald Trump laying it down on Israel at the G7. And I don't understand, other than being owned by their money and being threatened with your life, I don't understand why more world leaders, when they go talk to France and Europe, other countries in Europe, why they don't shit talk Israel more. I don't know if you guys know this, but every country in the world despises Israel because they're shithead Nazis. We're the only one propping them up. So if you go to these meetings with other countries, just keep talking mad shit about Israel. They'll love you. Stop sucking their dicks. I hope Trump learns that lesson. He's 80. Who gives a shit if they kill you? Your whole family's mobbed up to Jews. They're taken care of forever. Talk a little shit, Donnie, on your way out. You know? Live free till your last breath. This is him yesterday at the G7 summit in France, talking about how Israel wouldn't be shit without us. You know, it's about fucking time, because we hear all these news stories where, oh, Trump secretly called Bibi and said, I saved your fucking ass. You wouldn't be shit without me. It's like, well, it sure would be nice to hear him say that to us, the taxpayers who are paying for this excursion. But he went in front of the G7 and he talked a little shit yesterday. I liked it.
I saw that attack. I saw where that bomb went. Did you see what happened? That was a vicious, that was too much. You know, you can do too much also. But we've had a very effective relationship. Without us, without the United States, there would be no Israel.
Finally! Oh. Hold on, I'll mute the mic. Go ahead. I thought oh, okay. If I would have known she was still here, I wouldn't have been shouting so much all morning. I've been a very excitable guy. So anyway, Trump is finally giving it to Israel now, saying they wouldn't exist if not for us, which, you know, look, I know, again, black-pilled people, they're going to go, oh, that's obvious. It's nice to hear him say it. I don't care if it's obvious. Sometimes you need to say the obvious shit. You guys have to remember, you're too interneted up. Most normies don't know this shit. So hearing Trump say it out loud is helpful. Sorry, not everyone's as fucking brilliant as you.
Without me, there would be no Israel, because no other president was willing to do what I did.
Dude, that is the kind of shit that gets your plane shot down, though. I'm not going to lie. Like, not only did he say there would be no Israel without the U.S., he's like, there would be no Israel without me. I hope this motherfucker ain't flying to Geneva for that treaty signing. Ooh, boy. I feel like they're setting J.D. Vance up to get whacked because I think the Israelis shot down that Apache helicopter today. I'm not sure the Israelis didn't have something to do with that B-52. I think that you can't rule out anything when it comes to Israel because these Israelis, thank you, Jules. These Israelis are bombing Lebanon and killing innocent people to try and ruin the peace deal. You think they'll stop at shooting down a helicopter? I mean, they attacked the USS Liberty, for God's sake. You think they wouldn't assassinate world leaders? That's all they fucking do. Israel assassinates world leaders all the time and generals all the time. They whacked the Ayatollah of rock and roll. So, no, I don't think it's conspiratorial to say Israel might be setting up J.D. Vance. I don't think that's crazy. Thank you very much to Eric for $1.79 over on PayPal. Says the news in America. Chino fucks doll, war over, Epstein. The news in Canada, hockey night in Canada canceled after 75 years. Oh, no. I mean, I'm not even a hockey fan, but Don Cherry, hockey night in Canada, the great old hockey game, the stomping Joe Connors track. Oh, that sucks, man. Sorry, our president's shit-talking Israel. I got to get back to it.
If it weren't for the United States of America, with me, because Obama was the opposite.
Gotta shit on
Israel
Obama.
would not exist right now. Israel would have been blown off the face of the earth.
Here's the
Now I can't. Oh, hey, what the fuck are you doing here? I didn't want to hear from you. Get out of here, cunt face. Wait, is he going to slop for Israel? Okay, then I do kind of want to hear him be a bitch. It kind of makes me wish that Trump hadn't intervened. He's like, if not for me, Israel wouldn't exist. Oh, shit, if I would have known that, I'd have voted for Kamala. He's like, if you would have voted for Kamala, Israel wouldn't existed. Oh, shit. I knew it. Dude, I'll take higher taxes. I'll take 4 years. Honestly, level with me. Be honest. If you were promised that Israel would be gone, if you voted for Kamala Harris and she got to enact all her other policies, would you do it? I would, because I know she would be a one-term president. We just have to bite our teeth and get through it. But Israel's gone? Bro, that's a brighter tomorrow.
Now, Israel would have been blown off the face of the earth.
Here's the truth. That's verifiably correct.
Oh, okay. Go Crowder. You know what? I knew once he got rid of that nagging bitch, Crowder would be more based. He has become a way bigger prick, and I mean that in a good way, since his wife left him. He's been way less of like a Zog puppet.
That's verifiably correct. And that doesn't mean that we don't benefit from, for example, Israel's intel.
Don't need
having
it.
An ally in the region.
Don't need it.
But that is true. Without
we have the fucking Saudis. We don't need anybody. And everyone's like, oh, the Saudis, they killed that journalist. I don't fucking care. They're all savages over there. It's not like you're going to get a better guy if you pick somebody else. Yeah, if you want friends in the Middle East, you're going to have to go with fucking, that's going to have to be your buddy. And the Saudis don't take any shit, and I like that.
The United States, Israel wouldn't exist. You're welcome. This is important to keep in mind. The critics, they have a valid grievance here. So let's go back to 1948, Truman.
Okay, is he done with Trump? Because I just wanted, I just wanted to see the Trump. Oh, this is all just Crowder? Okay, well, I'm way better than Crowder. I'm way cooler than Crowder. I'm like a better broadcaster than Crowder. So we don't need to show him. So Trump goes out. And Trump goes, oh my God, hold on a minute before we keep going. TDR shit show with 20 gifted memberships.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Holy shit. 20 gifted memberships from TDR shit show. Uh-oh, is this a referendum on Johnny Day? This isn't good. This isn't good. We got $5 from MLP Zero. He says, Den Go Show. Watch the Den Go Show, I think is what he's trying to say. Thank you very, very much. Professor Tie-Dye with $5 says, I wasn't going to call you gay this morning because your mirror did that. That's mean. But you had to announce you're going back to the bathhouse and sauna for more vitamin D from strangers. I mean, that's not the way I would put it, but okay. Oh my God. Did it happen again? Dengo Shower. Thank you, MLP Zero. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to celebrate. Hold on a minute. We've got $5 from MLP Zero. $10 from MN Gal says, happy to see you are well. Thank you. $10.
How are y'all? Oh, bless you, brother, man. Can I love on you? Can I love on you, baby? Can I love on you?
MLP Zero with $5 says, Ol, Den, Show, There we go. Thank you very much, MLP Zero, for your generosity. Holy shit. And ladies and gentlemen, guess what that is? That's another golden shower for the toe. Oh my God.
Rhodes, Mike's porn star girlfriend, who you can see
cheers it up.
Lana made many.
You guys are ridiculous this morning. This is crazy.
Boners were able to shoot.
Let's go. Big support. That black kid's hilarious.
Really?
Everybody grab your bowl.
Golden shower. Golden shower. Facts. Drink from the bowl. Drink from the golden shower. Golden shower. Chug. Drink from the bowl. Drink from the golden shower.
That's right. This is a show where we pretend to drink fake piss out of a thermos, and then we analyze geopolitics. Let's go.
Bless you, brother, man. Can I love on you? Can I love on you, baby? Can I love on you?
Oh, man. Thank you guys very much for another golden shower. Unbelievable. They're dancing in the chat. This is a vibe today. 29 memberships away from 600. This shit is doable. Chips and Diff says Aaron muted the mics before so SP could tell him she was going to send in fake donos. So wait, TDR shit show is SP now too? Son of a dick. Son of a dick. All right, let's get back into the Iran stuff. You guys are ridiculous. You're only 60 away from a W. We don't need to say anything about goals until the rally segment. Thank you so much. If you want to finish it off, go nuts. If you want to knock out those last 29 memberships, go crazy. But this, I mean, holy shit. By the way, I butt-fucked Geezer's sister says that Jelly Roll clip pops me every time. Right? Now he's getting divorced. I'm so happy for him. I hated that lady. All right, so our last clip was Donald Trump saying, hey, fucko, if it wasn't for the United States, Israel wouldn't even exist. If it wasn't for Donald Trump, Israel wouldn't even exist. That's nice to hear. That's some gangster shit. I just wish he wouldn't have started a war and cost us hundreds of billions of dollars before he said it. Well, we can always count on Zio Cuck. By the way, when I talk about how evangelicals are a curse upon Christianity, I'm always talking about Mike Huckabee. And anyone who thinks Mike Huckabee is a good Christian, he's the biggest fucking problem there is. He can't read the Bible. He doesn't understand Christian theology at all. And he's just winging it up. He's a Jew, and he won't admit he's a Jew, and it's bothersome. So Mike Huckabee, he's the ambassador to Israel. So he's there in Tel Aviv. They're all going crazy because they love the United States, and America's great as long as they're being their goy slaves. As long as they're being the slaves that they were promised in the Old Testament, all the 100 goyim that they're going to get. By the way, why is it okay to make jokes about the 72 virgins when it comes to Muslims, but you can't make fun of the fact that the Bible promises the Jews 100 goyim slaves? It's weird. It's weird that you're allowed to do one. I feel like you kind of learn something from who you're not allowed to make fun of. But here's Mike Huckabee contradicting the president so he can suck some Israeli dick and get back in their good graces.
This is just another reminder that it is your heritage without a doubt. But minister, it is also the heritage of the United States. Without Israel, without the Jewish foundation, there would not be an America. We owe our very existence to what happened in this land.
Oh my God. I'm imagining a Protestant like Professor Tie-Dye pulling his fucking hair out right now. Because look, I'll talk shit about, how awesome it is being a Catholic and stuff, but I'll be very honest. This country was founded as a Protestant nation. Make no mistake, America was not founded as a Catholic nation. It was founded as a Protestant nation. So when you sit there and you go, America wouldn't exist without Jews in Israel. No, this country wouldn't exist without Martin Luther. Let's be very honest. Without the Protestant Reformation, there is no United States of America. It set off a chain of events that led to our country being founded. I mean, the heritage of Israel is also the heritage of the United States. Please, Mike, explain that to me. Go ahead. I'm all ears. Because I'm sorry, Mike, the math ain't mathing on that one. But you can always count on Huckabee. You can always count on Mike Huckabee to go ahead and simp for the Israelis. He honestly, he's like Shapiro. He's like Levin in that they're Jewish. But he's like all of those guys. He would be so much happier if he would just move to Israel. If he would just move to Tel Aviv, he would be totally fine. But he fucking won't. He won't. Alan says, did we have more than 2 Jewish founding fathers? I don't think we had any Jewish founding fathers. They were all either deists or Protestants. Were there any Jewish founding fathers? No, there were none. Again, they were all, several held deist or Unitarian beliefs. And really, back then, deist was as close as you could get to being atheist. So, no. There were no Jewish founding fathers. Guys, we gotta talk about something real quick before we play this next clip. Oh, also, thank you, Brittany, for $10 over on PayPal. Another $10 drop. Look at that.
Oh, bless you, brother, man. Can I love on you?
Oh, no.
Can I love on you, baby? Can I love on you?
Is it raining on the toe because Johnny's not here? Thank you very much for that $10. $50 away from a dub, 10 memberships away from a dub, 29 memberships away from 600. Holy shit, guys, great work. I have to give you guys a warning before we play this next clip. Just looking at this next image is about to give you all anti-Semitism. Would it be better for you if I... Sorry. Would it be better for you if I just played it like this? I feel like I'm being mean if I... Here, let me... This. 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 I feel like this might be better. But David Letterman really does need to buy a trimmer. It's time. This next little clip here, is just a reminder that, yeah, I know CNN's out there. I know MS Now is out there. But this is just a friendly reminder that you guys don't hate Fox News enough. They are not on your side. They think you're garbage. They think you're shit. They have no use for you if you don't agree with them. They are obsessed with this Cornell student story. If you haven't heard this is again showing that all of these Zionists abandoned, like when Mike Huckabee says the foundations of your culture are American culture, they don't have any beliefs. They don't have any ardent principles. They change them to fit whatever benefits them at the time, these Zio cucks. So when you have like free speech, for example, remember how hard we all fought for that because cancel culture was bullshit. It was terrible. You should be able to say whatever you want, do whatever you want. People shouldn't try to cancel you. They shouldn't try to brigade you. All of that shit is gay ops and it shouldn't be done. And we thought that we cleaned it up. Turns out we did clean it up if you want to talk shit about blacks or Mexicans or gays or trans people. All of that shit is fine. But if you want to talk about the people in charge, if you want to criticize them, we're going to destroy your life, get your social security number, write to your family, make sure you can't work again. I mean, Fox News has stated with this Cornell college student, again, saying a dumb thing in college, they want to ruin his life forever when they were adamantly against that back in the cancel culture days. This Cornell kid went on a job interview and he found out that the owners were Jewish. And when he found out the owners were Jewish, he asked if they were Zionists, if they support Israel. And they said, yes. He goes, I will not work for that Jew. He said that. In an interview, he said that. And then the company blew that up. And they went, here's this kid who interviewed. Here's what he said about working for us. And then they had the gall to say, talk about crying out in pain as they strike you. Then the company said, well, we don't want to ruin this kid's life and we don't want to do this, but we just feel it's good to make people aware that this kind of attitude is out there. It's like either release the kid's info and admit that you're pieces of shit that want him destroyed and you're evil, or don't. But don't do it and then say, oy vey, it hurts me so much to do this. So Fox News, so this is like a local story at best. It's a nothing story if we're against cancel culture. But Fox News has blown this up into a national thing because they have to tell boomers, hey, you have to love Jews. I know that your kids and your grandkids are telling you that they're homicidal and that they're genocidal and they're evil and they're being mean to people and they're Nazis. But you got to like them, boomers. Remember, you got to like them. In fact, those kids of yours are all anti-Semites. You should reverse mortgage your house and give all the money to Israel. They are doing that, by the way. They are running ads on Fox News about giving money to Israel. They want to drain the boomers' bank accounts for the Zio cucks. So they bring this guy on to whine and kvetch and bitch. And like, if you want to deter people away from anti-Semitism, you might not want to bring on a guy who looks like the cartoon Grabbler. But they bring this guy on to shit on this Cornell guy even further for taking a moral stand of, like these Gen Z kids, man, they really mean this shit. They do not like what's going on in the Middle East. They think that Israel really is an evil empire, which they are. There's no doubt about that. They've killed hundreds of thousands of people. And they want to take a stand, and I think that's noble. And Fox is like, let's destroy their lives. So let's listen to this baby foreskin toucher and see what he's got to say.
Jillian, when I was coming into the studio, I was thinking,
holy shit, he talks like that too. Whoa. I mean, I saw the look and I went, this is too much. This is anti-Semitic on my part, just showing his picture. But holy shit, he talks.
Jillian, when I was coming into the studio, I was thinking, what can I compare this to? Do you remember the movie?
Oh, I have an idea. There's a time-honored tradition in your culture. Try to bring up the Holocaust.
What can I compare this to? Do you remember the movie Planet of the Apes? The human people that came to the planet. All of a sudden, you're weird. You're the killer. You're the rotten person. Because they believed in all the evils that was unproven. To be a Jew today sometimes is like the humans that come to the Planet of the Apes.
You ever watch someone, and when you watch them, everybody who sees them knows that they're doing something that makes them incredibly hateable, but they have no fucking idea? I'll say it. When I do shit that makes me hateable, I'm very aware of it. In fact, most of the time, I'm trying to get certain people to hate me. But like, Fox News wants to cancel this Cornell kid because he said he didn't want to work for a Zionist company. They bring a Jewish guy on, spit right in our faces, literally call us apes. And by the way, you're called anti-Semitic if you go, oh, by the way, Jews see themselves as superior to you and you're all goyim cattle. That's anti-Semitic. How dare you say that? Here's a fucking rabbi. He's a Shabbat rabbi, by the way. Look it up. And he's going, it's like you guys are all apes and we're the reasonable people and you won't stop being all apey and chimpy. Remember when I said these people all see you as the N-word? So stop fighting with blacks and like, we'll figure that out when we get our country back. But like, they all see you as the N-word. As evidence here, Fox News wants this Cornell kid killed. They really want this kid to die, it seems. And they bring this guy on and he's like, it's like you're all a bunch of apes and you don't understand that we're the reasonable ones. Now let's make sure this kid never works again.
And meeting people like him and like, where did you get this from? Why do you think?
We got it from watching you, Dad.
This way. And it's almost impossible to talk to these people, to reason to these people, because hate is an emotion. It's not intellect.
I agree. I agree with you, sir. It's impossible to talk to these people. It's impossible to reason with these people and to get them to see that maybe they've been a dick or that maybe they've been intrusive or that maybe they've been the bad guy. I agree with you, sir. It really is wild. It's just, we're apes. We're apes. Thank you to MN Gal for $5. Says, no, Johnny has a positive impact. No offense to Johnny. Oh, God. You guys are going to make me feel bad about having a really good day today. That like now it's because Johnny's gone that we're knocking it out. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $5 says, is that a cartoon character of a Jew? It's got to be CGI, right? It's gotta be. Baba Shab says he's going to cast a spell on us and I need to use a counter spell and I need to know which one to use. I mean, that's the final boss of Zionism right there, bro. I'm telling you. $1 from King Kong Dong says, sir, Planet of the Apes was the blacks. Happy White Power Wednesday. Oh, yeah, we're all goy apes, apparently. Smoke Me Minnesota gifting a membership. Thank you very much. Oh, my God, we're $40 away from a win. You guys can't give me a win this easy when Johnny's not here. What the fuck? 28 memberships away from 600. Thank you very much. Darkness Rising says the arrogance is what gets me. Oh, you'll always see that. But, it's Fox News. To me, it is the level to which they're covering something that is not a big deal because, again, this all comes back to Israel because they want to defend Israel. They want to defend this war. They want it to keep going. And they want to do the bidding of Benjamin Netanyahu and his government. So they need to take an unrelated story somewhere in Cornell and they want to blow it up. They want to basically sacrifice this kid. They want to have a human sacrifice at the temple. They want to destroy this kid because he took a moral stand about an evil he saw happening in the world. And now Fox News is blowing it up, signal boosting it, bringing on rabbis, calling him an ape. It's fucking insane. Roots Calhoun says, what was Johnny's excuse today? He's got a lot of appointments. He would have had to leave at 8:30 today. That was, he had stuff to do. McBuster says, Ben Gavir was just denied a visa to attend a wedding in Florida. I saw that. That was great. I'm so happy about that. Dante says the ADL called this guy too Jewy.
And you guessed it, a Jew.
Yeah, that guy was wild. So then, don't worry, guys. Fox News, you're not going to believe this. Fox News was not done with the Cornell kid. So remember, this story happened last week. Yesterday, we showed you a clip of Fox News' morning show celebrating that they were going to cancel this guy. He should be destroyed. That blonde woman was like, he should be taken down. It's horrible. It's evil shit. And then we show you that rabbi who's like, it's like they're all apes and we can't even talk to them. You know, in the Mark Wahlberg version, he ended up leaving that planet. So, just an idea. Just an idea. If, I wouldn't want to be around apes if I was a human. I would want to go to a place where just humans were. So, SpaceX is doing very well. Maybe, forget it. So then Fox News ran another segment about this Cornell kid. They brought on literal kippah-wearing Jews to shit all over him and talk about how bad he hurt their feelings. How often does Fox News have a kid from Gaza who lost his little brother on to talk about how bad Zionists hurt their feelings? I have a feeling that doesn't happen very often.
When you first saw it, you tried to keep his identity a secret.
Oh, these are the guys. These are the guys that run the company where the guy said, I am not going to work for Israelis supporting Jews. The moral stand. By the way, what would Fox News be doing this if he said, I'm not going to work with jihadists supporting Muslims? Fox News would have that kid on the air, talk about how brave he was, talk about how it was free speech and it should be respected. Now, don't get me wrong. The left would want him crucified. I get it. But again, it goes back to, if you want to know who's in charge, look at who you can't make fun of or who you can't criticize.
Why would you want to do that?
Yeah, so my whole goal was that we've been seeing rising anti-Semitism, and the whole goal was just to prove that
it's for no reason at all, by the way. I mean, they just see this rising anti-Semitism for absolutely no reason. We're all just really mad and angry and pissed off, and for absolutely no reason at all. You guys haven't done anything wrong.
Seeing rising anti-Semitism, and the whole goal was just to prove that it is real, and this is a clear example.
It is real. I agree with you. It is real. It is real. Is real. 100%.
I love it. I thought maybe as a college student he could have made a mistake, or he's going to learn from it. Don't need to.
Maybe he will. Maybe if you didn't go on TV and talk about what an anti-Semitic piece of shit who doesn't deserve to breathe and call him an ape on national television, maybe if you hadn't done that, maybe he would chill in a couple of years. But guess what? This kind of shit makes people not chill. The inability to take accountability for how people see you. Like, let me give you an example. 2-3 years ago, I did fucked up shit I put children in danger. I did really, really bad stuff. And even though I'm very sorry for it and I've taken all the steps to fix it, I understand some people are going to think I'm that guy forever and I'm a piece of shit. That is understandable. I've made peace with that. I get it. Maybe in time I can show you that I'm sincere. If not, I totally get you. I understand you. But for these guys, so that's an example of taking accountability and understanding. We can still disagree on the perception, but, that's accountability. These people go, I just see rising anti-Semitism in the last 2 years. Well, you know what? We see a rising body count in Gaza and Lebanon over the last 2 years. Do you think those two could correlate at all? That's my problem. They want their own country. This is our Jewish country. Cool. That's your Jewish country. This is the country that represents Jews. In fact, over half the world's Jews live there. Okay, fine. But then when they do shit and we go, wow, look what the Jews are doing. They go, oh, look at all this anti-Semitism. You can't have it both ways, dog.
His life for it, but just to prove a point that anti-Semitism is real.
Is this your first instance of this kind of thing?
I guarantee it's not. He's got all kinds of sob stories.
Workplace?
Yes, it is. As
Oh,
a college
okay.
student, I've seen it on campus, in classrooms, so it wasn't such a surprise to me, but in our work experience, yeah, it was the first time.
Do you sense, Gabe, that what he said, what Austin Franco said, is felt more widely than just him? Like,
Yes.
you see it as more of a little bit of a movement amongst some people in college right now?
For sure, college.
Dude, it's a movement. Check the polling. It's a movement amongst all people under 60. Everybody under 60 doesn't despise Israel. They're afraid of Israel in the sense that they can't believe that they could do such evil and murder and just not feel anything for it. Let's talk about the people who Israel learned it from, the Nazis. At least the Nazis just straight up told you, we don't like these people. We see them as subhuman and we're going to take them out. They said that. Hitler wrote it. Slavs, Jews, Gypsies, Catholics. He said it. And then he did evil shit. Hitler wasn't like, hey, why are you guys disliking me for not liking Jews or Slavs? I don't get it. He knew what he was and he admitted it and he did evil, terrible shit because of it. You guys do evil, terrible shit and you genuinely wonder why we're horrified by you.
Across the world, we're seeing the response to him and people doubling down on the hate after he doubled down on the comment, people supporting him and saying that it's justified and that people should hate Jews for this reason. Is kind of scary.
And how does it make you feel?
I hate people who justify murder and justify genocide. I hate the Manson family. I do.
Knowing that now he, defended himself online, but
Good for that kid. Uh-oh. Come on, guys. What's going on? We got 20 seconds left in this clip.
the school is saying they've opened an investigation.
It's nice that they're investigating it. I hope something comes of it and
what
consequences towards him, but just all the hate that we're getting online, someone's held accountable for that.
Have you received additional hate after this?
Yeah, it's been flooding, especially on X. There's a lot of hate
against you.
Yeah.
Again, for no reason at all, not because you tried to destroy this kid's life. I mean, it is amazing. You look at like Zionists like Fox News on the right, and you look at how they run cover for this delusional victim mentality, and it's no wonder why it keeps growing. For no reason at all, everyone. You're trying to destroy this kid's life, and you're wondering why people are mad at you? Motherfucker, unlike you, we actually believe in our principles. We're against cancel culture. So when people try to cancel someone, we defend them. You go on TV and do segment after segment trying to fucking bury them. It's brutal, man. It's fucking brutal. By the way, people are correcting me in the chat. They're saying, Aaron, Charles Manson was MK Ultra. And yeah, that's okay. That's fair enough. But you understand what I mean. $1 from Veldrain says, can I have some food? You blew up my home. You killed my relatives. I am no threat to you. Will you listen to me? Zionists are great listeners. Yeah. St. Caesar says, Hassan Piker is not allowed in the UK. Keir Starmer got one thing right. I disagree. In fact, one of the things that's horrifying me about all this criticism of Israel going mainstream and people seeing that they're evil and murderous is, in a way, we're going to have to agree and like not ally, but like Getting Hassan Piker's back is the grossest thing that I've had to do because of this. The UK banned him because he's criticizing Israel. It's wrong what they're doing to Hassan Piker. But it is. It's wrong what they're doing to Hassan Piker. Papa Shab says these rich, powerful Jews doxed a kid for turning down a job and used the media to destroy him. Yes. How dare that? Well, it goes, guys, connect the dots. The guy who called him an ape, called us apes. They think the same way that rabbi does. How dare this ape turn us down? An ape turned us down. Let's destroy him. It's fucking wild, dude. It's wild. Let's go to the next one here. I think is this the last one we have? Second to the last one we have. You guys are on fire though. Thank you very much. 28 memberships away from 600. 670 of you checking out the toe. Thank you very much for that. So this one, we have Randy Fine was on the PBD podcast. Now, all these guys, they loved America a week ago. Trump was the greatest a week ago. He was the greatest president who ever lived. And now Levin, Shapiro, Ted Cruz, they're all turning on him. Now he's a terrible guy and this is awful. Randy Fine is another one of these guys that I wish would just go hold office in Israel and leave us all alone, because I think if you're going to be a congressman in the United States, you should have your only allegiance to the United States of America. Randy Fine is more Israeli than he is American. In fact, you can Google it. I believe Randy Fine's a dual citizen. That should be banned. Randy Fine talked about America's interest versus Israel's interest. And I think this is a great illustration of a line in the sand, a difference between MAGA and America First. MAGA thinks like Randy Fine. America First thinks like us. Let's take a look here and listen to what Randy Fine said about all this.
Israel's enemies are our enemies. I often say the reason they hate Israel is because Israel is small and Israel is close to where they are. And so I believe standing with...
No, they hate Israel because in 1948, the United Nations and the British forced a country in there, wedged them in there, promised them a certain point of it, and the terrorists who founded that country immediately started wiping out Arabs and taking their land and growing beyond those borders. It was day one shit. Just me, oos. Day one-ish is just me, Jews. And as soon as Israel became a state, they started kicking out Arabs, they started killing people, and they started growing their borders. It has nothing to do with the fact that they're little and they're in that part of the world. It's the fact that they have been a murderous supremacist state from day fuck one. The Nakba, Randy Fine. But again, they're apes, so it doesn't matter.
Israel stands with a country that largely shares the same values that we do.
I don't.
Does that mean I think we should put the interests of America over Israel? No.
Okay, then politely get the fuck out of Congress, please.
But I haven't seen an instance
Did
where
you say,
that
does
is
that
the case.
mean we should put the interest of America over Israel?
Even PBD is like, all right, let me understand what you're trying to say. You're trying, like PBD's trying to help him out because he's like, wait a minute. Now, I've said a lot of retarded shit in my career, but this is very retarded. And the thing you've said is one of the most retarded things I've heard. So I'm going to try to bail you out because I don't want to be seen as anti-Jewish. You're saying that America and the Israel's interests are like the same. So even though you're America first, we have the same values. No, I'm actually saying that we shouldn't put America's interests over Israel's. All right. Well, I can't help you with this. You and Adam can have lunch.
Israel? No.
No. Does that mean we should put the interest of Israel over America?
Okay, I want to make sure.
All right, if I misspoke, I apologize.
You didn't misspeak. You said what you meant.
No, we should not. But I have yet to see an instance where standing with Israel is not a good thing for the United States.
I'm not saying we should put the wants of the United States over the want. I'm not saying that. I'm saying everything Israel wants to do is something we should want to do. Oh, okay. Well, that's way better, right? Way better. Dante says, I'm not a nationalist, but even I don't want any dual citizenship. It's weird, right? It's fucky. You know? It's odd. Siegkreutz says, I think Aaron is pretending to be anti-Hitler so he and his family don't get targeted. He really knows Adolf was holy living saint. If that's the case, then I understand what he's doing. have a moral aversion to killing innocent people. I don't care what your mission is. I think Hitler had a lot of criticisms of the culture that I think get kind of glossed over because they're inconvenient and we focus on the murder and the Holocaust and the war and all that stuff. But they kind of group that together and go, well, everything he said is invalid. Well, that's obviously not true. I mean, Charles Manson made some good points, for Christ's sake. I'm saying, like, I'm not deflecting or pretending for my family. I don't like that Hitler rounded up a shitload of innocent people and killed them. I don't like that Hitler started a war that killed tens of millions of people. Were Hitler's criticisms of communism and Bolshevism correct? 100%. I don't like what he did to people. I don't like the part about taking away people's businesses, rounding up their kids, putting them in camps, shit. Like, I don't like that. I wouldn't want that to happen to me. I wouldn't want that to happen, like, to people of Germanic heritage. You know, I wouldn't want that to happen to Catholics. So I'm against that part. So yeah, Sam Show says you're a pussy. Yeah, if I don't endorse rounding innocent people up and throwing them in camps, then I'm a piece of shit, I suppose. Let's get to this clip here. By the way, you guys are only $40 away from a dub. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. Thank you guys so much. Keep it up. Keep gifting those memberships. I think we're like 25 memberships away from 600. All right, so this happened yesterday. Nobody really talked about it that much. Didn't come across the news very often. We were busy trying to cancel a college kid. There was an Apache helicopter that was shot down in the Middle East yesterday. We're not talking about it. We're not saying anything about it. And usually when not much is said about a thing, some hinky shit went down. So, like, you know how we don't talk about the Nord Stream 2 pipeline being blown up? That's because we tried to blame it on the Russians first, and then we got caught doing it. So we don't talk about the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. We don't talk about the sinking of the Gulf of Tonkin incident because, well, it turns out it never fucking happened, and we started a war over it. This Apache incident is interesting because an American Apache helicopter went down, and it went down at a time where Israel's incredibly pissed at us. They're trying to break up this ceasefire. They're trying to get us back into the fight. And all of a sudden, this Apache helicopter goes down. 2 days after, an F-18 goes down. A day after, a B-52 went down. This is really interesting to me.
New milestone, modern warfare, drone boats that can deploy into military action without putting service members in danger. Saw it in action sort of about a week ago. Brooke Taylor live in Austin, Texas with an exclusive look at the company that's making it happen. Brooke, what'd you find out?
Is this what we're doing? We're focusing on the drone boat instead of going, hey, what the fuck happened to this Apache helicopter?
Hi, Bill. Well, a drone boat exactly like this one helped carry out a military first. They operate completely autonomously, allowing the military to carry out these dangerous rescue missions without putting additional Americans in harm's way. Now, Fox News got an exclusive look at it in action.
Sunday. Now, remember, Sunday, there was a ceasefire. This ceasefire was declared like last week sometime.
Corsair here was used to rescue 2 American pilots after their Apache helicopter went down near the Strait of Hormuz.
Did you hear about that? I didn't hear about that. Happened this weekend, you know, when everybody was mad at Trump in Israel and we shouldn't be making peace with the Iranians. That's interesting.
Marking the first publicly known rescue mission involving a U.S. military drone boat. And it was built by...
Hey, Fox News, can you tell me more about that Apache helicopter? Because I'd like to know about that.
A defense company right here in Austin, Texas.
Cool, awesome. But
the U.S. military does not leave people behind. We were able to rescue them with an autonomous platform. Without putting additional sailors or soldiers in harm's way.
What happened to the Apache helicopter?
Massive accomplishment, and opens up a lot of capabilities for commanders moving forward.
Awesome. Drone boats, cool. I love it.
The CEO of Saronic says instead of relying on remote operators controlling every move, these vessels can be designed and assigned a mission and then carry out
the Apache helicopter in the Straits of Hormuz. Because, you know, we weren't at war with Iran at the time. We weren't firing at each other.
Do more than one vessel at once, and here's what's next for them.
No, the Apache helicopter. Why aren't you talking about the Apache? You kind of glossed over the Apache helicopter thing.
It's a 52-foot autonomous ship, more than twice the size of Corsair. It can travel.
Hey, you scratched my anchor.
further, carry more, and stay in the fight longer, opening the door to bigger and more complex missions.
Cool. What?
China can outbuild us 230 to 1.
Okay, what about the Apache helicopter?
What that means is you actually don't have a deterrence in place without
Why did it go down
that we're building here at Serrano.
And the CEO says it's not just about technology, but being able to build autonomous vessels like this quickly by the thousands and at a fraction of the cost of traditional warship.
You didn't really want to talk to us about that Apache helicopter. Well, the person who posted this, Breaking 911 News, said 2 U.S. Army pilots were rescued from the waters near the Strait of Hormuz after their Apache helicopter went down. How'd it go down? And the rescue was carried out by an unnamed vessel. And then they go on to talk about the drone boats. Guys, anything about we're not going to, okay. What do we know about that B-52? What's the deal with that B-52? Any, B-50? Yeah, Nomo says, is this an SNL skit? Yeah, I mean, kind of. I mean, they're not going to tell us about it, are they? $1 from Red Fox Mad says, I hear Johnny is in hospice. R.I.P. Johnny. P.S. Your sponsor ad and pin message blocks the donation box. Oh, God, I'm sorry. I put it up there again. I apologize. There we go. It's gone. Makes it hard to donate on the phone in the internet window. All right. Now everybody can drop donate. I got to pay attention to that. I got to pay attention to if more money comes in when we take down the pinned message. Sam Show's still mad at me because I don't support the Holocaust. That's weird. Like, that's kind of the other part of it. Like, that's the one end is like Fox News trying to cancel the Cornell kid. The other side of that, like kind of on the same side as Fox News in their extremism, is the people who are like, Aaron, you think the Holocaust was bad? Fuck you, dude. It's like, yeah, I do. I'm sorry. I'm safe on that one. The Holocaust didn't happen, you zogged loser. All right, here. You know what? I'll make you happy. I mean, I'm not going to. Nobody can make you happy, Sam Show. But rounding people up and putting them in detention camps is wrong. I'm against rounding up innocent people. I believe in due process. There. How's that? That's somehow not going to be enough. It's not going to be. Hey, guys, I got great news. Diddy might be getting out of jail sooner than we thought. All right. Diddy's getting out sooner than expected. He had his sentence cut down again. I wonder who he snitched on. Diddy might be trading a federal prison for a recording studio sooner than expected because the music mogul's projected prison release date has been moved up. February of 2028 is now his scheduled release date. Now, he's going to get out sooner than that, right? Like, they're going to let Diddy out before. Nobody stays until their actual release date. There's always overcrowding or some shit, especially if you have $1 billion. This is an improvement for Diddy. His previous prison release date was in April of 2028, so a little less than 2 years. Which was moved up from June of 20. Okay, so his release date has been moved up 4 months in the last few months. So I'm guessing Diddy will be out by Christmas next year. Diddy will be home for Christmas 2027. In October 2025, Judge Arun Subramanian sentenced Diddy to 50 months in prison after his conviction on 2 prostitution charges. It's unclear why the date has been moved up again, but we know Diddy has participated in a drug rehab program behind bars, which could have helped shave some time off his sentence. Of course, Diddy's lawyers are trying to get him out even sooner, filing an appeal back in March, asking a judge to reconsider his sentence, arguing the punishment is excessive. Diddy's been locked up since his arrest in September of 2024, and he's still got a ways to go until he's released, but it's definitely trending in the right direction. Yeah, I have no doubt that we're so lenient on incarcerating people pretty much across the board that I'm pretty sure Diddy's going to be out by Christmas of next year, if not sooner than that. If not sooner than that. Coltrane with $1 says the Apache went down last week. Oh, okay. I heard about it the day it happened. Iran hit it with a drone. This isn't news. Happened June 8th by an Iranian drone. Okay, all right. So I'm just worried about the F-18 and the B-52, and we got to keep an eye on J.D. Vance's flight on Friday to Geneva. That's what we got to do. We got to keep an eye on that. Bapa Shab says Aaron is going to the prison with flowers and baby oil on his release day. Oh, sorry. Am I not allowed to show support for the guy? Fuck me. Sorry. Thank you guys very much. You're only 40 away from another win for the toe. Unbelievable day today, guys. Finish it up. 28 memberships away from 600. Thank you so much. Remember yesterday we talked about the San Francisco Giants players who the MLB's making them wear the gay hats. You know, they're making them wear the San Francisco Giants logo turned all pridey. Here's a picture of it. So this guy, I think Landon Strauss, I think is his name, pitcher for the San Francisco Giants, put a Genesis Bible verse next to his rainbow flag hat that they made him wear. Now, this Genesis, this verse in Genesis is basically about how when you see a rainbow, it's a rainbow after the great flood. If you see a rainbow, you will see God. God's presence is in that rainbow. Which, it's not discriminatory towards gays. It's not anti-LGBTQ. It's just pro his faith. They're making him wear this hat. He doesn't want to wear the hat. He didn't rub it in the dirt. He didn't put tape over the logo. He just put a Bible verse on there. Well, MLB is now saying that they're going to fine any player who alters that. I mean, you saw this coming, right? MLB is going to fine any player who alters their pride hat during the entire Pride Month this year. It's just like, I hope that these guys end up making this so uncomfortable that MLB just decides to stop doing it. Like, just knock it off. Nobody wants it. It doesn't make gay people safer. This idea that like, oh, look, we're doing the bare minimum. We're putting colors on a hat. If you're gay and that does it for you, you're weird. Like, that's such, like, you're just gullible. And then also a lot of these players are going to talk shit about it, or they're going to put Bible verses on it, or fans are going to complain about it. There's no benefit to it. Meanwhile, if you just don't acknowledge Pride Month, like if you're gay, acknowledge Pride Month. Go fucking crazy. None of us care about Pride Month because we're not gay. I don't care about Black History Month. I'm not black. It's not a big deal to me. Protestants don't give a shit about Lent. Why? They're not Catholic. So it's this weird humiliation ritual where we all have to participate in the gaying up of baseball. It's why? If you're gay, enjoy Pride. Go ahead. Well, put on this hat. Fuck your mother. Like, well, don't. I mean, it might have been family issues might have led to that. Never mind. It's not important. Different conversation for a different day. But it turns out that Rob Schneider is now offering to pay the fines for any of these guys who are fined for putting a Bible verse on their uniform. That's kind of a baller move by Rob Schneider to offer to pay these guys fines. I think it's retarded for Major League Baseball to fine these guys anyway. And again, do you want to avoid this shit? You're not going to avoid it by fining these players, all right? Because that's just going to cause more players to do it. That's just going to cause more players to rebel against it. The only way you solve this is just by being done with it. Let's be done. Let's just not do it next year, and it'll be fine. You won't lose any money. You won't lose any, you won't gain any protesters. You won't do any of that. You'll just be quiet about it. You'll be silent, and everyone will either keep watching the game or they won't watch the game. You'll be fine. Deb Z. Bennett says Robert D. Manfred Jr. is the current commissioner of Major League Baseball and is Jewish. All commissioners of all sports are Jewish. Adam Silver in the NBA. Before that, it was Selig with MLB. I think Goodell is the only non-Jewish commissioner of the big sports. Is Roger Goodell Jewish? I don't think no, he's not. He's raised in a Christian family, deep roots in Protestant traditions. Gay. So yeah. Irish NY got one of the memberships from TDR Shit Show. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. All right, let's get to the next thing. We've got, this is the Minnesota story. So if you thought that we were done with the ICE stuff and the Department of Justice stuff here in Minnesota, we're not. We still got more of it. We've got protesters that were opposing ICE. More of them are being charged with crimes. This is apparently an Antifa cell. That's what they're saying. 15 Antifa members were charged for opposing immigration enforcement during that big, uptick in enforcement. We'll play that in just a second. First, Eric with $1 says they should have put the sodomite sombrero at Target Field. Would be good publicity. Sodomites. I don't know. I haven't been following the Twins close enough this year. They need to start winning more. All right, let's get the details on this. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Still well over 600 of you checking out the toe. We appreciate that. Only $40 away from a W. You guys have been incredible. Let's finish it off. We've done 2 golden showers. Let's finish off the day with a third.
We're monitoring breaking news out of Minneapolis. 15 people are facing federal charges tied to what prosecutors say was a coordinated effort to interfere with immigration enforcement operations in Minnesota. Our Barrett Leone joins us live from the federal courthouse in Minneapolis with the details.
Wednesday may be hump day, but at WCCO News, it's Frump Day. It's just a little something I've been working on. Don't worry about it. Go back to your regularly scheduled program.
Barrett.
Hi, Shayla. Yeah, we just heard from U.S. Attorney for Minnesota, Daniel Rosen, within the last half hour. He tells us that 12 people were arrested this morning. 1 person was already in custody, and 2 are still wanted fugitives at this point.
Oh, shit.
All 15 people charged are from the Twin Cities, and they're facing multiple charges, including conspiracy to impede federal officers and assault on a federal officer, among other charges. Now, according to investigators, the defendants are members or associates of Direct Action Minnesota. Prosecutors describe them as using militant tactics against federal law enforcement and refer to them as Antifa. The indictment focuses on incidents in January and March, alleging members used homemade...
I don't think it's a good idea to show like law enforcement pepper spraying the fuck out of a guy and being like, these protesters were out of control. They were ape shit. Here's a cop literally screaming at a guy standing there taking a pepper spray blast in the mouth. Guys, come on.
Against federal law enforcement and refer to them as Antifa. The indictment focuses on incidents in January and March, alleging members used homemade shields over and other barricades to block officers at the Whipple Federal Building. Officers officially...
Hold on a minute. I was there. I was at Whipple multiple times, probably half dozen to 10 times, covering it, doing streams. Some of them were being cunts. But I would say it rose to interfering with ICE officers, arrested, criminal charges. A lot of us are going to like this because we disagree with these people politically. But if we're calming down and we're actually analyzing this soberly, I was there, dude. It got raucous at times. They'd step out on the street. They'd throw dildos and snowballs and shit. But yeah, by the way, dildos, yes. Somebody brought in hundreds of rubber dicks to throw out into the street. Because, here's what happened. Let me justify the dildos. It's the name of my punk band, by the way, Justify the Dildos. So law enforcement put up these concrete barriers to keep the protesters on the sidewalk, and then they put chain link fence to extend it. So the protesters then started bringing out dildos and throwing them over the fence onto the street at the ICE vehicles. See, it totally makes sense now.
Officials also allege some members followed and surveilled federal officers, including one member that tracked an officer from Minnesota into Wisconsin.
Okay.
The feds stress there's a clear distinction between peaceful protests and criminal conduct.
You're not allowed to follow a cop? Now, I understand you're not allowed to, sideswipe his car. You're not allowed to hit him. You're not allowed to go into his home or anything like that, but you can't follow a cop car around? That feels like a freedom we should get. Like, if they can pepper spray you standing still and they can shoot you for, dubious reasons, I feel like we should get to follow them around while they're on duty to see what they're up to.
To those who choose to threaten or harm federal officers, we will hold you accountable.
Ooh.
We will defend federal officers. We will protect.
They're fucking everywhere. Like, it's wild, dude. I didn't search this one out, even. Holy shit.
The public. We will enforce the law.
Let me be clear. Peaceful protest is a protected right and a cornerstone of our democracy.
True, but
we respect and defend that right.
But
however, there's a clear line that cannot be crossed. When protest turns into rioting, violence, or criminal activity, it becomes unlawful. And
I agree with you. And anyone being violent towards police officers should absolutely be arrested. And if that's what these people did, let's run them through the court system and see what shakes out. But like, I was at Whipple, and some of the stuff they were doing was really douchey and really dickish. But I don't really think it's something that should put a blight on their permanent record and be dragged through the court system and bog down the courts.
Will not be tolerated.
And we did hear from the Immigration Defense Network, who tells us one of their community observers was arrested this morning after federal agents raided their home.
Jesus. See, this is what I mean. Like, you followed a cop around so they get to go in and raid your home and take shit. Like, dude.
Protesters have begun to gather outside the federal courthouse here in Minneapolis, and they are calling these arrests a violation of civil rights. We're going to dig more into that, and we'll have a follow-up on this story later tonight here on WCCO.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, miss. You've done a fine job as a journalist, and I understand people who look like you have to work twice as hard.
And as mentioned,
fantastic. So, yeah, I don't know why. First of all, I don't understand why we're still. It seems like this is a Trump administration get back at all these protesters. I don't know why we're still litigating this ICE thing. Let's just be done with it. Move on. It was a bad look for Minnesota. It was a huge black eye to our state. Leave us alone. We're done. We don't need to. They talked to some of these protesters after they were arrested and released. And here's the thing. Like, I listened to the story. And I'm like, well, this seems like overkill. This seems like we're relitigating something from this winter. This seems kind of retarded. But then they stick a microphone in front of these protesters' faces, and I'm like, fuck it, put them back in jail. So let's listen to them.
Earlier, most of those arrested.
There's a fucking guy in a frog suit. Come on. This is what makes it so difficult to be on these hippies' side. Is I'm like, hey, come on. I think you're being kind of mean to the hippies. You're being a little too aggressive. I think you've made your point. Let's see their protest. Oh, there's a guy dressed as a gay frog. All right, that's okay.
Arrested were released after making their first court appearance.
Maury Glover caught up with one of them to find out how he feels about the charges that he's facing. Maury?
Well, Cameron Kennedy says he's been an activist for a long time, so he wasn't surprised by his arrest. He says he'll fight the charges.
I heard a pounding on the door at 6 o'clock in the morning. I came to the door in just what you're seeing here.
Holding the federal
You You came to the door in salmon-colored capri pants. Holy shit. Dude, I can't even say gay. I don't even know. That's something else. Like, even gay guys would be like, bro, that's egregious. That's something else. Oh, did they have to shoot? Like, hey, man, I'll talk to you guys. Just don't shoot my capri pants. And just kind of, I'll give you a statement real quick.
In just what you're seeing here.
Holding the federal indictment.
No, I never. And he's got pink slip. Oh, Jesus.
Lining the charges against him. Cameron Kennedy says his arrest.
And then they filmed him walking away. Come on. I'm having a hard time believing that this poofter was violent towards the police or violent towards ICE authorities in any way that necessitates federal charges. He's literally a homo in capri pants, dude.
Home in South Minneapolis Tuesday morning was unjustified.
And there was 12 door kicker Gestapo ICE agents at the door, rifles pointed at my head,
telling
me to surrender. I surrendered without any conflict.
Dude, that is way too, come on. Like, these guys are easy to hate. They are. If I concede that point to you, and that them and me would probably agree on very little. Because once I got to, all right, why is this all happening? They'd be like, oh, I don't want to be anti-Semitic. Like, I understand that. Can we admit that sending federal agents to this poofter's door to point rifles in his face while he's wearing capri pants is probably a bit much? I'm sorry, but to quote Apollo Creed, I don't feel any heat from this guy.
Federal prosecutors
You don't have to protect me from capri pants, guy. this is a waste of taxpayer money.
Kennedy and more than a dozen other defendants used the building, surveillance, and physical confrontations to obstruct immigration enforcement. They also cited Facebook posts by Kennedy saying things like, we need to become ungovernable. We need to resist any way we can.
No, wait a minute. This is UK shit now. I've seen all of us. You can't. I'm the most consistent motherfucker in the room all the time on this stuff. I don't let the fact that they're hippies or liberals stop me from being consistent. Sometimes some people do. I don't. This is UK shit. This is the shit that you and I have railed about all the time, using Facebook posts against them. This is America. You have a First Amendment right to write whatever the fuck you want to. If Facebook finds it wrong and they want to take it down, that's the way the game goes. But you can't use this against him in a court of law. You can't say, oh, he posted this Facebook post that says we need to become ungovernable and we need to resist. That's your right as an American. It even says nonviolent. Oh, wait, no, it says nonviolent ideology and our politicians aren't going to save us. But you and I say that all the time. That's something that we say. You can't vote your way out of this. Those who make nonviolent revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. Like, this guy doesn't sound that much different than us. So, like, no, I don't want him dragged out of his house at gunpoint and them using these Facebook posts against him. That's what they do in the UK right now.
Stop the Nazi occupation. As proof, the defendants were frustrated by nonviolent tactics.
It's absolutely enraging, of course. You know, this is the type of behavior that we've come to expect of an authoritarian regime that we live under.
Our cameras caught a handful of defendants who, like Kennedy, were released after their initial court appearances at the federal courthouse in St. Paul. Most didn't want to talk, but supporters believe the charges are an attempt to intimidate people who resisted Operation Metro Surge.
I just think it's absurd. I think everyone knows that it's absurd, and it's important for people to say that. Just call it.
And that's the thing. It is absurd, but also it's going to cost these people tens of thousands of dollars to fight this. And at the end of the day, they might go to federal prison, and it's just not worth it. I was at these protests. Sometimes ICE got fired up. Sometimes the protesters got fired up. They went nose to nose. None of these ICE guys got hurt. None of these ICE guys got injured. And the protesters who did pull this shit got dragged back from the crowd, held and released, or some of them got pepper spray right in their face. Like, we were fine. We can go away now. We can be done with all this stuff. All you've done now is guaranteed more protests in Minnesota. Thanks a lot, dicks.
For what it is.
But Kennedy says he
Stop showing his capri pants.
They arrested us because they're trying to find a larger movement. They're trying to hit the rest of Minneapolis. And I think we are just the tip of the iceberg with this. They are definitely trying to come after people more for political reprisal.
Yeah, I think so.
Now, Kennedy says he doesn't know when his next court appearance will be, but as you heard, he says that George ordered him not to talk to any of his co-defendants as a condition of his release.
It's kind of weird. You can't talk to them. You can't, like, organize a defense or figure out how you're going to fight. Yeah, like, none of this adds up. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Like, none of this adds up. Chevy Fan says, I'll never side with these fags. I mean, I'm not siding with them. I'm just saying it's a waste of fucking time to go after pink capri pants guy. I just don't think there's any reason to be going through this. It's a waste of my time, effort, and taxpayer money. Conditioner on my D says, maybe get a job, loser. See, now that's fine. That's a fair criticism. Lab Glass says, Aaron acting like he was there 24/7. Quit making shit up, Aaron. Sorry it doesn't fit your narrative. I'm sorry I was there and I'm telling you what I saw. I apologize to you. Sorry I've hurt your feelings. Hey, we need to be banding together because we're only $40 away from a win on a non-Johnny day. Lab glass. You were down there an hour at a time. Right, yes. I've never told you I wasn't. And I'm telling you what I saw at that time. I know these guys need to be the enemy and they need to be the terrible libs and we need to be afraid of them. Holy shit, if this last year has not shown you that these people are small potatoes in the grand scheme of things, I don't think you're reachable at this point. I want to get to a point where that guy is our problem. I want to get to a point where that's the most annoying thing that happens. That would be heaven for me. Some of you let yourselves get distracted by this piddly ass boomer shit. And then you take your eye off the long game, the ball. This guy we can all agree is based and he's awesome and he's fantastic. All right? Chevrolet JB says the one time shit got real, you walked away from the action. Really? Because I got pepper sprayed and went right back in there. I got fucking CS gas and went right back in there. Yeah, you can eat shit. I'm sorry I don't fit your narrative. I'm sorry I'm better than you think I am. Apologize, Chevrolet JB. Something crawled up your ass today. Let's hit the goal. Let's knock it out. Let's call it a win for the toe. JB's crabby about something. Maybe he needs a bit of a nap. JB might need a nappy. He got his wallet, and now he has nothing to bitch about. Poor guy. Poor guy. All right, let's go to the next one. This guy's based. This guy rules. Everyone's going to love him.
You're going to say a 35-year-old Shoreview man set his ex.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm 39. I just need to let you guys know I'm 39. Oh, cool. This happened in the town I grew up in.
A man set his ex-girlfriend's home on fire.
Based.
Her current husband is a veteran. He and his service dog were inside when it happened. Jason Rantala shows us how authorities nabbed their man.
I just saw kind of gray smoke coming by.
Travis will.
That means they haven't selected a new pope yet. Holy shit, he really did a number. Wow. They're going to have to gut that joint.
Was inside with his service dog Sonny watching TV last month when he noticed his house was on fire.
Obviously, I started freaking out.
The Marine Corps combat veterans.
The man who set the house on fire was heard outside yelling, "Felicia, I love you. You should give me another chance, don't you know?" Poor guy. He was sad. He was playing really gay AI techno music, wearing a Michael Jackson jacket and dancing like a faggot.
Sprung into action.
I ran out and I was able to put out the majority of it.
But Wilkins says his Cambridge home.
It is, okay, I'll admit, it's kind of cool to watch that siding go up, though, because it melts really weird as it burns. It looks like there's a fungus growing on the house. Now, I never want this to happen to my house. That's why I make sure all my boyfriends can't come around to set my house on fire. I'm very proactive in that sense. I mean, we all have crazy ex-boyfriends who are batshit insane and their brains are warped. But, you know, you got to take precautions so they don't come by and set your house on fire.
Complete loss.
This shouldn't have happened. My kids played unsupervised in this backyard all the time.
Why weren't you watching your kids? Fuck is wrong with you, Mom?
WCCO caught up with Wilkin and his wife last month as investigators were still combing through clues. His wife, Taylor, the mother of their 5 children, left with questions.
I truly feel just...
Oh, shit. Wait, the ex-boyfriend and her have 5 kids together, or the husband? First of all, you set a house on fire over her? Bro, mid at best. Mid at best, buddy.
Still combing through clues. His wife, Taylor, the mother of their 5 children.
Oh, okay. The husband. All right. So the husband and wife had 5. Holy shit. So that husband and wife have 5 kids. So it's been at least 6-7 years. You haven't let go yet. You came back all this time to set her house on fire? Or is this an affair type of thing? Is this a boyfriend that happened in between the... I need to know more. I don't give a shit about the house being set on fire. We need to have like a Maury Povich episode, and I need to hear about this relationship. Well, you know, she found a codeine pill in my pocket, and that was about it. And I miss her so much. I was set her house on fire.
Left with questions.
I truly feel just violated because
Hey, you weren't raped. Sorry, it's my new character, Sunny Brightside. My new good news character, Sunny Brightside. He likes to come by when shitty things have happened to people and let them know that it could have been worse. And usually what he says is, "Hey, you weren't raped." That's like his catchphrase. He's not allowed around rape victims because he really doesn't have it. Like, what are you supposed to say? Hey, your house wasn't set on fire. Yeah, but you were raped, I suppose, so that's bad.
In the house. He should have been safe.
The day of the fire, court documents say neighbors witnessed a man carrying an orange-colored plastic jug, asking which house the Wilkins lived in. After reviewing a photograph...
Oh, no. I hope you didn't tell him. You never tell a guy with crazy eyes and an orange jug who's going, where do the Wilkins live? You go, in a box down by the bank.
Captured by a police squad on the scene, documents say Taylor Wilkin recognized the man as an ex-boyfriend who she dated years ago. And
holy shit, 16 to 18 years ago, she dated that guy. Wow. You can't let go of mid-pussy 16 to 18 years later? This chick must be able to suck a golf ball through a garden hose. In the amount of time it takes a baby to grow up into an adult, this guy still has not let go. Not just hasn't let go. It's one thing to not be able to let go of the relationship and talk about it too much or think about it too much. This motherfucker's still able to go, Left Eye Lopez on a bit and set a house on fire. Woo! This is record-breaking moving on issues.
Had a restraining order against.
I just don't get it, because how could someone do that? Like, it's just so frustrating. I feel like we're supposed to be safe in our house.
Yeah, you'll think twice before you give up the back door again, won't you? Yeah. There are things a woman can do that will mesmerize a man. Just keep that in mind.
Suspect was taken into custody earlier this month in Chisago County on outstanding warrants, smelling of gasoline. Jason Rantala, WCCO News.
It's usually a dead giveaway. Hey, did you set that house on fire? Pfft, no, that would be fucking psychotic, right? Why do you smell like gasoline? Fixing my lawn. Hey, I didn't rape anybody. Right? It was old Johnny Brightside. Somebody, too, says, 16 years ago, no kids. She might have been halfway decent. Kids do things to the body. Labglass says 5 kids means the pussy ain't mid, bud. Yeah, I mean, her husband couldn't pull out. Roots Calhoun says she was leading his ass on. She was asking for it. Oh, that pussy conditioner on my D says that pussy must have gripped like a vice. Joey Caravello says April would do that. No, I think April and I are very, very happy. I think if you asked us both, we'd probably have the same answer. I wish I'd never met that fucker. I think that would be that that's a very healthy, I think, separation. Is that like she told Keanu when I filed for it, I don't want to get divorced. I'm like, bullshit, bitch. And then I think if you asked us both today, we'd be like, oh, I wish I'd never met that fucker. That's embarrassing. We're both embarrassed by one another. I think that's the sign of a good breakup. That's the sign of healthy moving on, is you're like, oh, fuck. Yep. You always have that one that lets you know we all make mistakes sometimes. Sam Show says she was definitely still talking to him. I don't know. Hey, we got our daily greeting from Florida from Matthew Busa Music. Thank you very much. Somebody too says maybe she cheated on him with her now husband, and he said, I will get you back for this one. I will get back at you for this one day. Yeah, never underestimate a grudge. And those ex-boyfriends, they can be really crazy. Balls Deep with $1 says semi-consensual is still somewhat consensual. It's not fucked up at all. What are you talking about? Thank you for the $1. Hey guys, we're only $40 away from a win for the toe. Let's hammer out the rest of it. 28 memberships away from 600? Let's go. If we get that number to 20, it's a win for the toe, and our week stays perfect. We got a perfect week going, boys and girls. Sam Show says she was probably texting him and talking about trash dick or whatever, basically just Ralph and Scarlett. Yeah, you know what? Maybe this will be like an Ethan Ralph thing, but we want peace between Ralph and Scarlett because we toe boys. obviously. 16 to 18 years later, though, like that's a record level of remembering. That's like that's longer than like Vito Corleone going back to kill that local mob boss in Sicily. That guy's hanging on. Now, do you think this lighting their house on fire got it all out of his system? Do you think now he's like, no, I'm good. You don't need to arrest me. I'm okay. I'm legit now. Everything I needed to work out, I worked out. We're solid. Let's open up these 8 o'clock hour stories. We got some stuff to talk about here. We got an hour left in today. Well, we might have more than an hour left in today's show. I mean, what are we, 28 memberships away from 600? If we do hit 600, I do have to do an extra half hour for you. We'll see. 09 Canyon says, I can believe that it was probably Facebook flirting that he took seriously, and she just wanted attention. 16 to 18 years after they dated, and he's still setting her house on fire? I mean, can Facebook flirting really accomplish that? Papa Shab says, 59-year-old Ralph hollering at Scar. Yeah, he's like, listen, bitch, I'm going to set your house on fire. But it's Scarlett, so it's probably your parents' house. So it's like, come on, Ralph. Let's not hurt the innocent here. Hulkamash Baby says, bro, her husband's a Marine. If it had a pulse, they'll fuck it. Bucklebrush Jones says, you need a theme song called The Toe Jam. You know what? I don't hate the idea out of pocket. Joey Caravello says, Johnny wants to have sex with Digger while he is dressed as Digger's mother. These are all disgusting rumors. Real quick, I'm going to play the theme music for a little bit here, guys. I'm going to run to the bathroom real fast, and then we're back for the last hour. While I'm gone, let's knock out the rest of the goal and keep our week. We haven't had a perfect week since 3 weeks ago, so I want to make sure we stay perfect today. Let's go ahead and play our theme music here. I'll go pee real quick. I'll be back in 1 minute, I promise. And away we go. I just saw a news story that said Tim Walz officially is at his lowest poll rating of his entire 2 terms. Makes sense. I mean, Minnesota, how many times, even if you're a Democrat, and they tend to be pretty loyal to our governors, how many times can your state be humiliated in front of the entire country before you go, all right, enough of this clown, time for somebody else? Now, I don't think this is going to translate into a Republican taking over, although I do like Kendall Qualls. Amy Klobuchar is the most popular politician in Minnesota. She's going to win. They've got it all set up for Amy Klobuchar. Steel Toe One says, quoting me, says maybe she'll think twice about giving up the back door. Unlike me, I'm a give it up on the first date kind of guy. Wait a minute, that's not what I said. Don't say it. What if people weren't listening when that segment was on? They're going to think I actually said that. Sam Show says that's going to be so fucking funny. You're going to miss Walls. She's I don't know if we're going to miss Walls. I mean, she's every bit as liberal as he is. She's just got a little more balls. She's more bitchy than Walz is. Walz is way more of a girl than Amy Klobuchar is. The one thing Amy Klobuchar has done that I like is she throws staplers at her staff members. I like it when powerful people bully their staff. I think that's a positive because usually I assume they're being very lazy. So that's something I really like about old Klobuchar. But no, it's not going to get better for Minnesota. We're going to get somebody different. I didn't say we're going to get somebody better. She's just going to be a better, or not better, but she's going to be a different personality. Put it that way. Sam Show says, you guys are going to get butt fucked and you're going to like it. Dude, if you're a Minnesotan, your asshole is already so blown out. What are you going to do? Hey, don't worry about it, though, guys. We're going to be saved from Amy Klobuchar by Screwworm. Apparently, Screwworm is coming to Minnesota. I'm not even fully briefed on what exactly Screwworm is. Let's go ahead and take a look.
A gruesome problem being caused by this little worm. Right now,
Oh, no. Is this about Jews again? Oh, okay. Never mind. You know what? I thought it was going to be something.
And you guessed it. A Jew.
No, it's Screwworm. By the way, is he wearing a kippah right there? That's
New World Screwworm is infecting cattle in Texas and New Mexico. There is some concern.
New World Screwworm is a screwworm named Screwworm Nash, Screwworm Hall, and Screwworm Hogan. New World Screwworm. And did you know that when you're New World Screwworm, you're New World Screwworm for life? Sorry. I like it. I know that there's a lot of people groaning. I don't care. I loved that one. That's like my Sunny Brightside character.
Now that the worm could be making its way north to Minnesota.
John Lorson explains why the parasite worries Midwest farmers.
I mean, are you kidding me? We're okay with parasites. We've been dealing with APAC. And then on the other side, we've been dealing with the Southern Poverty Law Center. I mean, parasites are as American as apple pie.
There's probably a lot more cases out there, but no one's reporting them.
Texas Commissioner.
Oh, I was going to say, that's a Texan. It's like, how the fuck do Minnesota farmers somehow sound like they're from the South?
Agriculture Sid Miller is talking about his state's ongoing battle with New World Screwworm, a battle that could spread.
It's a parasite that likes to invade an open wound and lay its eggs, and then those eggs hatch into the screwworm larva.
Don't, because I see you guys doing it. I'm not looking at the chat right now, but I see it. I see you thinking it. Stop. At least throw in a 5 spot if you're going to.
They get that name because of their spiral shape, which allows them to dig deeper and deeper into a wound as they feed on live flesh. If not treated, it can be fatal.
It sounds bad. It sounds digging in, burrowing into skin, feasting on live flesh. That sounds like it's a problem.
That's the gruesome thing about this. It's not a maggot like we're used to up here in the Midwest.
Stop.
Dr. Brian Hayes of the Minnesota Board of Animal Health says he was happy to hear that Senator Amy Klobuchar and other lawmakers wrote a letter to the USDA urging the hiring of more veterinarians to stop the screwworm spread.
Hey, look at that. That's our girl, right? That's our next governor. She's going to stop New World. What if she saves us from New World Screwworm? It's going to be huge.
Or reaches the Midwest. The parasite has...
But that's the thing you got to look out for with Amy Klobuchar is you guys are like, oh, she's going to be the same as Tim Walz. Not really. She's going to have way more rural support than Tim Walz did. Because remember, like, Tim Walz would be like, it's just rocks and cows up there. I don't give a fuck. And he doesn't. He doesn't care about those people. Amy Klobuchar is a classic politician. She's shake hands, kiss babies. She's going to talk about how important farmers are and how important rural Minnesota is. You got to be like, guys, you got to fucking chill for a minute and try to realize when people are saying complimentary things about someone, it's not because they support them. It's because they want you to be aware of what you're going up against. Amy Klobuchar is a different animal from Tim Walz. She's way smarter, she's way more organized, and she's a way better campaigner.
The cattle and dairy industry on edge, but in Mexico, screwworm has also been found in goats, pigs, and even dogs.
I thought for a second there, I thought he was going to say goat piss. I was like, you can't say goat piss on the news. Goats, pigs, and the bottom of tequila bottles. Go back. I got to hear him almost say goat piss again.
It has the cattle and dairy industry on edge, but in Mexico, screwworm has also been found in goats, pigs, and even dogs and cats.
That's my biggest concern here.
It's almost like it's a dirty, filthy country.
In Minnesota, that we're going to accidentally drag it up here on some companion animals that were either brought up as a...
That's a weird way to say illegal immigrants. Companion animals. We're kind of going the other way on the political correctness.
Rescue or even just people on vacation with their pets.
But Dr. Hafes says there are effective tools to combat the parasite, such as deworming medications and introducing sterile flies into their population.
I've also heard regulations against stock market speculation are a good way to keep the parasites at bay.
So eggs don't hatch.
Vigilance is our best way to combat this. Make sure you're checking those animals over.
John Lordson, WCCO News.
Experts say the parasite does not impact meat and is not a food safety issue. People can be infected by screwworms, but the overall risk is low.
So why are we getting all worked up about screwworm? It sounds like if you just check that cow ass every once in a while and you yank the screwworm out of there, you're going to be fine. Just don't leave your cows walking around the pasture, and then when they come back, just go like, they're all fine. No, you got to get in there. You got to check their ass and make sure that the cows are all healthy. You got to have healthy cows, like Scarlett says, like they have in Wisconsin. They have healthy, happy cows. They're in Wisconsin. Anawal says, I blame Bill Gates. Dude, anything that fucks with cows, I am totally willing to blame Bill Gates. 100%. Root says $19.99 for a prime cut ribeyes here. $26.99 for dry aged prime. You know, I haven't gone to Von Hansen's Meats in a while and checked out what their cuts are going for. Maybe it's time. Maybe I got to go to Von Hansen's this weekend and grill out at the lake. Labglass says Aaron really is hearing what he wants today. Goat piss. I don't. I'm not. Baba Shab says deworm Johnny. Johnny has worms. To which Root says Johnny is a worm. Why? Why are we doing? Why does Johnny have to catch strays today? You know, technically, you guys, Johnny's winning because this is a Johnny free day, and we're still $40 away from the goal. So hey, you guys can sit there and shit on Johnny. But even while you guys are shitting on Johnny, he's still, as long as we're still, because he may not have posted any W's on the goal this week, but we haven't posted one either. So as long as we're still losing, Johnny's still winning, my friends. So no, Johnny does not have screwworm. Hey, do you guys remember when Hassan Piker electrocuted his dog? That was wild, right? That was like last year, wasn't it? I mean, it feels like a while ago that Hassan electrocuted his dog. Should we see how Hassan's doing now? Should we see it feels like it's been a long enough time. He denies that he electrocuted his dog and used a shock collar. He says he used a vibrating collar. All right, whatever. So that must mean that if you bring it up again, Hassan Piker is going to be very chill about it. He's going to be really cool about it. And he's going to be like, I remember back in those days, you guys thought I shocked my dog. All right, come on, let's get back into the show. Stop it. He's certainly not going to threaten to fuck anyone's mom, right? You got to gift a membership, throw in a couple of bucks. Let's go. One more golden shower, and we can call it a win for the toe. Here's Hassan being reminded yesterday about the dog shocking thing.
With the lives and livelihoods of Palestinians. That to me,
by the way, that sucks when you're like, I feel that when you like want to, when you're into serious mode, because we got fuck around mode and serious mode on the show. When you're in serious mode and you're like, yeah, fucking, we got to protect these Palestinians. The Israelis are a bunch of cunts. Zionism is a cancer. And someone's like, hey, Aaron, you suck a lot of dick in the sauna today? And you're like, fuck me, I don't do a real show. So let's see Hassan.
With the lives and livelihoods of Palestinians. That to me, didn't bro shock his dog? I shocked your mother's pussy last night with my penis. She was.
Dude, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to catch shit for this. I kind of like newer, edgier, shittier Hassan. Like, maybe it's because he was right about Israel while a lot of us were still kind of digging around in the dirt a little bit. Like, most of his commie politics are bullshit. It's also phony because he's a champagne socialist. But at the same time, I kind of like Nick Fuentes dressing like, I'm going to fuck your mom, Hassan Piker. Because we always kind of look at Hassan like a Streisand, like kind of a fagala. And now seeing Hassan Piker going, I'm going to fuck your mom. I love that. That's the kind of Hassan I can endorse.
Didn't bro shock his dog? I shocked your mother's pussy last night with my penis. She was like, oh my God, I can't believe it. I've never come so hard in my life. Yeah. She's breaking up with your dad now. You're getting a divorce. I'm your father now.
This is actually unironically.
I'll fuck your dad too.
Oh my God.
Anyway. Pride Month.
Dude, no lie. No shade here, as the kids say. That was a great Hassan clip. I wish he would be like that more often. Because a lot of the time people say shit like that to Hassan and it completely throws him off and he starts pounding and hollering and screaming. And he sounds like a complete Nancy. But this time he's just understated. I fucked your mom. She's leaving your dad. They're getting a divorce. And I'm going to fuck your dad too. Which is sad because now that means Hassan's going to cheat on that guy's mom. But low key, that might be the funniest thing I've ever heard Hassan Piker say.
With the lives and livelihoods of Palestinians. That to me, didn't bro shock his dog? I shocked your mother's pussy last night with my penis. She was like, oh my God, I can't believe it. I've never come so hard in my life.
It's the fact that he's so low key.
Yeah. She's breaking up with your dad now. You're getting a divorce. I'm your father now. I'll fuck your dad too. Anyway. Pride Month.
I don't like that some of you guys hate people so much that you hate them unconditionally and you can't ever give them their kudos or their attaboys. That's legitimately funny. Like telling one of you, maybe you guys won't like it because he's humiliating a fan and you guys are fans. Maybe because we're on different sides of this. There's something about a host not getting his cackles up and not getting worked up and just going, I fucked your mom a lot. She's leaving your dad and I'm going to rape your dad's butthole. Like I like it. Because the guy didn't get what he wanted out of Hassan. Now the guy got, he didn't get yelling and screaming and denial. He just got, I'm fucking your family. I like it. Redbird with $1 says, everyone's upset because we stopped sending money to the UN to stop screwworm and started using that funding to do the same thing domestically. Maybe. Grand Poobah with $1 says, Amy Klobuchar has also spent or fundraised 10 times as much money as any of her opponents and about twice as much as all of them combined. Yeah, dude, she is she's on a different level in terms of politics. She's on a different level in terms of campaigning. I mean, underestimate Amy Klobuchar at your own risk, for sure. Dogs are greater than Palestinians, says On a Wall. Baba Shab says, I don't like Hassan. I'll never like Hassan. Yeah, but bro, you can't expose yourself as someone who's not funny. You can't expose yourself as someone who doesn't get humor. You have to admit, you are totally allowed to hate Hassan Piker and also think that that's fucking hilarious. Rebel Scum says Hassan should get a shock collar on his neck and get shocked himself. Yeah, but he's fine. He's fine. Electric Shoes says the mom's pussy thing was fucking funny. It was hilarious. Roots Calhoun says, I got no problem with shocking a shithead dog. They deserve it, and I love them. Well, he loves dogs, and he still thinks those shitheads deserved it. Oh. Sam Show says, he was taking a cope sip. No, I think you're wrong. I think that's because you're a fan and not a host. That was a victory sip. He was savoring that sip because he fucked that guy's mom and made her come so hard she got divorced. T. Duden says, W. Hassan. Yeah, Sam Show, I think you're just I honestly, dude, I think you're just a bitter troll because he's like, he's seething, bro. That's kind of like the cope fans go with when they get owned. Hassan was awesome in that clip. That's his real self, says Nomo. Oh, no, I believe it. I believe that's the real Hassan, just bitter and angry and hostile. But yes, still funny. Sam Show says, respond with, does this mean you raped your dog too? See, now that's not a bad response. Chevy Fan says, the dad part, I believe. Yeah, the dad part is more believable than the him fucking her mom so much that, she's leaving the dad. DP Granny says all he had to say was he shocked his mom's pussy, but he had to drive it into the dirt by over-explaining it. Oh, come on. It was legitimately like the part where he goes, I fucked your dad. That's Pride Month. That was good. That was good. Baba Shab says the problem is that you don't see it from our perspective, not the other way around. No, I understand your guys' perspective. It's just wrong in this case. Like sometimes I'll have it wrong because it's from your guys' perspective. I get it. I understand. You don't have to be defensive with me. We're pals. Trucker 18 Wheeler says Aaron got a membership donation, but it didn't show up. If it didn't show up, I don't think it went through. Everybody gift a membership. Everybody throw in a membership. Let's see if they're showing up. If we get 8 of them, we've knocked out our 40 and it's a win for the toe. Let's finish it up. We can't let it we let it hang at 40 back at like 8 o'clock today. So like an hour and oh my God. That means we haven't gone down by $5 in an hour and 45 minutes. Holy shit. Let's knock out this last 40 and keep it perfect for the toe. We shouldn't be talking about the goal. All right. We had a big rally and we went down to 40. We shouldn't have to talk about the goal. Today's show should be a proud show. It's Pride Month. We should be knocking out that goal, not having a rally segment. We deserve it today. It's been great. Plus, you know, Johnny's not here today, so it's got to be a referendum. Hot Sake Enjoyer says, true, we're toe gang, so we all love Hassan now. No! Stop it. That is not what I said at all. Don't do that to me, Hot Sake Enjoyer. I said the one thing he said was funny. Trucker 18 Wheeler says Goat Choker got a membership. He got it from TDR Shit Show, not from Trucker 18 Wheeler. That was TDR Shit Show gifted 20 memberships earlier, so they're still parsing those out. 28 memberships away from 600. No, stop it. Now everybody in the chat is calling me a Hassan Piker supporter. Oh, I walked into this. Balls Deep with $1 says vagina. Thank you very, very much. No, I don't. No. I don't support shocking dogs. That's not what I said. This is not going well for me. You know what? Here, fine. You know what? You broke me down. Hassan Piker's a giant faggot and everything he does is gay as fuck. There. Are we good? Are we okay? No, I don't love Hassan's Musk power windows. Shit, this is all going bad. It's all going bad. 626 of you enjoying the toe right now. Well, arguably. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and thank you for your support. Hot Sake Enjoyer says, you know what's getting raped? That goal. Yes, let's commit rape to the goal. Rape culture the goal. Let's go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships. Speaking of Jeremy, we were talking about Jeremy from the Quartering a little bit earlier. Which, by the way, is he doing that morning show today? That fucking chicken shit, that goddamn coward? Let's take a look. See if the Quartering's doing his little morning show that he quit. He stopped doing. Wait a minute. Oh, he is live. Wow, he's under 1,000 people, though, guys. We have a real chance at catching the Quartering in a little while. If our numbers keep going up, because we're peaking out at 700 now. If he's peaking out in the 900s, Toe keeps going up, Quartering keeps coming down. We have a very serious shot at beating Quartering the old-fashioned way. Holy shit. Thank you very much to You Need Me More with $5 on PayPal. Says, do you support Japan's use of black babies? You did own your own black baby until your kids threw it on the roof. Just checking. Dude, I thought it was China. Either way, the Chinese, Japanese, thank you for the $5 with the black babies. If you didn't see that yesterday, oh my God. Yeah, Chinese people are just owning black dolls and just beating the shit out of them. Chinese black baby dolls. Here. We'll find this for you. This is like their new thing. They're buying black toys and just fucking with them. Here, here's one of them.
给你看一下我的娜塔莎。
Oh yeah, the dolls are. Oh my God, the dolls are called Natasha dolls, and they're just little black babies, and they violate them.
给你看一下我的 Natasha。Natasha.
Oh, now they look like us.
My Natasha.
Oh. What the oh my God. Oh my God. It just.
给你看一下我的 Natasha.
This is my favorite one. Just boom, just smashes its head. You ever shoot at a fireman, Natasha? So that's what they're doing in China. Orgy in the psych ward with $1 says, "You Need Me More is dead. I killed her." Oh shit, I'm sorry. Orgy in the psych ward, not You Need Me More. Puck says, to be fair, Natasha is Russian. Yeah, they're still black. They're still fucking up black babies. Balls Deep with $2. Thank you very much. Says she make a Debraka baby brush. Oh, thank you for the $2. $35 away from a win for the toe. Let's keep going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, all that happy horse shit. Thank you very, very much. This was a very funny clip from the quartering yesterday. I run into this all the time. And you know, there's a reason I say women just really shouldn't be broadcasters. They're fucking terrible. They're useless. They're not any good. Melanie Mack is on Jeremy's show, and like her whole gimmick is like, first of all, the funniest bit that Melanie Mack does is she only marries gay guys. It's a committed, like she's committed to the bit. Melanie Mack only marries cocksuckers. Like that's all her first husband was gay, divorced her. Her second husband is like gayer than the first one. And she is either in total denial or she just like will not give up the bit. But she's not a broadcaster. She's not a podcaster. She's not any good at it. If you're a broadcaster or a podcaster, when something goes awry or you don't have a thing that you need, you're still able to do a show. You're still able to talk. You're still able to just go vibing with the audience. Jeremy had some technical difficulties on his show yesterday where he couldn't stop, he was clipping out. You know, his video was lagging. It was really shitty. Now, I don't know how you do that and not just fix it right away. It's just tech issue Jeremy. But Melanie Mack had to host the show by herself for like 10 seconds, and she was brutal. Let's take a look.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, it seems like I'm a little laggy on my side. Am I laggy?
Oh, a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, let me
By the way, she is way too fucking old to be doing this. I'm just a goth punk chick. Oh, I'm just doing she's still trying to dress like a 19-year-old at one of those 21 and under goth clubs. Bitch, you're like 41. There's nothing wrong with being 41, and I'm not saying she's an unattractive woman. I mean, she looks better than most. But trying to pull off the 19-year-old goth party girl shtick at 41, come on, let's go. You know, maybe you would have had a couple of kids by now if you would stop marrying guys who like to stick it in the other hole. Just a little piece of advice. But this is Melanie Mack as a broadcaster and as a show host. Jeremy doesn't know how to fix his shit, so Melanie's going to have to take over.
Let me refresh real quick.
Okay. Hi, chat. How's it going? Did you all have a wonderful weekend and Monday?
Why is she talking to the chat and not the full audience, number one? Number two, why is she talking to everyone watching this show as if she's a substitute first grade teacher? Or one of those people who doesn't have kids, who doesn't know how to talk to kids, so they talk to 10-year-olds. Hi, how are you? Or one of those people who sees an 85-year-old and goes, you must be so good today. And it's like, don't infantilize them. They're just old. How do you have nothing? Hey, Melanie, take over for a while. All right. Hey, so I was watching this documentary yesterday. It's fucking crazy, dude. So these squatters go into places and blah, blah, blah. And you just start talking about it while Jeremy's gone. And she just goes, hi, chat. Like she's Garth Algar from Wayne's World. I'm having a good time. not. Let's go back to the infantilization. That's my favorite part.
How's it going? Did you all have a wonderful weekend and Monday?
She's doing the bit. She's doing the how was your weekend bit.
Let's see. We've got okay.
She had fucking nuttin'. And she was so happy. No one has ever been happier to see Jeremy Hambley in their entire life than Melanie Mack in that moment. Even Jeremy's own wife, when the door opens, she's like, oh, I thought it was the Sky Bull. Son of a bitch. Melanie was so happy to see Jeremy because they're like, Jeremy, I don't have any talent. The only fans I have left are people who still think I'm a lot younger than I actually am and that the goth gimmick is cute. Thank you for coming back so you can give non-takes on 5-day-old stories.
Okay. It's still a little laggy.
Guys, this is a multi-million subscriber channel. Killing it.
I'm still a little laggy, huh?
Yeah, but it's not terrible. It should be fine.
No, it's terrible.
No.
It's terrible when it's not laggy. So when it's laggy, it's extra terrible.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Guys, anything? Melanie, do a show.
Wow. Oh, we got the wide angle shot.
It's
too.
still laggy, huh?
Oh my God.
It is.
Weird. Okay, hold it down. I'm going to come back.
You know that phrase, monkeys trying to hump a football? This is what they mean.
Okay. All right, I'll talk to chat. Hi, everyone. Thank you all for the nice words.
Cunt.
So, you like those videos of...
You're not 25. This isn't cute when you go, hi, how are you? You're old. You're an old bitch now. You got to do old bitch shit. Do you have shit you can talk about? Do you have things you do, like old lady shit? Like, do you garden? Was there any true crime shit you've seen recently? Like anything? Like, hi, I'm 25 and bouncy and perky. Everyone will just tune in to stare at me. You ain't there anymore. That day is dead. You gotta give us some kind of content. But I shouldn't be too hard on Melanie and I shouldn't be too hard on Jeremy because honestly, at this point, at where they are, they're all each other can afford. This is a marriage of convenience at this point. Like Jeremy's making just enough money to pay his bills, which there's nothing wrong with that. Go nuts. But he's a classic example of a guy who moved his life, his means. He moved his lifestyle up as his means went up. So now when your means inevitably go down, everybody, has peaks and valleys in this business. Well, now he doesn't have any way to adjust. So that Hannah chick's gone. He fired that Luke guy. All he's got left is Melanie Mack because, to be honest, if Melanie Mack doesn't have the quartering, she's fucking done. And if the quartering doesn't have Melanie Mack, he doesn't have any more of those simps that don't know she's 41 and still doing the goth bit. So it's a complete marriage of convenience between the two of them. Thank you very much to Veldrain for $2. He says, we couldn't make the Natasha dolls white as that made them look too human. From yesterday, I think. Still fun. Yes, that's true. Who said that? I hope it wasn't me who said that. But somebody did say about the Natasha dolls, we can't make them white or they look too human. Oof. T. Duden says, like Johnny when Aaron leaves. No, wait a minute. Johnny, as I understand, Johnny at least still talks about stuff and holds it down when I go to take a piss. Like he's still talking about things. Melanie just goes into full substitute teacher mode. Hi, everybody. The squeal and everything else. It's like, bitch, act your age. Stop it. Hot Sake Enjoyer says, damn, 41. Yeah, and she doesn't look bad for 41. And by the way, that vocal fry thing, that's totally for simps. The vocal fry thing is totally to bring in the simps. If the vocal fry works on you, shame. For shame. Chevy Fan says she's like a children's show host. Yeah, she's like an obnoxious version of Miss Rachel. Even the women in the chat saying, oh my God, I hate her voice and inflection. And yeah, Nomo noticed it just like everyone else did right at the same time. She did the weekend bit just like Jeremy does. Yep. Labglass says Aaron is 41 if Melanie is 41. I'm 39, bitch. I'm 39 until December 24th and not a day earlier. Veldrain with $5 says enjoy. Thank you, pal. On a Wall with $1 says, aha, she doesn't watch documentaries. Aha. Gotta watch documentaries. Gives you something to talk about. Balls Deep with $2 says Melanie should push it east. She should. She should work on that reception and push it east a little bit. I miss Cowpote. You know? We should go see what Cowpote's at. Here's what I always do this. I always go, oh, I miss Cowpote. And then we go check on Cowpote, and I go, fuck it, I can't stand Cowpote. I know I'm going to do it again. Smoke Me Minnesota says, this is Karmic's new girl. Look, I'll shit on Melanie Mack, and I'll talk about how awful she is, but she's too good for Karmic. Look, I wish that weren't the case. I wish I didn't feel that way, but I'm a truth teller. I got to tell the truth. She's too good for Karmic. All right, guys, let's do it. Thank you very much for the contributions. $30 away from a win for the toe today. Hey, do me a favor. One more golden shower, we can call this thing good. 6 more gifted memberships. Let's drop it in. Or a 5 gifted membership drop and then 1 more for good luck. Let's knock out this 30. Let's not have a rally segment today. Let's just call it a win for the toe. Or 2 of you could drop a 20 on us. Or 6 of you could. You know the math. You understand it. Oh, let me take the, I got to stop pinning the message they told me. Otherwise, they have a hard time donating. There you go. The pinned message is gone. Let's get that last 30 in. Let's win without Johnny, and let's do this thing. All right, this is called the greediest streamer on Twitch. I don't know who this lady is, but I feel like I've seen her before, though. I don't.
How did my whole speech about how I need subs and to get the stream going, if you like the content, blah, 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 how that results in 0 subs? There are regulars here. $5 a month. How do you have hours of time to watch me and not $5? I don't know. What are you doing with your life?
Okay, see, now this is shitty. Like, if you're going to beg people for money and you're going to run on donations, you have to be understanding. You have to tell them hey, look, if you can give. If you can't, like I always say, don't ever give us money you can't afford to give us. We only want donations from fans who can afford it. And if you can't afford it, Rumble pays us by the view and gives us ad reads for the views. So hit like, hit share, grow the show. In a way, you're donating money to the show that way. You don't yell at people. The only person, I have a rule, the only person I'm allowed to get mad at is myself when we're not knocking out the goal, not the audience. Like, I feel like I'm in a better place to judge her than someone who doesn't beg, because I do beg. There's a way to beg and be classy about it.
Hours of time to watch Twitch.
You're allowed to say, I suck. See, this is where I go, I suck. I'm doing a shit show. I'm going to knuckle down. I'm going to work harder for you guys. I'm going to coax that money out of you. I'm going to dance like a monkey and get it out of you. She's sitting here going, I'm going to sit in my PJs and do rat shit all day. You guys should just sub. No, I got to earn it.
And not $5 to provide for the content that you're watching. Because it's like people just really really don't respect me as a content creator.
Well, this Parasite's right about one thing. Nobody respects her as a content creator. Now, I'm not going to mention this streamer by name because I'm pretty sure she loves negative publicity. She does fucked up shit all the time just to get her name out there. She subscribes to the idea that all publicity is good publicity, but fails to realize that when you as a person are your own brand and rely on people liking you for money, having a negative public...
I'll be honest, I've never liked this guy either. Like, not like I don't hate him. I don't think he's a piece of shit, but like, I hate that monotone delivery. Like, I'm not even trying, dude. Like, it's just, and also like, your whole thing is shining a projection light on other people, which is fine. But I think you also have to have a brand where you talk about shit too, and you do things. Like, it can't just be like, I think a lot of that look at this piece of shit thing. I think a lot of that is I hope they never think I'm a piece of shit. Like, I think you should have some skin in the game. You should have to put a little bit of your own personality out there if you're going to shine a light on others, like we do. I shit all over Karmic, and I kick the shit out of Carl, and I kick the shit out of Melton, all these guys. But I do that while putting my own personality and creating my own shit out there. I can do a drive-by on Carl for 10 seconds. It'll get clipped, and he'll rage out about it, like the Dr. Steve stuff. And he'll have a fucking breakdown about, play a clip. Why won't you play a clip of me? Because you're not entertaining. People believe you're not good at what you do. And that'll be enough to throw him into a rage. That's fun. But if all I do is that, then I'm kind of a chicken shit cunt. So instead, I throw myself out there and I get to be analyzed. Unpleasant Alex says, actually, no, that guy's a creep. He used to review Lolly. I don't know what, I keep hearing that term. I don't know what it is. I don't know what Lolly is. Fill me in. Wow, actually, a lot of people in the chat saying they hate that guy. Oh, really? A lot of people hate, who's that, Penguins? Oh, wow, I didn't know this. A lot of people don't like that guy. Holy shit. I'm just scrolling through the chat here. Fuck off, Charlie. I hate this guy. This is really old Charlie. What are we watching? Somebody sent it in. This isn't my thing. Somebody sent this in and I showed it. I'll take responsibility. That's low energy, long-haired fag. Sam Show says he uses Reddit for his script. Joey Caravello says, I hate him. He's a Reddit fag. Wow, I didn't know that a lot of people hated this guy. Then again, I guess he's got millions of followers, so naturally you're going to have hundreds of thousands of people who hate your guts. I get it. Some Soper says, let's be honest, though. You're not much better when it comes to being pissed at us when you don't make the goal. I get pissed at me. I always tell you guys that I understand your part of it. I always let it fuck with my head the other way and go, God, do I suck? And then people go, why? We've been trying to tell you that. Why don't you listen to your head? Dante says, I find that guy super annoying. Moist critical. That's it. Moist critical. He's not contemptible, but he sucks. Wow, I had no idea how many people disliked that guy. $2 from Balls Deep says there's a goofy looking fucker who wants to physically fight me because I donate a couple bucks here and there. He's upset his fat boyfriend can't talk about fucking 11-year-olds. Well, he talked about fucking 10-year-olds. So I think he talked about fucking 8-year-olds on shows too at one point. He has a multi-year history of talking about fucking children, which when people show you who they are, I believe them. Thank you, Balls Deep, for the $2. We love spite donos. Spite donos are huge for the toe. $1 from Veldrain says this girl's name on Twitch is Bad Bunny. Oh, not that Bad Bunny. She tried flirting with Hassan at a convention, and Hassan couldn't have looked more grossed out. Well, that's because he was shocking that guy's mom's pussy and then fucking his dad. So that makes sense. Penguins is a fucking gook. All right, that's pretty hardcore. Holy shit. That's a lot. Oh. Papa Shop says he literally just makes videos of other people's content while barely commenting on it. That's my thing too. It's like, shine that bright light of projection on yourself or other things and create content. Don't just live off other people. It's slop. It really is kind of slop. Charlie waits until Reddit gives its opinion and then he mirrors the opinion and seals clap for him. That is douchey, but a lot of people love that shit because a lot of Reddit just wants their opinion clapped back to them, just repeated back to them. So a lot of people like Carl's a Reddit guy. Carl just echoes Reddit. In fact, Reddit is all of his show prep. So a lot of people will watch that. It's a very easy thing to do, and you'll get a lot of fans. Just you won't ever get to be your own person. You won't ever get to give your own opinion. Like Carl has all these E-daddies, whether it's Ricada, Masterson, Melton. He'll never get to be his own guy. Shuley, he'll never get to be his own guy. I feel bad for that. But that's what happens when you live on Reddit. Frida with $1 says, not a Carl fan, but I saw his live stream get over 1,000 on YouTube. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I mean. Like if you just echo Reddit back to them, they will support your show forever. But he doesn't bring it like you do. Carl will never bring it like I do. He can't. He's not a very talented guy. Oh, he grifted off Kumia too all the time. That's another one. Like Carl never could have made it on his own. Ever. But as long as he's happy, I don't think he should be insecure about that. It's just a fact. It's just a fact about Carl. Not something he should be upset about. You can't be upset about something that you did that way on purpose. That's all. $30 away from a win for the toe. Let's do it. Oh, actually, we're about 25 away from a win for the toe. You got to add up all the 2s and 1s. You got to figure it out. Let's get a few memberships in there. Let's Streamlab, PayPal, Venmo it up. And let's knock out that last 30 and get... This last 40 is proving to be pesky. We got to 40 at 8 o'clock. It's 10:15. We're locking up here. We got to get a legit W in the morning. We haven't had a legit W in the morning this week. We won on Monday, but that was aided. That was helped. What do you guys think about this? Is this one justified, or should this guy have kept his hands off? This is a guy and his wife fighting in the kitchen at a house party. Oh, shit. Dude, fucking Jacob Fatu is not going to play around with this bitch. So now right there, see the push? That's where we stop, all right? That's where the domestic stops, and we just, everybody cools off and goes in another room. I don't stop it. Oh. So if you missed the end of that, she threw a water bottle in his face, and he just came back, and was that a left or a right? I think it was a left. He just cold cocked her. I mean, he landed a good shot right on her chin. She went out, hit her head on the dishwasher, and went to sleep. Oh, shit. Ooh. I don't stop it. Oh, that was the oven door. She hit her head on the oven door and went out. Yeah, the Samoan werewolf does not fuck around. Although that was a Red Bull can. It was not a water bottle. She threw a Red Bull can at him, and he decked her. What do you guys think? What's the ruling on that one? Personally, I wouldn't have done it. Personally, I think you need way more of a threat to yourself to, like, left hook a bitch that hard. Oh, shit. Ooh. Like, if she would have taken of course, there's a Hennessy bottle there. If she would have taken the Hennessy bottle and cracked him with it, okay. If she's attacking you with a bottle, you got to stop her. But that left hook off of the Red Bull can, holy shit. I don't stop it. Oh, yeah, She hit that oven door so hard, I expected sevens to show up on the stove and money to start shooting out. Ooh. I don't think you can go with the roundhouse on that one. There's gotta be more of a threat to you, especially when you're capable of that. Like when you're capable of that big of a shot. $5 from Front Porch Conservative says, Aaron, please consider retiring. Please reconsider retiring I Love You, Bish. Maybe the song could be kept around for those tragic breakups that occasionally happen. Okay. I said I was retiring I Love You, Bish last night. The evening show knocked out their goal and the morning goal. So I retired it as a rally song. You know what? Front Porch, that's a good take. I respect that take. $25 or 5 gifted memberships away from a win for the toe. Let's see if we can do it, guys. I don't want to do a rally segment today for 25. I just want to, let's get a win without Johnny today. So all of you who hate Johnny, so I get all this shit about how much they hate Johnny. Let's back it up with a win with no rally, and let's make it a nice and easy one for a Wednesday. Today's show has been a breeze. Let's finish it up. Let's take it home. $25 away. Let's go. He smoked her hard. Factory reset. I mean, he did, yeah, but Bish gonna learn today. This is where I wish Rumble had polling, and you guys could vote on this. Rocked, damn. Bitch gets slapped. She pulled a knife. No, she didn't pull a knife. She threw a Red Bull can at him. Rob says, we are so back. I don't think he did that for all. I don't think that was this is for all the men out there. Even the oven got a shot at her. Yeah, he literally bounced her. You know, sometimes people say when a guy abuses a woman, they'll say, oh, he bounced her head off the walls. He literally bounced her head off the oven door. She was out. I mean, she went like used car sale floppy wind dance guy. She was out so bad. Roots Calhoun says she got bent backwards. Yeah, not the way she wanted to either. Oof. I mean, that's going to, not only is that going to hurt the face, but that back's going to hurt when she woke up. That's a bad way to get your back blown out. That's for sure. So Johnny gets sacked if you make the goal. I didn't say that. I did not say Johnny gets sacked if we make the goal. I'm just desperate to knock out the goal like that guy knocked out that lady. I'd like, if we get to $40 away at 8:00, I don't want to do a rally segment at 10:20, but I guess my show is what it is. So what are you going to do? Veldrain with $5 says, still funny. All right, we'll check that one out. We're $20 away from the goal. Knock it out without a rally segment today, guys. Start gifting those memberships. Let's go. 3 more $5 gives, and we've got ourselves a golden shower. This one's called Respect Your Man. Let's take a look at it. All right, here we go. Respect Your Man. This is from Veldrain. Get those last $20 in, and let's call it a win for the toe.
Like I said, you're not going to hit me, though. You're not going to hit me, though. You ain't going to hit me, though. You ain't going to hit me, though. Is you?
That was pretty good. Now, I'm pretty sure that's fake. I'm pretty sure that was a staged thing. That is pretty funny.
Right now. I'm calling my daddy right now.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, that's a comedy bit. Yeah. Acting like she has a dad. Stop it. Stop it. African women like shaking their asses on your dick, says Joey Caravella. I didn't know that. I've never had sex with a black woman. Never had a hankering to. It's never been something and it's not like a racist thing. It's just that I've never. There was one black woman I've kissed a black woman. It was at my cousin's wedding. I was very young. I don't even think I was 21 yet. And I was at my cousin's wedding, and there was a very cute black girl there. And we hung out for the night and whatever, and I was probably like 17, 18 years old. And I smooched a black girl. $20 away from the goal for smooching a black girl. All right, we're smooching blacks. We're black smooching on the toe. Skousko says, daddy is what they call their parole officer. See, now I feel like that's racist. Los Federales. Okay, here we go in the chat. They're calling me an N lover. I knew that was coming. Can we at least knock out? I'm going to have to do I don't want to do. See, now here's the problem. Here's where I stress out. Now I have to do a rally segment. I didn't want to do a rally segment. I just wanted to knock it out the real way and have a real show so people couldn't make fun of me. Now I'm going to do the rally segment. We're $20 away. Now I got to panic thinking we can't hit $20 in a rally segment. Like this is one of those great all-time meltdowns in steel toe history. No goal talk at all today because we were only $40 away at 8:00. And somehow I had a feeling in the back of my head. I didn't want to speak it into existence, but I had a feeling in the back of my head that just somehow it wasn't going to work out. We're going to do the rally segment in just a second. Did you see the guys who got caught planning a terror attack on the UFC event this weekend? They were planning to crash explosive drones into the event. This 19-year-old guy from Ohio who, let's just say incel vibes, take a look. A 19-year-old man from Ohio was arrested for the alleged terror plot against UFC Freedom 250. He's been identified. He called out his alleged co-conspirators during an interview with them. That sucks. So he gets caught, and they're like, if you tell us who did it with you. It was Robin Terry. Oh. Well, that was easy. Thank you. Tyson Proper was collared by federal agents from the Cincinnati division last week, then snapped a vacant stare mugshot. All right, well, this is the equipment he wanted to bring to the event for the attack. Whether or not this was actually a thing they were going to do or whether this is some like psyop deal, I don't know. But it seems like they caught him, so everything was fine. Obviously there was no attack at this event, but it doesn't surprise me that someone did want to attack it. I mean, the president's very unpopular. We're at war. And it was going to be a huge event. And if you wanted to make a statement, that was the place to do it. $2 from Dorkness Rising says, turns out cotton was the most expensive product ever produced. Tim the Tool Man with $20, or no, that's just Tool Man with $20 says, will you shut the fuck up about the damn goal? Yes. Oh my God.
Let's fuck.
How do we not understand this? Yes, that's exactly how it works. That's what I've been trying to tell you guys for 5 years now. Yes, I will shut the fuck up about it when it's hit. That's another win for the toe between Dorkness Rising and Toolman. Thank you very much. Oh. And we didn't have to do a rally segment for it. Thank you, Toolman. By the way, that's not a golden shower. The golden shower is $5 drops within like 2 minutes or so. So it's a little different than a golden shower, but it's a win for the toe. We nailed it. Thank you very much, Toolman. I don't take that as combative at all. Like when someone says, oh, is that enough to get you to shut the fuck up about the goal? Duh. Yes, of course. I hate the goal. I despise the goal. So when it goes away, yes, I shut the fuck up about it. DP Granny says, well, we won't pay you unless you shut the fuck up about it. That is kind of the great push. And that's why I love the goal. Like people who hate the toe, they kind of use the goal as like a way to attack us. But it's like, to the people who love the show, the goal is like it's as much part of the show as the news, because like, they're like, all right, we know we're going to hit it. We know Aaron's going to win, but we want to make him squeal. We want to make him really like I say, you want to make him perform and dance for it. I like that. We all know it's part of the show and it's part of the dynamic, and I don't disappoint. The people who hate us are like, oh, fucking goal. Like, they take everything we do seriously, not realizing we're fucking around. And that's kind of part of the troll game we're running on them accidentally without even knowing it. So thank you very much, Toolman. And yes, we shut the fuck up about the goddamn goal. 5 of Hearts says the goal is part of the show. I watch for the goal, right? Darkness Rising says, we know Aaron's a slutty whore and it's fun. Nobody makes a goal as fun as I do. Ooh, Saint Caesar says, Aaron, are you ready for Dark Side of the Ring? TNA gets 3 episodes. It's on Hulu, right? When does Dark Side of the Ring season 7 start? Tuesday, July 7th. Oh, fuck. So it's got 3 TNA episodes. Then Samoa Joe versus Necro Butcher. That'll be fun. The Big Boss Man. Renegade. Paul Orndorff. Wow. Missy Hyatt and Zach Gowen, I don't really give a shit about, but like, that's a strong season. Thank you, Saint Caesar. That's going to be good. Hey, and also, guys, I'm going back to the sauna today. So if you tune into the evening show, hey, we're going to get sauna talk back on the toe. I'm feeling better. I'm healthy again. We're ready to go. We're ready to go back into the sauna. 5 of Hearts says season 7, that stuff is dark. The TNA stuff will be really good because I watched TNA when I was in my 20s and I was really rooting for them. I really thought TNA was good. All right, let's do one last story here. This is about fireworks spending for the 4th of July. Apparently, like, people aren't spending as much on fireworks anymore since 2020, since the pandemic. And it's got to be because inflation got bad and fireworks are a really easy thing to not spend money on. Also, if you go to some of those fireworks stands, they are fucking expensive now. Like, we used to go to Wisconsin and buy fireworks there for the cabin. And like $200 would load you up with a crazy like mortar show and everything else. Now $200 will get you a fistful of noisemakers and some black cats and a couple of bottle rockets.
A big birthday party is coming up this summer, one every American can celebrate.
Share?
It could help one industry explode with record sales.
I get it.
Tonight's good
porn
question. Jeff Wagner shares why this July 4th could really bring the boom.
The 4th of July is my favorite holiday, and fireworks are a big reason for that. Thanks, Dad. They're synonymous with our nation's birthday, which turns 250 this year, a landmark event that has vendors prepared for record numbers. How much do Americans spend on fireworks each year?
Dude, you know what the best day to buy fireworks is going to be this year? July 5th. Dude, they're going to be clearing shit the fuck out because they're planning like, we got to overstock for 250, but people are still broke as a joke and they don't have any money. So they're not going to buy near as much as these people are anticipating. So there's going to be all kinds of like 70, 80% off sales. Get ready.
Good question. We visited Fireworks Nation in North Hudson, Wisconsin to talk with owner Anders Nelson.
So COVID just skyrocketed the fireworks industry. And ever since that, there have been, of course, more people introduced to backyard fireworks shows. So the business has been steadily increasing.
It's been going up. I thought it went down with inflation. That makes sense, though. Like during COVID, you couldn't do anything with people, so you just set off explosives in your backyard like a terrorist.
2000, Americans spent just over $400 million on fireworks. It steadily climbed over the next 2 decades,
Holy
hitting
shit.
$1 billion in 2019. That number nearly
Fuck
doubled
a
in
goat.
2020 and never looked back, averaging at least $2.2 billion per year since. But Julie Heckman with the American Pyrotechnic
Do you
Association...
ever wonder that maybe, like, yes, the middle class is struggling. That's absolutely true. But do you think also the financial literacy of Americans is such that we could be smarter with money and maybe not keep up with the Joneses as much, and shit might be a little more affordable? I know that's the case with me. I know I could cut back in a lot of places, and I should.
Is thinking bigger.
And I'm feeling pretty strong that we will most likely achieve $2.5 billion for consumer fireworks sales this year.
Revenue doesn't tell the whole story because, let's face it, things get more expensive as the years go by. But if we're talking weight, people have definitely been loading up their carts, especially since the pandemic. After lighting up nearly 250 million pounds of fireworks in 2019, the number soared to 385 million in 2020.
We got so fucking bored. We're like, let's just light shit up and watch it explode. Our mental health is in the shitter. We're not allowed to go to bars or hang out with our family. Let's just light shit on fire in the backyard. That's healthy, though.
2020, followed by 2 years above 400 million pounds. Since 2020.
That's like one Patrick Melton worth of fireworks.
However, the weight consumed has stayed under 300 million pounds.
But every year, there's different regional reasons that the fireworks are up or down. The weather can be a big factor. Some parts of the country with the dry areas, there might be fireworks bans.
So many fireworks.
I mean, you start a wildfire, they tend to get really pissed at the whole fireworks thing. All right. I don't know if you're planning. I should make a run to Wisconsin and grab some fireworks for the family this 4th of July, but you always kind of keep quiet until somebody else volunteers, you know? Chevy Fan says they have an IDF firework. It's a drone that only goes off near children. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that's just they kill kids. Chevy Fan. Oh, no, you didn't know. Oh, no, Chevy Fan thought that the whole Gaza thing was just a fireworks show that kept going wrong this whole time. I'm sorry, Chevy Fan. We should have explained it better to you. That is 1,000% my fault. Guys, thank you very much. Unbelievable show. What should we do? Where should we go? Who should we raid? Who should we encourage over on our side? I don't have anybody in my list who's live right now. Let's take a look. Let's go to the very back page of Rumble. Let's see who's really struggling. But it's got to be someone who's live. I don't want it to be any of these like any of these shows that are just rebroadcasting shit. How about I'm going to send you guys to 2 ladies who are doing morning prayer stuff. Please be nice.
Yes.
Could you guys...
I live in the fire of God.
I'm going to send you to these 2 ladies. Can you guys do me a favor and just be nice to them? I'm going to see how their chat goes. They have 1 person watching them right now. We're going to give them the steel toe bump. We're going to, we can't raid the quartering, guys. I'm sorry. He doesn't allow raiding of his channel. Here we go. Go watch these nice ladies and try to be nice. Guys, this is a test, all right? I'm testing you guys to see if you can be human beings. Thank you for knocking out the goal. You're incredibly generous. Hit like, follow the channel on your way out. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. We'll see you at 6 p.m. for our last evening show. I have a date with the sauna, baby. Bye.